watching the UFC at the same time. So if you are joining us wondering where's the UFC, we are going to be doing that at the same time. You can see at the bottom of the screen, we've actually got a line for UFC at the top. We've got a line at the bottom for the boxing. So we are going to try and watch 2 events at the same time. The great thing is that the main event tonight, Katie Taylor taking on Amanda Serrano, this fight doesn't start until after the UFC finishes. It's not long after, but it is after. So we can sit back, we can watch the UFC, we can keep an eye on the boxing as well, see what's happening with the undercards. Undercard is pretty good, but for me, it doesn't really get going until we get closer to the actual main event. There's a couple of fights on there I'm really excited for. I think the co-main event looks really good. I'm really looking forward to the women in the Coco main event. Cruz Dazern against Cederuz. That is going to be a lot of fun. That is for the undisputed super middleweight championship. As we said, the co-main event that's got Liam Smith taking on Jesse Vargas is going to be a lot of fun. Galal Yafai, who we were watching at the Olympics, is going to be in action. So the boxing card is really strong. Main event, obviously, is what we're here for, but the fights underneath look really good. But that doesn't start for a good few hours, so we are starting nice and early here, nice and early. And the reason why is so that we can do UFC and just go straight into the boxing. That is the plan. We're going to do UFC and go straight into the boxing. So UFC has started on Fight Pass. So that is up and running right now. We are in Las Vegas at the Apex. I believe this is UFC Vegas 53. Font against Vera. This is going to be Marlon Vera. This is going to be a fun main event. But I don't know if you saw Rob Font coming in overweight. Rob Font coming in, I think it was like 2.5 pounds overweight. So that is now not a bantamweight, it's catch weight. Which has completely ruined the main event of UFC tonight. This UFC card, I'm just going to be perfectly honest, if there wasn't the boxing, this might be one of the worst cards that I've seen all year, because there's a lot of fights on here that are people that are struggling. There's our main event that would do a lot of the heavy lifting has just completely dropped the ball, what with Font coming in 2.5 pounds overweight. So, yeah, we're very fortunate, actually, that this week we just happened to have one of the biggest boxing matches of the year. So, Katie Taylor, Amanda Serrano, it's hard to know where to focus, where to go, what to talk about, because there's so much to go through. But, as I said, we've actually now got a fight cancelled. Oh, my God. So, we've got Tetsuyo. Our first fight has now been cancelled on UFC. This is going to be a dumpster fire, isn't it? Until we actually get up and running. We're going to be having cancelled fights and everything. So, Taira, I think is how you pronounce it. He was making his UFC debut. He was taking on Candelario, who was also making his UFC debut. That fight has been cancelled due to sickness. So that UFC fight, gone. So that is not going to be our first fight anymore. That has been rescheduled, apparently. So there we go. One fight gone already. As I said, of all the weeks, this is probably the best week to have a massive boxing fight happening. In regards to the actual boxing, because that's why we're here. In regards to the actual boxing, I do really, really hope Katie Taylor gets it done. For those of you that are watching that maybe don't know about Katie Taylor, maybe don't know about women's boxing, it's really been around for about 10 years or so. You could probably go back a little bit more than that, but I think the Olympics in 2012 really helped push things along in women's boxing. I know that Amanda Serrano had started before that point, but the profile that women were getting was just close to non-existent. I feel that the Olympics played a massive part in kind of really helping women's boxing. So I would say that it's been steadily growing over the past 10 years, starting a bit before that. It was actually, women's boxing was banned in the 90s here in the UK. So women couldn't even get a license to box up until the 90s. That was lifted. And then, as we said, as we built towards London 2012, that's when we started to see some movement with women's boxing. Undeniably, the biggest name that is that's been around in women's boxing has been Katie Taylor. She is absolutely massive, absolutely huge. Massive name, and yeah, really looking forward to seeing her compete against Amanda Serrano today. Amanda Serrano, you might have seen on the undercard to the Jake Paul fights. She has got 40, in fact, I've got the stats up on screen. What I can do is just get rid of this UFC stats information. Let me remove it. Here we go. No, that's not the one. Let me find it. Got so many. There it is. Boom. So there's the Taylor Serrano stats. Once we actually get to the fight, we'll get we can change a lot of this over. We won't have the UFC thing behind. But there's some stats on Taylor and Serrano. So you can see that Serrano, 44 fights, 42 wins, 30 knockouts. I mean, that is pretty impressive. So 44 fights, 42 wins, 30 knockouts. Katie Taylor, 20 fights, 20 wins, only 6 knockouts. The one thing to remember, though, is that Serrano is coming up to Katie Taylor's weight. So will that power come up with Serrano? I think it will. I think it's a problem. I think she is a problem. And honestly, I think the better boxer is Katie Taylor. I think the X factor, if you will, the knockout punch, the dare I say, maybe even slightly better movement, it might be with Serrano. Katie Taylor's very good at getting in, doing her work, getting back out again. And as I said, from a technical point of view, I would say that Taylor was better. But I think the aggression, the fight, the heart, all of that, the cardio, the conditioning, the power, all of that stuff that's not like the technical boxing ability, I think all of that is with Serrano. This is a really, really close fight. It's really, really close. I've seen so many professionals calling it for Taylor, calling it for Serrano. No one quite knows which way to go. I think that if Katie Taylor has got 10 rounds of cardio in her and her conditioning is good and she is ready for this fight and she can keep that pace up, I think she wins it on points. But if that starts to fall away and she becomes a bit slower, just a little bit more plodding, a little bit more predictable, she could get caught. She could absolutely get caught. So it's so close, you don't know which way it's going to go, to be honest. Ariel Helwani has called it for Taylor on points. He thinks that her cardio and her conditioning is going to hold up. And he thinks that it's going to be a case that she will be able to maintain that throughout all 10 rounds and then take it on points. I'm hoping that happens, but it absolutely could go the other way. As I said, if her cardio, her conditioning is not up to standards, isn't where it needs to be, and she slows and becomes predictable and becomes hittable, you do not want Amanda Serrano standing in front of you. You do not want Amanda Serrano standing there. The woman that has got 30 knockouts from 44 fights. You do not want her standing in front of you if you are starting to slow down, starting to gas out. You absolutely don't want that. So it's a lot of people are going to be like, who's going to win? Who's going to win? Who's going to win? The answer is no one knows for certain. That is the truth. No one knows for certain. That is what makes this fight so damn good. This is the number 1 pound-for-pound fighter, Katie Taylor, taking on the number 2 pound-for-pound fighter, Amanda Serrano. Even Ariel Helwani was saying that just does not happen. You just do not see that. If you actually look at the pound-for-pound rankings in MMA right now, I know Usman is top. Number 2 is Ngannou. So, honestly, if you want to compare this to MMA, then not from a fighting style perspective, but just from a, what would this look like if it was MMA, pound for pound wise, it would be Usman against Ngannou. That's what this fight is. It's Kamaru Usman taking on Francis Ngannou. Not fighting styles, as we said, but that is number 1 pound for pound versus number 2 pound for pound, and that is what Taylor Serrano is. So I am so hyped for this. Ariel Helwani again. When he was asked last year, what is the one fight you are most looking forward to in 2022, he said Taylor Serrano. Taylor Serrano was the one fight he was looking forward to the most. Fight got made. Obviously didn't expect it to be at Madison Square Garden. Obviously didn't expect Jake Paul to be a part of it. Didn't expect it to be as big of a deal as it has become, but this is where we are, and it's brilliant for women's sport. But to be honest, I don't want to keep banging on about that aspect, because I think we all know women's boxing is, miles behind. Not actually from technique and everything, but just from its promotion and kind of where it sits in people's minds. If this was number 1 against number 2 in boxing, pound for pound, this would be, one of the biggest fights of all time. This doesn't feel like one of the biggest fights of all time. It is the biggest women's fight of all time. But, if this was the guys, then obviously it would be even bigger. But I just want to have a look at the boxing pound for pound. I've got, let's have a look. We've got Canelo and Terence Crawford. So if you want to take it back to the men, this is like Canelo taking on Terence Crawford. That's what this is. Number 1 against number 2 on the pound for pound. So, yeah, very, very exciting. Very exciting. Ethan said, do you agree with Eddie Hearn saying that Jake Paul will never be a champion? Do I agree with Eddie Hearn that Jake Paul will never be a champion? He said world champion. And I think that's important because I don't know who holds all. There's about 1 billion belts, right? So could Jake Paul go on to win the United States welterweight championship or something? Maybe, I don't know. But Eddie Hearn said world champion. Will Jake Paul go on to be a world champion? And I actually think Jake Paul's got a little bit of a problem in the sense of he needs to pick a lane, right? He's got someone in Tommy Fury. So Tommy Fury is a boxer, yeah? Put in a decent performance on the undercards of the Tyson Fury White fight last week. And as we were saying last week, I think if Jake Paul wants to prove that he is a boxer, he needs to face a boxer. I think a lot of us are in agreement on that. You've got Tommy Fury, who is a boxer. He's got a high profile. He's beatable. He is beatable, right? I do believe that he's there to be beaten. I don't think he does lose. I think Tommy Fury beats Jake Paul. But I think that he is, it's not as if it's a million miles. It's not like he's got to face Canelo, right? It's not going to be like a Canelo fight. If he faces Tommy Fury, I think that it's like 70-30 Tommy Fury wins. But he's ducking him. There's no two ways about it. He signed for the fight. I give him credit for that. He did sign. But now he's ducking him. He doesn't want to fight him again. He's looking at Bisping, who's got one eye, right? He's looking at that. Granted, he is looking at Mike Tyson. And I would expect him to lose that fight. But that's going to be an exhibition. It won't go on his record. It's going to be an exhibition fight. That'll be an exhibition fight. He'll lose it, but his record will continue as it is. So that is an absolute money grab, win-win for Jake Paul. The problem with the Mike Tyson fight is I bet it's going to have a no knockout clause. I bet that it is an exhibition, and so it won't affect his record. So actually, yeah, it'll do big buys. Of course, people are going to watch it. But I think one of the big draws for Jake Paul is people want to know who is the one that's going to knock him out. People want to see Jake Paul get knocked out. And that's not going to be there. No, that's not going to be an issue. That's not going to be something that you'll see. He might get wounded and go down to one knee and throw in the towel or just wave it off or something like that. But I can't see Jake Paul getting knocked out by Mike Tyson. Because I bet you anything there'll be a little thing in there that says no knockouts. And I bet it doesn't affect his record as well. So if he wants to be, this is what I'm saying, he needs to pick a lane. You're either going to have big exhibition money fights against old fighters like Bisping. Mike Tyson is an incredibly credible name. No one is saying that he isn't. But if it's not a proper fight and it's like an exhibition thing, that's just not what I'm interested in. I want to see Jake Paul having proper fights, putting his record on the line. Yeah, we're all waiting to see him lose. We're all waiting to see him get knocked out. And I just don't think the Mike Tyson fight is that. So you either pick a lane, you either go with the old MMA fighters, the old fighters, and you take big money fights, or you go down the path which is probably going to help you become a world champion, which would be take on boxers. Granted, you might not make as much money, but as you continue to rise, do you know what I mean? Like, you will then, your star will get brighter, more and more people will likely tune in, more boxing fans will tune in. You know, it should be that every fight that goes by, he gets, bigger and bigger, takes on tougher and tougher opponents, and he gets, more and more buys. But he seems to be he's making noise about, I want to be a world champion, but he's also making noise about, you're not a big enough draw. It's like, no, surely you should be taking on people that have got boxing skills that are going to test you to then, for you to develop and get to where you're going to be a world champion. So, can he be a world champion? My answer would be no, if he keeps on taking the level of people that he's taking. And I understand that he's just starting out, and rather than just beating journeymen, why not beat some old fighters? But there's going to come a time, and it's coming soon. You feel like it's coming now, where he needs to start taking on and really testing himself in fights that are going to be a bit more 50-50. Do you know what I mean? People didn't buy the Woodley fight. I mean, it did 60-odd thousand buys, apparently, which I can't get my head around. I don't understand how that number is so low. I don't understand how it only did 60-odd thousand buys, because it felt like a massive deal, and loads of people joined us here for the watch-along. So I really don't understand how it only did 60-odd thousand. But if you actually Google search it, that's the number that it shows as being done, and he's getting ripped by Dana White for it, and he's being ripped by all these people for such a low buy rate. So, yeah, I kind of think he needs to choose what he wants to do. If you want to be a world champion, and it's all well and good saying, I'm young, I've got time. What about all these kids that are in amateurs, that are going to Olympics, that are busting their gut, just living boxing? The other problem that Jake Paul's got as well is, look, he's spending time now promoting Amanda Serrano. There's boxers out there that do not have all these other responsibilities. Like, how is he going to be a promoter and be a fighter at the same time? Surely, being a boxer, you give everything. I do not believe Jake Paul is so good that he can just give it, 50% of his time. Surely it's 100% or nothing. Because I'll tell you now, there's people around the world that are giving 100% every day, all the time. And Jake Paul can't, because he's doing promoting. This week he's been completely out of the game, because he's been promoting Amanda Serrano. And who knows, they're talking about looking at other fighters, bringing other people into most valuable promotions. I think he needs to pick a lane. He needs to decide what he wants to do. Because I think trying to do what he's doing at the moment, I agree. I can't see it leading to him being a world champion. Not unless he picks a lane. And even if he does pick a lane, it's going to be so difficult, because there's people that are obviously just as good at him as him, better, that have been doing it longer, that also want to be world champions. So, yeah, I do agree with Eddie Hearn. I think he would have to make some changes. I think he would have to start taking on fighters. I think he would have to maybe look at the amount of stuff he's got on his plate, and maybe reduce that workload down to, try and get where he wants to get to. Katie Taylor has been working on her power for this fight, so I think she'll win by stoppage in the 9th, says Edwards. LQ said, pick who you want. Taylor is going out on a stretcher. Finn Debin said, what are the UFC predictions? I'm going for Vera and Arlovsky. So, to be honest, I said earlier, I think the card this week is poor. I had Font in the main event, but he's coming overweight, and to be honest, I haven't had a chance to listen to why. So I don't know if it's been a bad camp, but it always is a red flag. And it's not like he's just a little bit overweight. He's like 2.5 pounds overweight. Like, it's stunning. It's like outright stunning that he is like completely botched the weight. So I think I had Font in the main event. I probably will switch to Marlon Vera now, because that is just a red flag to me that something is not right there at all. I've got Arlovsky winning. I've got Andre Feely winning as well. I've got Grant Dawson. I've got Tristan Connolly. I've got Gerald Mearshart. I don't actually know what our first fight's going to be, because our first fight that was on screen has been cancelled. So you're not missing it. You're not missing any UFC, by the way. All this time we're talking, they are just chatting away because our first fight of the night has been cancelled, which is good actually, because it does give us time to talk and just go through Katie Taylor, Jake Paul, talk about whatever you want to talk about. But yeah, at the moment there is no fights on. We was meant to have one with the one that's on screen, but it got cancelled. Lat Beat said, I don't think no matter what Jake does, he'll never be a world champion. He couldn't get the weight off, says Finn to Bin. Is that what he said? He just couldn't get it off. It's a red flag. It's a red flag. How can you not get the weight off? It just doesn't add up to me. It just doesn't add up. Like, couldn't get the weight off. Why? Everyone else can. And he's never, to my knowledge, I don't think he's ever missed weight before. So why is it different this time? Something's not right. Something has clearly not been right. They've not managed that right, and it's just a red flag for the training. So, interesting, but yeah, I think it's probably enough to make me change my mind to Marlon Vera. Bunkers says, what is the first boxing match? Well, to be honest, I'm not 100% because it's always a little bit difficult to know what gets shown and what won't be shown, what is pre-broadcast and what is broadcast. So I think the first one could be Khalil Coe against William Langston, which is a 6-round light heavyweight fight. But there's every chance that actually is one just for the crowds. And I have to admit, the first few fights I'm really not taken by. For me personally, I think I'm looking forward to the main event, of course. Co-main event with Liam Smith and Vargas, and there's been some heat between them. If you saw the weigh-ins and the stare-downs and everything, they do not like each other at all. That one is going to be a lot of fun, so really looking forward to the co-main event. Eddie Hearn actually said, you wouldn't believe the amount of money that co-main event cost him to put on. That is a main event. Like, that is a fight that really could main event this card, and he's put it as the co-main. He said that he knows he will be judged on how good of a promoter he is, and by the cards he puts out. And when you've got a Madison Square Garden card, you go big. And I've got to give him all the credit in the world. This is not last weekend. Last weekend, that card at Wembley was nowhere near good enough. This is much, much better. Much better. So you've got Taylor Serrano, pound for pound, number 1 against number 2 in the women's boxing world. Massive history. First time in 140 years, women a main event in Madison Square Garden. I mean, you can just keep going on about it and dribble, right? It's amazing. I can't wait for it. Then you've got Liam Smith taking on Vargas. Vargas is a former 2-weight division champion. Smith is a former world champion as well. As I said, they would be main eventing, but they're on the co. So that's amazing. Then you've got, really looking forward to this, Cruz Dezern against Cederuz. So Cruz Dezern is the WBO and WBC super middleweight female champion. And then Cederuz is the WBA and the IBF super middleweight women's champion. So this is for the undisputed. Both champions putting their belts on the line. One person walks out with all the belts. We will have an undisputed super middleweight champion. As long as there's not a draw, we will have an undisputed super middleweight. And it's a super, super close fight as well. Super close fight. Cruz Dezern from Baltimore. Cederuz is Swedish. So Cruz Dezern will have home advantage. But yeah, it's going to be so good. I don't know if you've seen Cruz Dezern, but she's got this massive hair, right? That's a wig. And at the weigh-in, she came on stage. She's got this massive hair, and then she went over to, like, as soon as she weighed in, she like took it off, and like there was a few gasps from the crowd and people that haven't like seen her before. But she's really cool. She's quite the show person, and she looks quite striking. So I've not seen loads of her, to be honest, but I have done obviously a little bit of prep and had a little look into this, and done a bit of research. I've got all my notes for UFC as usual. Got my notes for boxing, and as I said, really, really looking forward to that. So we've got that, and then we've got Galal Yafai, who won gold at the Olympics, just gone, 2020 Olympics, which was in 2021. We actually did Olympic watch-alongs, and we actually saw Galal Yafai in action quite a few times and saw him win gold. He's from Great Britain. He's from Birmingham, actually, and he has taken on Cartagena, I believe you pronounce it. 17 wins, 6 losses, 8 stoppages. Should be able to get past him, but yeah, for your second fight, that's a good, credible opponent. Yeah, this is only Galal Yafai's second pro fight, so Galal Yafai is minus 3,000 though to win it. He is expected to win it, and so he should be able to get it done. Right, we are now starting to go over to what I believe will be our first UFC fight. So let's go. And get the stats back. It is going to be Gina Mazzani. So Gina Mazzani is going to be taking on Shanna Young. Oh, hello. I don't have the clock, unfortunately. What I could do with, though, is round information, isn't it? I could definitely do with that. Let's do it. Let's add it. Do you know what I mean? You only live once. Round 1. There we go. So we can just drop that at the end here so that people know where we are. Boom. Right, so Mazani and Young. Move this down. I love to see Becky and Bianca box it out. Text boxing round. It's going to be a long night tonight as well because, as we said, Taylor and Serrano start. I think the actual show doesn't start for another like 2.5 hours. The reason why we started early is because I don't want to do UFC, end it, and then have to go immediately into a main event. Taylor and Serrano. So I would much rather just do one stream that goes all the way through UFC, straight into the boxing. Lovely. I understand that people that join us on a weekly basis might be a bit confused because it doesn't say UFC anywhere, but as we said, we are going to be doing both. Whew! Thunder Rosa's War Drum entrance was epic, says Wes. Days, do you see Everton going down, says Macca Rice. Do you know what, buds? Let me have a look. I don't know what their remaining fixtures are like, so if I just have a quick look at their remaining fixtures, then I can tell you if I expect them to go down or not. I think they're in big, big trouble. Big, big trouble. They're in the relegation zone. Burnley have won today. They've got to play Chelsea, Arsenal. I mean, they've got Watford, Brentford, Crystal Palace. They've still got quite a few games to go. They've got Watford, Brentford, Crystal Palace. They're going to need 9 points from those games, really. They're going to need to be winning those games. But Burnley's win today, which I don't know how big of a surprise that was. They beat Watford, but even so, they got the job done. Means that Everton are 5 points away from safety, but they have got 2 games in hand. So, as I said, they're going to need points. They normally say if you get 40 points, you're safe. That's what they say. 40 points, isn't it? That's what you've got to aim for. You need to get to 40. Everton are on 29. If they do get 3 wins, that would take them to 38. But they've got 3 games that they could win, and I think it'll come down to those, to be honest. I don't know what Leeds... honestly, you've got to sit here and look at everyone's fixtures and see what fixtures everyone's got. Leeds are obviously in trouble. They've got Arsenal, Chelsea. I'd imagine they'll lose those. Again, if Leeds beat... I don't think they'll beat Brighton. And then they've got to go to Brentford. I'm going to say Everton survive. I'm going to say Everton survive, and I'm going to say Leeds go down. That's what I'm going to say. I'm going to call it now. I'm going to call it now. I'm going to say Leeds go down. I'm going for Leeds to go down, said Dort Knight. That's one of my Maverick predictions. I didn't see that. I agree with you. England is my city, said End of Days. I would love to see Becky Bianca box it out. What about you? I don't mind. I can't say I'd be crazy for it because I have no idea if either can box. I very much doubt they can. So it's sort of like seeing them. Plus also like trying to do a boxing match where you don't actually hurt the other person is... Unless you do a proper boxing match between them, you know? But then the standard could be just awful. It could be awful. So I'll say no. I'll lean more towards no. Maka said, I see us beating Chelsea tomorrow. Tarek said, Real Madrid have won La Liga. Either Leeds or Everton, says Bonkers. Yeah, I'm just looking. I feel like you'd want to be in Leeds' position, but they've got Arsenal. I think I just looked. Arsenal, Chelsea. Then they've got Brighton, which is not easy. And then Brentford away on the final day of the season, which we've seen teams go to Brentford and struggle. I'm struggling to see Leeds pick up points there. Maybe they'll get a few, but I think, yeah, it's all down to what Everton do. It's all down to what Everton do. So, yeah, I think, man, they do not want to be in this situation, do they? The fact that we're sat here and it's really hard to decide who's going and will it be Everton. Anyway, that's by the by. We're going to actually focus on some grappling now. We're going to have a little focus on some MMA. We've got Gina Mazzani taking on Shanna Young. Mazzani is 2-5 in the UFC. She's strong offense, but hittable. She's got a decent straight left, decent clinch, looks for takedowns, can leave her head a little bit on the center line, which, as we said, is what helps make her quite predictable and hittable. She's a bit of a bully, as I said, likes to grab people, drive them against the cage, got good conditioning, reach advantage, good body lock. There's a lot to like about Gina Mazzani, but the hittable factor, the predictability factor, I think is a big, big problem. She's taken on Shanna Young, 1-3 in the UFC. Both of these women need the win. Young is tough. She's got a good heart. She is a striker with fast hands. So can you see which way I'm going here? I'm going with Shanna Young. She's got good head kick, clinch, elbows in the clinch. Came through Invicta. I always like women that come through Invicta. It's a good promotion and it gives them a good grounding. She's got solid wrestling. Karate black belts. I've got Shanna Young. I've got Shanna Young winning this. I think that Young is the underdog, but has got the striking ability to put Gina Mazzani away. So, yeah, I'm going with Young. Ronnie said, I'm new to this channel. I watched for Volkanovski and Korean Zombie. I would watch you read the phone book. Funny you should say that. That's actually tomorrow's stream, Ronnie. We'll be doing that tomorrow. Starting with A, going all the way through to A, because it is a big phone book and we probably won't get like past the first letter, but it's a whole new series that I am bringing to the channel. Keep up the good work, Ronnie. I appreciate the support, my friends. It's great that new people are joining us all the time. You know, we've got a great community that's been here for years and years and years, which I am told I don't say correctly. Years and years. But, yeah, it's great to see that there's new people joining us all the time. So, Ronnie, sit back, relax. I hope you have a great evening and enjoy all the action. As we said, we are going to be going over to the MMA fights now. We did have to just wait a little bit. That's loud. That's very loud. We did have to wait a little bit because we had a fight cancelled. But here we go, Bruce Buffer doing the honors. We are at the Apex, and it is going to be our first fight of the evening. How long are we in? 35 minutes gone already? Jesus. That's gone quickly. So, yeah, Ronnie, shout out to you, bud. Really appreciate the support. And big shout out to everyone that's joining us. As I said, I hope you are excited for what's coming up. Do you think WrestleMania Backlash is in 3 weeks? No, it's next weekend, isn't it? The great Bruce Buffer, it is. I need to have a look and see what jacket he's wearing, to be honest. It's just a purple thing, to be honest. It's. I would say that's below Buffer standards. 4th time as favourite in her UFC career, Gina Mazzani. So, Gina Mazzani, this is the 4th time coming in that she is a favourite. If you are joining us for Taylor Serrano, that fight is a little bit of a way off. Little bit of a way off. We've got a little bit of a way to go there. And we are about to get underway with this one. Right. And we are underway. So we do have Gina Mazzani in white, Young in black, and both women coming into the center. As we said, for me, Mazzani is a bit predictable, keeps herself on the center line, and is quite hittable. Young is a striker, and I think she should be able, with her fast hands as well, to get through, and I think she will hurt her, so... we're seeing quite an aggressive Mazzani. She is a bit of a bully, as we said, likes to drive her opponents back. Leg kicks, and there we go. She's done it already within the first 30 seconds. She's grabbed Young, driven her back against the cage. And she's got her over at the moment, looking for a takedown. Oh, no. That's not ideal, is it? I'm going to have to try and make that bigger. Okay. There we go. That's botched the top of the stream. Oh man, it's got no names or anything now. I tell you, you try so hard, and this is what you get. Shanna Young is doing well to stay standing at the moment. Okay, I'm gonna have to tweak this, aren't I? It's just not to standard. This is not to my standard. The 6-man tag with RK Bro, winner take all. I thought the phone book stream was tonight. No, I know. People do want it, but no, tomorrow. You know what it's like. Sundays are quite quiet for us. Knee strikes coming here by Gina Mazzani. Mazzani is absolutely dominating this fight. She's driven Young against the cage, and she's just pinned her there. And she's just got her there, and she's just controlling the fight from there. This is definitely a path to victory for her if she can just do this and see the, wind down the clock. I don't know that she's going to be able to do that. And actually, there we go. Just as we say that, they do break apart, and Young has gotten herself free. And now leg kick coming in by Mazzani. We've got 2.5 minutes to go in round 1 at the moment. Oh, strike coming in there. That was good work by Young. Yeah, when you're in there, that is exactly what you need to do. She's hurt. You can tell she's got through to Mazzani there, Young. Excellent work. Leg kick coming in by Mazzani. Trying to get in, kick to the body. Going for a high kick. Yeah, lovely knee strike by Young. Both women in the middle, bouncing around. We've got Mazzani on the outside. She's trying to find a way of driving Young back against the cage again, but Young's standing her ground in the middle, so, she's so far away. She knows not to get on the outside and make it easy for Mazzani. She's going to try and stand her ground in there. Mazzani coming in and just trying to find a way of driving Young back a bit, but Young doing a decent job of standing her ground. She is being the aggressor. She has got a lot of control time. Mazani is definitely winning this round. But Young has had a few moments that I think she'll find encouraging. Right hand jab coming out by Mazzani. She's just constantly jabbing and kicking and working, and she's doing some really good work. Unofficial numbers showing that it's 24 strikes to 13 at the moment. Young trying to stay composed. You can see that she's got through on Mazani. Mazani's got a few marks on her face. There's a bit of, you can see a bit of few marks on there. 30-odd seconds left in this round. Obviously, 3 5-minute rounds in MMA. Kick coming into the side of the body by Young. And again, trying to put in side kick. Mazani on the outside, Young in the center as Mazani comes in with a big left hand. Kick to the body there by Mazani. Young counter kicking. Nice kick coming back again, trying to get a few strikes off. What I'm looking from Young is I'm looking for... Oh, she caught her at the end. That was good at the end. She did catch her at the end. But what I was looking for is I was looking for something that was really going to give Mazani something to think about. And those moments were few and far between, to be honest. So I feel like that definitely was lacking a little bit from Young. She needed to just do a bit more than what she did there. So no doubt about it, that is a Mazani round. Hope everyone is doing well. Where is Taylor Serrano, said Dean. It hasn't started yet, bud. So Taylor Serrano doesn't start for a little while. So we are watching UFC at the moment until it does get going. A lot of excitement for that fight, of course. So much so, I don't want to have to end this stream and then start that stream. I feel like I'm getting somewhere with the stats as well, which is good. Right, we've got strikes coming in by Mazani, who's straight out the gate again. Young got a nice parting shot at the end, said Joseph. I agree. She did give us something to think about at the end, but just not quite enough in the round overall for me. So, yeah, I've got Mazani 1-0 up after round 1. Low kick there by Mazani. Another low kick, side kick coming in by Young. Young, again, just standing her ground in the center. I definitely do miss, you know, not having all that normal, like, clock and Hasbulla and all that stuff. Definitely feel like I'm quite a few things missing this week. I'll get over it. It'll be fine. Strikes coming in by Mazani. She's doing well here. Look, 41-28. She's managing to keep that gap at around 10 to 15 on significant strikes at the moment. Young did manage to get through, and actually you can see Mazani just blinking a little bit as I think she's just trying to recover, and she did just get caught by Young. That's what I want to see a bit more from Young. She's got fast hands. She can hurt Mazani. Kick coming in there by Mazani. Young on her feet. Mazani going for a kick, leaning back, trying to throw nice right hands. Yeah. So they're saying that Young is just getting a little bit sharper now. 2 minutes in. This round feels closer. And it feels like Mazani's getting caught a bit more. I don't know, maybe if her concentration is dropped. Oh, that's a good takedown by Mazzani, though. Mazani with a really good takedown, but a lovely reversal by Young. That's nice. Good scramble over by the side of the cage. And that's really good by Young. This is, I tell you what, as an opening fight, this is good. Strikes coming into the side of the head. She's trying a bit of ground and pound here at the moment, Young. Mazzani getting back up to her feet. Young throwing in some knee strikes into the body and dragging Mazzani down. So Mazzani is being controlled here. So this is some good control time for Young. And I think Young is taking this round. Strikes. Oh, my God. She's laid her flat out, and now the ground and pound's coming in. The ref's having a look. Mazani knows that she needs to defend herself here. The ref will step in at some point. Young just needs to keep wailing away. All Mazani is doing is covering up, and the ref's seen enough. The ref has seen enough. Young wins. Young wins. Young gets the job done in round 2. And Mazani, who was winning this fight, she was leading in the first, had a decent start to the second, ends up trying for a takedown. It's reversed, and ground and pound coming in by Shayna Young, and that was good. That was good. The William Langston fight has begun, says Hayden. Has it? Is it on DAZN? Are they showing it on DAZN at the moment? Before the bell. Let's join it live. Yeah, that was good. Win for Young. Young was, I think, plus 150 there. Yes, Co and Langston has begun. Langston, the kid. So we're just seeing inside Madison Square Garden. It's empty in there for these two. I gotta admit, I wasn't crazy about watching this fight, but it's good to see that we are up and running with that card. The actual main card, I don't believe starts until midnight here in the UK, so I think we're a couple of hours away from that. 6-round light heavyweight fight. Khalil Cole is 2 wins, no losses, 1 draw. William Langston, 6 wins, 2 losses. I think Langston, known as the Kid, is the favourite in that one. Let's jump over to the chat. Richard, shout out to you. When Roman Reigns finally loses the bout, who do you think will beat him, says Richard. I think it's really difficult because he's got 2 belts, so I don't think one person takes both. So I can see Cody getting the Raw one, and I honestly don't know who's getting the SmackDown one. You could maybe make an argument for Drew, but to be honest, I think we're well on the road to 1,000 days for him, and it's got to be tempting to just let him get to that 1,000 days. He's already at 600 and something, so I know there's still a long way to go, but I think I would get him to 1,000 days. So I would actually get him past WrestleMania next year, and what does WWE look like in 12 months' time? Who knows? Who knows? Could be Gable Steveson, could be Bron Breakker, could be anyone. So, not sure when it comes to Universal, but I think Cody when it comes to WWE. So, Richard, shout out to you, dude. I love the Count. The Count, Michael Bisping, who is doing some post-fight interviews. He's in there with Young, just chatting away at her. There needs to be a World Cup dream team that will be great and keep us interested in the smaller games. Oh, there will be, definitely. LQ said Young deserved that win. She did very well. Right, we are going to be building to our second fight. We are underway, as we said, with round 2 of 6. So we're up to round 2 of Co versus Langston. Just sitting down with an interview with Arlovsky. Looks like we're just going over to some video packages. Probably not going to be another fight in the UFC for about 10 minutes or so. So I'm just going to keep the Co Langston fight on. Let's take that away for now. I see you don't watch NXT anymore. Did you see this coming? Because I did not see it coming. I'm still watching NXT. Did I see it coming? Not really. I mean, I needed more time to do other videos, and constantly reviewing what we do. It's not really anything to do with NXT. It's more to do with the fact that I just need some time to get other videos done and have a look at my schedule. And is there a way of getting? I'd love to get like MMA videos onto the channel. I really, really want to get some MMA videos on the channel. I think MMA has really grown in the community, and I think we've got such a great MMA community that I think I am definitely underserving. We do once a week watch-alongs, and I think we can definitely look to get a bit more content out. I'm not saying like every day, but I'm just saying, could we get a couple of things each week for MMA? And it's a bit of a weird bedfellow, but this channel actually started really gaining traction with pro wrestling action figures. That's how the channel really started growing. We were talking about pro wrestling, and I was going out getting a lot of the legends and talking about the past and doing getting action figures, and it really caught on. So I mean, this channel is surprisingly one of the biggest kind of pro wrestling action, or was, probably isn't anymore, but it was one of the biggest pro wrestling action figure channels. So I'm just sort of like, I don't really want to lose touch with that as well. So I need to find a way of getting videos on the channel. I'd love to do more figure videos. I'd love to do some more MMA videos. Honestly, I think the Saturday night streams are my favorite. Out of everything we do, I think this is my favorite stream. Just because it always feels big time. Do you know what I mean? Like tonight, Taylor Serrano. Come on. It's one of the best events and one of the best fights of the year. So excited for that. UFC, I absolutely love. Next Saturday, we've got Thug Rose. I mean, don't even get me started. So, yeah, I'm loving Saturday nights. So, yeah, that was the reason for that. Richard, shout out to you. Do you think The Rock will take the Universal title from him? No. And I don't think he should. I don't think he will, and I don't think he should. I understand that it would be a headline, but I think just having him in a match with Roman is a headline anyway. So I don't think you need that headline. And Rock's doing Hollywood, and he's doing other things. I think it would be a massive win for Roman. And he deserves it for his legacy. Do you know what I mean? That would be a win that would be iconic. You know, like how Hogan beat Andre at WrestleMania 3. And you know, like how The Rock beat Hogan at WrestleMania 18. I kind of feel like Roman is maybe lacking those big, high-profile wins. He's got a win over Brock at WrestleMania, which was big. And he beat The Undertaker, but The Undertaker was not The Undertaker, was he? I mean, he beat The Undertaker at WrestleMania 33 after the streak had ended. You know, I mean, it's not really the same. I mean, he beat Cena at SummerSlam, but again, Cena had retired, and I don't know. I think, like, with The Rock, I know that it's not The Rock from the Attitude Era, but it's still the biggest star in Hollywood and whatnot, and that would be huge, so... Yeah, I think Roman needs the win. Dort Knight said, I will love next Saturday if Liverpool beat Tottenham. Joseph said, I'm a big fan of Thug Rose. Same here, buds. Same here. If you are just joining us, we're up to round number 3 of Coe and Langston. In regards to UFC, Mazani Young has finished. Young was victorious. So that's where we are. I probably should jot down the results. Because I might have people going, who won out of Coe Langston? I'll be like, trying to remember like all the UFC results tonight, and trying to remember everything that's gone down could be a bit of a nightmare. So yeah, I think I will start jotting those down. Big fan of Thug Rose. Who's winning between Mazani and Young? Young has won. Christian Young has got the win, my friends. Lovely ground and pound victory for her. So, Young beat Mazani. Round 2. Ground and pounds. And in the boxing right now, we are underway with our first fight, Coe and Langston. So, as soon as we get a result there, We'll jot that down as well. Boom. Do videos on upcoming matches. Yeah, I was thinking about that. To be honest, the problem with those videos is they're great for a few days, and that's it. And as soon as the card's done, they're irrelevant, aren't they? Who is going to be interested in watching a prediction video after the fight has happened? So I think if you're going to do that kind of work, it makes more sense to do something that's going to always, you know what I mean, be watchable, rather than something that's a prediction, and then once the fight's done, that prediction is irrelevant. I mean, someone might go back to watch it to see what you predicted, but not many people, in all fairness. So I think I did think that. And I did think, a prediction video would be good. But then I thought, in a way, I feel like it's got a shelf life of about 2 days. And in the grand scheme of time, that's not much time, is it? That's not very long shelf life. So I need something that's maybe got a little bit of a longer shelf life. How do chocolate and lemon cupcakes sound? If they're high protein, low fat, then they would sound good. If it's not that, then I would say no thank you. My body, as I'm sure you can tell, is a temple, right? I'm not messing around here. Yeah, I would pass. Right, in regards to the UFC, there's not going to be anything for a little while, probably about 5 minutes, 10 minutes, just because they tend to do 2 fights every hour, and the first fight got cancelled, and the second fight has finished, so we're probably going to have to wait for the next hour. I've just got Langston and Co. on screen at the moment. And to be honest, because I have been watching the UFC, I couldn't even tell you who was leading in this, but I can see Madison Square Garden, and it is empty. This broadcast is it's on the Zone, and it's called Before the Bell, I think, or something like that. Yeah, Before the Bell. And it's basically, maybe even before the doors have opened, these 2 fighters going at it. Do you want to see RK Bros split? Not bothered, but if they stay together, fine. If they split, fine. Don't mind. You could do profiles on upcoming UFC fighters, says Ryan. That would have a longer shelf life. What are your predictions for next week? I haven't even looked at it, mate. We do these shows every weekend. My focus has to be on that weekend. So my focus has been, I have not even looked at next. I know Thug Rose is on it. I know it's Oliveira and Gaethje. I know it's a massive card. I know I'm massively excited. I also know that, I think, is it the Sunday? It's WWE as well. So we've actually got 2 days. Next weekend's a massive weekend, but I haven't even touched it. But I've been all about Taylor Serrano, the undercard for Taylor Serrano, UFC tonight. I've spent days on just getting research done for that. And so my next week will be spending days on the UFC card. I mean, I can tell you I've got Thug Rose winning, and I can tell you I've got Charles Oliveira winning. Going further down the card than that, though, I haven't paid it any attention. Do you see CM Punk turning heel before his match against Hangman? No. Don't think so. I mean, maybe he might heel it a little bit so that he goes into that as a heel, but I think afterwards he'll go back to being a face. I only read about Undertaker and Chris Kanyon today. What are your thoughts on the chair incident? Was Undertaker out of order? Is that where he, walloped him? Have a look. God, of all the things that I was not expecting to have conversations on. Concussed him with the hardest shot you'll ever see. It's violent and probably irresponsible is what people are saying. I mean, I don't know, man. Is that on Dark Side? I haven't seen that Dark Side. I haven't seen that episode of Dark Side on Chris Kanyon. Is that where you saw it, where they were talking about it? I remember it being... I couldn't tell you the background to it, but I remember it being a horrific chair shot. So, I mean, my thoughts on it are he was probably a bit out of line to do it. I can't really see much reason for doing that. I mean, business is business, do you know what I mean? That's kind of stepping out of line. Right, I think we've got a preview for our next fight coming up. This is going to be... Let's change this over. We don't need the stats. It's going to be Levy and Nathan Levy against Mike Breeden. Here we go. That's better. It's better. That feels a bit better. Maybe it's a bit small, but if you're on a phone or something. But listen, I can't do everything here. I'm trying my best. What I would have liked to have done, actually, is had me in the corner and had the stats thing bigger. But I don't want to be in the corner for Serrano and Taylor. And I couldn't find a way of having me in the corner and then changing me to his. It's all messy. But anyway, we are where we are. Here we go. Breeden against Levy. This is a lightweight fight. And Levy is well-rounded. He fights in Syndicate MMA. He's a hot prospect. He's a good wrestler, grappler. Not the highest output. He's got good body kicks. Doesn't manage his distance very well, but he is coming in as minus 240 favorite. He's taken on Mike Breeden, who likes to throw hands, make it quite scrappy. A brawler. He is hittable. He's a Brazilian Jiu-Jitsu brown belt, and he is quite aggressive. I actually think this is quite close, and I actually think this could go decision. And I'll go with Levy on this. I think he is well-rounded, but I think both have got strengths and weaknesses. So I'll go with Levy. Levy fight starting. Levy for the win, says Bonkers. Edward enjoyed Cinderella last night. I am glad, my friends. I am glad you enjoyed it. 5 first-round finishes for Mike Breeden. He is, as we said, got a Brazilian Jiu-Jitsu brown belt. So he is stepping inside the octagon. If you are just joining us, we are watching UFC at the moment. We always do, each weekend, even if the card isn't the greatest thing in the world. So we are watching. We're up to round 4 in Co versus Langston as well. And we will be flipping back and forth between this and the UFC and the boxing. Only fighter on the active roster to fight out of Israel. So there we go. Making his way down, we've got Levy. I've not seen The Dark Side. It was just an article. Okay. I'm feeling depressed, says Retribution. 90th minute, my £100 Aka was coming in. And they exceeded. Listen, you know, you can't be surprised. Retribution. This happens every weekend. You know, Akas are hard, aren't they? This is where they've said, like, it's better to do them as individual bets. I think Akas, you get eye-watering odds and you can get close, but it's that getting close and just failing that's the whole part of why Akas grab people's attention, because you get close and it feels like you're close. I just need this. But how often does it actually come through? So I would be really tempted to stay away from Akas. But hey, if you enjoy it, as long as you're having fun, that's all that matters. Right, do you know what's great? We are now on BT Sport, which means I don't have to keep flipping between Fight Pass and DAZN. I've got DAZN there. I've got UFC there. I'm happy. I'm a happy boy. Fighting! Here we go. We've got Bruce Buffer doing Bruce Buffer things. Fighting! Who is that? Big E Langston. Yes. He's not really injured. He is now boxing at Madison Square Garden. Right, both of these UFC fighters getting their intros. I don't know if the doors are open at MSG now. We're still a little way away from, obviously, the main event. I think they said the ring walks in the main event in about 5 hours. So we got about 5 hours to go, but, oh my God, we've got so much to get through in that time. We've got a whole UFC card to get through. We've got a really good boxing undercard. The boxing's in round 5 of this first fight. So round 5 for the boxing. I don't want to put the rounds on for the boxing because I don't need a million things to keep updating. As you said, our attention more with UFC until we get to those fights closer to the main event. But right now we've got Levy and Breeden. And Breeden in black, Levy in blue. Levy driven up against the cage, and good takedown there by Breeden. And there is the stats. What I wanted to do, actually, I did still want to tweak this because there's no names, is there? And that is a bit of a problem for people to know who is who. Who do you think is the next Tyson Fury? Well, there's a few English guys coming through. You've got, like, Daniel Dubois, but I don't know that there is another Tyson Fury, to be honest. I don't know that there's anyone that's got his abilities. I mean, I think there's some great heavyweights coming through, but I don't know that there is another Tyson Fury. Do you know what I mean? I mean, that's got his boxing ability, that can move like he can, that's got the power that he's got. He is very, very unique, and you know, that's why he's regarded as one of the greats of this generation, if not of all time. I know he thinks he's the greatest of... he was saying he's the greatest of all time, of course. Right, there we go. You can now see who is who. I'm doing so much here. I'm doing God's work. Both fighters in the center. High kick coming in by Levy, and he is looking for a heel hook. He's grabbed the leg there of Breeden and taken him down. That's good work. That's really good work. Oh, he's let it go. That felt like he had a real opportunity there, and he let that opportunity go. I would say from a ring IQ point of view, I think that's a bit of a black mark against Levy there, because he's managed to grab the leg and get Breeden down, and he was really twisting that ankle, but and he just let it go. Strikes coming in by Breeden. Breeden just walking forwards. Kick coming in. Nice strikes coming back by Breeden. This is in the lightweight division. Levy is on the back foot, getting driven back against the cage a little bit here. Breeden having a little bit of a look, trying to see if he can fight. He likes working and throwing in those body kicks. Nice kick coming in there by Levy. Levy backed up against the cage. Nice right hand. And again, knee coming in, but that was well blocked. Timeout because low blow. We've got 2 minutes, 1 on the clock. We've had 3 minutes of round 1. It's too simplistic to say stop betting. It's an addiction like drink and drugs. The highs are hollow highs, and the lows are crushing lows. Alex said, I think you should eat another WWE cake. I don't think they do it anymore, to be honest. Caught the leg, said Joseph. Yeah, he did. He went for a knee, didn't he, to the body, and it seemed like it was blocked. I don't know if it was blocked or if he was like just going to kick at the same time. I don't know if he blocked it intentionally, but yeah, it was an interesting defense. Whether it was intentional or not. But 2 minutes left on the clock of round 1. Kick coming in, leg caught there by Levy. Breeden still edging forward. There's not much in this round, but I must admit I'd likely be leaning to Breeden. He's only 3 significant strikes behind, but he's actually 2 takedowns up. He's managed to grab the leg. And Levy has got Breeden's leg again. Oh, that looks nasty, man. He's really twisting it as well. And again, Breeden has escaped. He's escaped again? Damn. He's managed to get out again. How has he let him get out? Yeah, he's got a lovely heel hook on him, but I can't believe he's let it go twice. But he's done well to get him in it a couple of times there, Levy. Strikes coming in by Breeden. It's actually a fun first round, this one. That first fight was pretty good. And as I said, this has been a fun fight. A fun round. Strikes coming in. Breeden moving forward. Levy trying to get Breeden down. And he does get him down. He's got him down over by the side of the cage. Into the clinch, Levy in control. It's a really close first round. 30-odd seconds to go here between these two. Coe and Langston are into a final round over there. We're into the 6th round. In this one, we're getting Levy and Breeden. We're getting to the end of round 1. And Levy is round the back of Breeden. Knee strike coming in. Levy with a late strike. Champions League is in our handset night. Miss Clown 1, hope you are well. Hope you are well. Okay, they're actually saying to Breeden, we lost that round. So, Levy did pull ahead at the end. Look, he managed to get 2 takedowns and managed to just open that gap up at the end of the round. At one point, it was like 11-8, and Breeden had 2 takedowns to 0. The round actually ended 3 takedowns to 2, and 23-13 for Levy. So I've got Levy winning that. I think Breeden's corner have acknowledged that he's won it as well, and they've said, "Look, we lost that round." So the message that Breeden is getting is that we lost that round. Close, though. I mean, not much in it. And a round that was really going back and forth. Right, we are about to go to round number 2. Round number 2 for the UFC. And the boxing has finished, so we're about to find out who's got the win over there. So we'll keep an eye on that as that result comes in. Sonny, shout out to you. I'm glad you're in your room rental. Very cool. Nathan said, I'm only watching UFC prelims. It is the prelims on at the moment for UFC. There's not many fights, or as many fights this week. I think we had 12. We might have gone down to 11. Nice takedown there by Levy. Levy looking good. Managing to get an early takedown. They have gone over to the fence. I had Levy winning this. As we said, he is well-rounded. And he's really showing that. He's showing that he's a decent striker. He's showing that he can get submissions. It's just, he keeps letting him off the hook that I find so annoying. Lives have got it -120 each, says Richie. The MC at the boxing has got long hair. Yeah, it's Diamante, isn't it, thingy? He's normally does the calls for Matchroom. He's always... I always find him interesting when he does the announcements, because he'll be like, Katie Taylor! He'll do this big thing, and then moments later, he'll just repeat the surname. Taylor! It's like Mr. Kennedy. Kennedy. I don't know why he repeats it. It's like his thing. But like going, Tyson Fury! Fury! So, keep an ear out for that. If you've never seen him before. I've seen him quite a few times. He tends to do a lot of the Matchroom shows. He did Povetkin White. Right, we've got Breeden in control. He's got Levy up against the cage. Levy with 6 takedowns now. 6 takedowns. Jeez. Let's have a look. Let's see where we go in. Unanimous. Still. Ko has won. Ko beat Langston by unanimous decision. Right, in UFC, we've got 3 minutes gone in the second round. Levy has got Breeden in a clinch. Breeden has got Levy up against the cage. We are into the second round. We've got 1 minute 47 to go. Breeden just teeing off. Lovely head movement. Breeden's come back with his striking, but you can see that Levy has had quite a bit of control time, and the takedowns have been really good for him. Really good. Strikes coming in by Breeden. He's closing that gap a little bit more. Is it starting to swing in Breeden's favor? I tell you what, though, Levy driving Breeden back, and a lovely roundhouse kick there. Strikes coming into the side. Breeden might be in trouble. He's getting back up to his feet, though. Levy was starting to work some ground and pound, but Breeden getting back up to his feet here. And he's got him over against the side of the cage, dragging him back down. Still a minute to go. This is good for Levy. Another takedown. The number of takedowns here, insane. And again, it seems to be that the rounds are quite close, and then at the end, Levy just pulls ahead. That's what he did at the end of the first, and that's what he's doing here as well. I mean, look, he's managed to get to 9 takedowns, and look at that gap, 44 to 26. So Breeden does all this hard work and then gets to, like, the final minute and a half, and then we see Levy just, like, pull ahead. Madness. I won't forget the Vince quote. Be back soon. I don't have any food or drink. 8 seconds to go. Nice kick coming into the body. And that's the end. That is the end of the round. So we are going to a round number 3. To be honest, I've got to say that that's another Levy round. I think that Breeden did really well up until the end and then got blown away. Levy needs to work on the takedowns. He needs to finish him. Finish him. Alexis said, "Where is Hasbulla?" I just couldn't fit him on. Couldn't fit him on. He's having to sit this one out. Fun fact about Hasbulla, he can't stand women. Can't stand them. So as soon as he found out that this was Katie Taylor against Amanda Serrano main event, spat in my face. That's what he did. I think it's disappointing. I think it's very disappointing. In ye olde days, announcers' voices echoed through arenas. It doesn't happen with modern equipment. Always assumed he repeated the names as a nod to the old days, maybe. Is that what it? Do you think that's what it is? I've always just thought it was like a gimmick thing. Do you know what I mean? Just like something he's known for. I didn't really put like those kinds of thoughts in. Or, like, yeah, could it be a clarity thing? Right now, the live odds have got it very close, so the live odds might have this as 1-1. I've got Levy 2-0, but looking at the live odds, they've got it 1-1. Strikes coming in. 2-0 to Levy, says Brian. Simple kind of man has got it 2-0 to Levy as well. I agree. I think it's 2-0 Levy. Quite surprised at those live odds. But then the live odds have been a little bit crazy at times in the past as well. And, you know, quite often I don't agree with them. Obviously, sometimes, a lot of the time I do. But minute gone here. It'll be interesting. Who knows? Maybe some of the judges have got it 1-1. I mean, you can't be certain. Both guys need a good final round, I know that much. And Breeden is unloading on the body right now. Breeden looking good. There's not been much so far to get excited about for Levy. He tried for a takedown, couldn't get it. Strike coming into the body. Breeden ending strong. Nice counter shots coming in there by Levy into the clinch at the moment. Breeden breaking away. Levy again looking for a takedown, but it's stuffed by Breeden. Again, swing and a miss by Levy. Levy does seem to have gassed out a little bit here. Breeden is the one that is coming forward and definitely looking better in this round. Definitely. Okay, we've got our second fight starting. Levy with 44 head strikes. Breeden with 24. Nice body shot coming in there by Breeden. Breeden really is looking the better here. Half the round gone. Levy on the back foot. Oh, he's caught him again there. He is doing so good in this round. Nice shot coming in by Levy. Breeden is just like a man possessed here. I think he knows that he needs the finish, to be honest. That's how he looks to me. He looks like a man that knows that he needs to get a finish. Nice strikes coming in by Breeden. He's got Levy up against the side of the cage. We've got 1 minute 44 to go. I would give this fight to Levy unless Breeden does find a finish. But God is putting it on. He's really going for this. Nice uppercut there by Levy. A comeback, says Alexis. Levy is gassed, but still dangerous, says John Doe. Legend Killer, hello, shout out to you. We've had over 400 votes. If you are watching and you haven't dropped a like, leave a like. It makes a big, big difference. Breeden going down here. We've got some drama. Levy coming back. Breeden might have gassed himself. He might have unloaded. Again, it's just another example of Levy being battered throughout the fight and then coming back with like a minute and a half to go. Significant strikes, 23-13, Levy, round 1. 23-14, Levy, round 2. Breeden dominating significant strikes in round 3. I mean, look, Levy's got significant strikes advantage. He's well ahead on takedowns. Oh, my God. Look at them shots straight down the middle by Levy. He's ending the fight on a high. Yeah, I don't know if he was, like, keeping something back for the final minute or so, but it's sort of like Breeden has got 4-minute cardio, and as soon as we get to the final minute of each round, like, he seems to come off second best. Lovely head movement here by Levy. What a great fight. What a great fight, and it goes the distance. That, for me, is Levy, but I don't know. Breeden definitely gave judges something to think about. In the boxing, we've got Davis against Nicholson. Nicholson, smiley, man. She's been lovely, actually. She was really excited for this. She's got a big smile on her face. She's coming into... she is trying to... She's the first Australian to fight in Madison Square Garden. It's her third fight in 10 weeks. She's 2-0, Sky Nicholson, 26 years old. As you said, fighting out of Australia. She's improving all the time. She won Commonwealth Gold in 2018. She's a 2020 Olympian. So, this is not a bad little fight that we've got now. I'm looking forward to this. Should be a win for Nicholson. Hoping she can get the job done. But Nicholson against Davis about to start, and UFC going the distance. All right, here we go. UFC judges. 29-28, 29-28, 30-27. It's got to be Levy. It's got to be. Yeah. Levy beats Breeden by unanimous decision. Gets the job done. I mean, it shows, doesn't it? Live odds going into the third round had it even, pretty much. And I must admit, we were sat here going, I'm pretty sure this is 2-0 to Levy. And it was. All the judges giving it to Levy. Unanimous decision, 29-28, 29-28. Because I think if he did lose, then he would have lost that third round. If he did lose a round. I'm watching the Boxing on the Zone Boxing YouTube channel. Oh. I don't have it on YouTube. I've got it just on the Zone's website. 6 rounds of boxing here, and as we said, Nicholson, first Australian woman to be boxing at Madison Square Garden, former 2020 Olympian. I don't remember any bad stuff between these two at the press conference, but smile on the face of Nicholson. Lovely. The left hand there by Nicholson. She's actually got her hands down. Just feels like she knows that she can outclass this girl. I called it. Levy wins, said Joseph. Moldy Spoon, hello. Daz said Days Taylor, 100-1 win in round 1. Yeah, I don't see that happening. I can't see round 1 being the when she's gonna win it. I mean, if she wins it, I think she wins it on points, to be honest. But Soul said yes, I was stressing. I felt pretty good about that. I felt pretty good about it. I didn't think that that was going to be in doubt, to be honest. Felt pretty good. Not sure what our next fight is in the UFC. I think, according to this, it's Green. Green against Laney's. Let's pop that up a little bit. There we go. Serrano by knockout. Welcome to America via Puerto Rico, says Trey. 1-1. I wanted to go 0-11. Joseph says, on to the boxing. Yeah, it is like constantly bouncing between the two. It's pretty crazy this week, but it's a lot of fun as well. It's a lot of fun as well. I love the fact we've got such a big event going on at Madison Square Garden. This is definitely the week for it. Just seeing Rob Font. So they're just doing a little video package on him. I think for me, Nicholson won that first round in Davis versus Nicholson. From what I was seeing, lovely left hand. Her fighting style is really weird. Like, she tends to just keep this hand. Like, she doesn't have like much of a guard. She's got this hand ready to throw, and she's kind of keeping this one hand as a guard. She's got this one hand out there, and like just loves to like throw these left hook shots. Winging hook shots to the head, to the body. It seems to be how she does a lot of her damage. It's just with those left hook shots. This hand is back here, and it's always ready from Nicholson. And it works as well. I mean, she's just walloping Davis with it. Davis getting through, though, with some jabs and a few cluster of shots. But it's like the big power shot. Kind of feel like I'm playing a video game, and like I'm not bothered about jabbing away. I just want to hit power shot, power shot, power shot. It's just like boom, boom, just constantly throwing this left hand. There is the right that's working occasionally, but it is just this big left hook that keeps coming in. Oh, that's a lovely left to the head as well. It's a really fun little fight, this, actually, with Nicholson and Davis. Really fun little fight. End of round 2. Props to Levy for coming back and dropping Breeden after Breeden dropped him with a nasty knee in the last round. We need a full card prediction from Sonny so that we can make some money. That's true. That's true. Although there was a wobble last week. Do you know what I mean? My concern is that she's going to start getting good at this. That's my concern. You know, the more she watches, the more she learns, the better she'll become, and her picks might start landing, and we don't want that. That's not what we're hoping for at all. We want her to stay, you know, where she is, horrific at doing this predicting malarkey, so that we can go the other way. So, Sonny, shout out to you. You know it's nothing but love. Retribution said, I was stressing over Leave 2 after Mazani killed my first parlay. I didn't want it to happen again for my second parlay. Fight of the night contender already, said Thick Boy. Maybe, yeah. It was a really fun fight, that one. This card is just not a great card on paper. There's not really many fights here that you would look at and go, yeah, that matters. It's got high stakes type thing. There's just a lot of UFC debuts, people on losing streaks. It's really lacking, like, some star power. It's got Arlovsky, but, I mean, this is an Arlovsky that's well past his best, you know. I think that you do get this when you're on the verge of a massive card. It's not unusual, you know, like those big juicy fights next week, aren't they? But as I said, perfect week for Taylor Serrano, this perfect week. Gable Green looks as greasy as a young Robert De Niro. Yeah, he does. Right, we are underway with round number 3 of Nicholson and Davis. And we've got good work by Nicholson, as we said. Just constantly working, throwing out that jab. Big power shot coming in. Davis... her strategy just seems to be trying to close in, get in close, get a few flurries off. But for me, she's losing this fight. But it's really fun to watch. And you know what? Nicholson is in there, and she's just got this big smile on her face all the time. She just seems to be really, really enjoying what she's doing, so fair play. Jotko against Mearshart has got high stakes, says Ben. Yeah, I suppose. I mean, as we get into that main card, that's is it our Coco main event? So, that one's got a bit more riding on it. The only thing for that, though, is, you know, middleweight division. Adesanya's got that on lockdown. And, you know, you've got Vettori. You've got a few fighters that are around. Whitaker, of course, as well. I don't really know where Jotko or Mearshart are going to fall in that mix. I kind of feel like I can't see either of them getting to Adesanya. Let's put it that way. I can't see it being a case that they're going to. I just can't see them going on to do anything. I suppose in a way Romanov is quite interesting, but. He's going up against... Isn't he like one of the heaviest favourites in the history of UFC? Romanov is in action taking on Chase Sherman. Romanov's coming in as a minus 1,400 favourite. But I think if you want to talk about exciting up-and-coming prospects, Romanov is 15-0, 4-0 in the UFC, in the heavyweight division. And definitely has got potential. Definitely has got some good potential. So I'm kind of interested for that one. It's just a shame he's going up against Chase Sherman. They needed someone for him. Chase Sherman had been cut famously, and they had to bring him back and give him like loads of money so that they had an opponent for Romanov. So yeah, it is lacking. There's no two ways about it. It is lacking. Nicholson is promising, says Joseph. What Who does everyone think will be on the next London card? Aspinall confirmed again. Is he? The only problem with that London card is I don't really see how you can make it much better. You could probably put Darren Till on. You obviously can't put Leon Edwards on. Edwards is going to be fighting Usman. I don't know that he'll be able to do that London card as well. I sort of feel like it's going to have predominantly a lot of the same people. Aspinall, I think Meatball Molly is confirmed. So I think she's on it. If you've got Meatball on it, you've probably got Paddy the Baddie. So I'm guessing it's going to be Molly. It's going to be Paddy Pimblett. Aspinall again. The Aspinall, I wonder who, will he be fighting Tai Tuivasa or someone? I don't know who he will go up against, but it's got to be someone juicy. And they will look to give London a juicier card than it got last time. Last time it was a great, just to have be back, just to have the UFC back. It was great for that. But this time they're going to give them surely something to get, you know, really excited about. Who it's going to be, I really don't know. Curtis Blades is who they're saying. This was 36 minutes ago. Curtis Blades against Tom Aspinall. Both heavyweights have agreed. Blades coming off a huge knockout win over Chris Daukaus in March. Aspinall continues to impress. So they've got Gustafsson on the card against Krylov. So the current lineup is Blades, Aspinall, and Gustafsson against Krylov. They've got Johnson against Makayev. He is good up-and-comer as well. So those three fights actually look really good. You put Paddy Pimblett on that and Meatball Molly on that. That actually looks like it's shaping up to be a decent fight night. London confirmed for July 23rd, but it could clash with Anthony Joshua Alexander Usyk. So Joshua Usyk is believed to be July 23rd as well. So, oh my God. I mean, it might be another one of these situations where we do Joshua Usyk as the big banner, and we just have to try and watch UFC as we build towards that. 'Cause there's no way that Joshua Usyk will clash with UFC. If it's in London, UFC... Oh, actually, we might even have a chance to do 2 separate streams. Till versus Hermansson is confirmed. Is it? Is that on? Romanov tonight is the highest favourite in UFC history, says Ben. That's crazy, isn't it? Nicholson is promising, said Joseph. Yeah, she looks good. We're in round 5. Just looks really solid. Keeps throwing out those big power shots, and I expect her to get the victory here. We've got another London card. We do have another London card, July 23rd. Right. Linnaeus. Let's find our notes. So that I've got notes absolutely everywhere for all these different fights. Okay, so Green against Linnaeus. Green is 1-1. Won his last fight in February of 2021. He's got 9 finishes out of his 10 victories. He's well-rounded. He's got good jiu-jitsu and he mixes in his kicks well. He's not really known as an elite striker, but he's got decent kickboxing. He's not great off his back, but he should win the fight if he gets out of round 1. Round 1 is going to be very, very dangerous. He's taken on Linnaeus, who has got big power. He's got a big right hand. Making his UFC debut. Came through contenders. He does slow down, as we said. If it's going to be in the first round, I would expect him to get the job done. As it goes on, I think Gabe Green comes into the fight more and more. So I've got Gabe Green surviving that first round, but it could be a little bit touch and go. There could be some nervy moments in that first round. But I've got, it's in the welterweight division. Linnaeus comes in as a -185 favourite. Gabe Green at +160. So yeah, I've got Green getting through the first round. Put Fury on the UFC London card, says Finderbin. Apparently it is going to be Curtis Blades, says Thick Boy. Tai Tuivasa Cyril Gane is a month later. Have they got Tuivasa Cyril Gane? That is definitely something that I'm not very good at, and that I just don't look at those kind of fight rumors and everything. I think it's the pandemic that has really stung me. I'm just so used now to fights falling off cards, I just don't really pay fights attention when they're booked, because I just wait for the week of the fight, really. I know, obviously, the big cards coming up, like, you know, next weekend, we've known about for a while. We knew that Carla Esparza was likely to be Thug Rose's next opponent. But just genuinely, I just don't tend to pay it much attention because so many fights have fallen off over the years. But that'll be fun. That'll be good. Cyril Gane against Tai Tuivasa. Sky Nicholson is winning. Well, I don't know if you're ahead of me, but I've got I was going to say I'm not quite there yet. Yes, Sky Nicholson does get the victory. She did very well, Sky Nicholson. Very, very well. Green is favourite. Your odds are old. Green is now the favourite. Oh, really? These are from, when would they be from? About 48 hours ago. So have they swung around now? Wild. Is Dana White Contender Series a developmental thing? Not developmental. It's a way of bringing in fighters that, you know, are they UFC quality, basically. And yeah, if they win a fight, then they tend to get the contract. But it's not like NXT or anything like that. Green, second round submission. It'll be interesting to see how Till does against Hermansson after Till has been training with Chimaev, who recently out-wrestled Hermansson. How much can you learn, though, within that time? Do you know what I mean? Like, Chimaev ain't going to be able to teach Darren Till everything that he knows and fight the fight for him, and, you know, his ring IQ, his decision-making, all that kind of stuff. Don't know. I'm a bit torn as to Till. Just is a busted prospect for me. Gabe Green getting his intro. It's interesting. Green, Linnaeus, William Hill are -110 each, says Brian. God, we're all over the place. I've got Green as an underdog. Some of you have got Green as a favourite, and now we're hearing that it's 50-50. Pick 'em. Right, we are about to get underway with this third fight then. Green versus Linnaeus. Will the fight go the distance? Yes, +180. No, -250. This is round number 1. Joseph, shout out to you. Right, we are underway, but Linnaeus is in white. Green is in green, which is great to see. Always annoys me if you're named after a colour and you wear something different. And strikes coming in. Let's just move those stats a little bit. The stats are a little bit off. If you are joining us for Taylor Serrano, we are building towards that. This is our usual UFC stream at the moment, but we are keeping an eye on the boxing as we're going through the undercards. Right now, in our poll as well, we've had nearly 500 votes, and we're at 61% for Taylor, 39% for Serrano. So, people seemingly with Taylor. I don't know if they genuinely expect her to win or if they're hoping she's going to win, but... strikes coming in here by Green. Leg kicks coming in. I feel like these stats are a little bit off. There we go. I was going to say he definitely just landed a leg kick there. Strike coming into the side of the head. Linnaeus standing his ground in the middle. We got Green throwing in some kicks. It's Green that I worry about in this first round. But he's doing all right at the moment. Linnaeus hasn't really got going in these first few minutes. I thought he was going to put him under a lot more pressure and really bring a storm, but that storm hasn't arrived. Low kick coming in there by Linnaeus. Leg kick. Right, next we've got our next boxing fight coming up as well. It's going to be Hernandez who's making his way out, taking on Matty. Matty versus Hernandez. So we're up to 3 fights in the boxing, and we're up to fight number 3 in UFC as well. Nice jabs coming in there by Green, and again throwing out a couple of jabs. Linnaeus does have Green backed up a little bit. 3 minutes gone here. You can see 7 strikes to 3. Linnaeus ahead at the moment. Green is going to win this fight, says Bonkers. Green has got some decent kicks, says Joseph. Gary, shout out to you. Yeah, that Blu-ray does look fun. Here we go. We've got Linnaeus with a takedown. Linnaeus has got Green down, and as we said, there's going to be times in this first round that are going to be quite uncomfortable. He's got a tight squeeze on, and he's looking for a guillotine, but he couldn't get the finish. Kick coming in. Nice jabs coming in here by Green, trying to fight back. Linnaeus is edging this round. Nice leg kick there by Green. 8-5. Takedown for Linnaeus. Just got intros in the boxing at the moment, as we're about to get underway with our third fight over there. Lovely straight right there by Linnaeus. Went for a low kick. It was nicely defended. Green just taking a step back. Nice hook shot coming in by Linnaeus, and he tries to... Oh, strikes coming in there as well. Nice right straight. Just falling short. There's not much in this. I feel like both guys have had some moments, but I would say Linnaeus has looked just slightly better in round 1. And as we said, the longer it goes, the more I favour Green. Green getting some shots off, and nice straight left there by Green. Getting through with some shots of his own. What a time to be alive. And there we go. End of round 1. So we're about to go to round 2 in a second. Yeah, so over 500 votes. If you are watching and you haven't dropped a like, leave a like. We're only on 160. It would be really good if we could try and push that up to 1,000. That would sort of what we always look for is to try and get to about 1,000 or so. So if you are watching and you haven't left a like, leave a like. It's really, really is appreciated as we continue to... it's hard to know really how big this is. It's hard to know how much people have gravitated towards Taylor and Serrano. I mean, I feel like it's just one of the biggest fights of the year. I've said before, it doesn't really bother me how many people join us for this week. If it's not something people are into, if they're not bothered by like women's boxing, fair enough, fine. But I just think it's amazing. I'm so excited for the main event. cannot wait. And there's $1 million on the line as well. Jake Paul and Eddie Hearn have actually bet $1 million as to whose fighter is going to win. And, yeah, it's going to be... there's just lots of little things. I mean, it's Madison Square Garden, first time women in a main event in. It's pound for pound. Undisputed championships are all on the line. It's number 1 against number 2, as we said, in that pound for pound. It's Katie Taylor, who's just like a hero in Ireland. I mean, she's like Conor McGregor levels over there. They had WWE involved as well. Becky Lynch and Bianca Belair were at the weigh-in. They should be on the broadcast as well. I don't know in what aspect. There could be a few wrestlers there. It's hard. They're in Europe at the moment, so it's hard to know. But I know that Becky and Bianca were at the weigh-in. And apparently, DAZN has paid $500,000 to have WWE involved, which I thought was a crazy amount of money, if I'm being honest. But Green is gone down here. This isn't going to plan. Lanise is causing Green some problems in this second round. So Green is down on the ground. Lanise is all over him. Green getting back up to his feet, and he drives Lanise back against the cage. There's a tight squeeze that's being applied here by Lanise. I mean, he's showing that he's not just got that first round to him, which is an interesting development, a good development. Nice straight right there. Couple of jabs coming in. Low kick coming in by Lanise. Lanise on the outsides. I had Lanise just edging the first, and there's I would say he's just edging the second as well at the moment. It's a bit of a problem, this, for Green. But he does stuff a takedown there, but he ends up getting taken down all the same. So down on the mat. Big fan of Katie. She is a huge star. Yes. Yes, yes, yes. It was great listening to Eddie Hearn talk about her, and he was saying like how she had to used to go into clubs, boxing clubs, and pretend to be a boy. Oh, rear naked choke here by Lanise, but good roll by Green. We're down on the ground, and Lanise was trying to choke Green out. Green getting back up to his feet, driving Lanise up against the side of the cage. Lovely right hand. Green moving forward. Body shot coming in. Nice kick coming into the body. Gabe Green's definitely coming back into this fight now. On the feet, and he's the one that's driving forward. Lovely counter shot in there, though, by Lanise. Charges forward, tries to get a knee shot in. He's still 5 significant strikes behind. How are these two? I mean, I tell you, I was going to say, how are they so far out? I don't understand. Nice big body shots here by Green. Green really coming through. He's looking good. Oh, he's dropped him down. This is good by Green. Green pounding away. He's all over him. We might be getting a stoppage soon. And there it is. Green gets it done. Green gets it done in round 2. Lanise is good in round 1. What we've learned is he's good at the start of round 2. But by the time you get to the end of round 2, forget about it. Hey, forget about it. Battered him. Mary Kate said, when is Katie Taylor fighting? We're a few hours away. I think it's about 4 hours. So we've got the boxing on from Madison Square Garden. Fight number 3, Matty against Hernandez. So that is on at the moment. They're in round 2 out of 8 rounds that can go. But we watch UFC every week, so we've got that on as well. So we're building. we're building towards that main event, but there is still a little way to go. But, yeah, that was fun, man. The end of that round was really good. I thought Lanice had it, said Joseph. Taylor is a fraud. A fraud. Well, that is not going to go down well with the Irish. I can tell you that much. Taylor is a fraud. Let's have a read as to why. Taylor is a fraud. Massively protected cash cow. Hasn't she fought like Pursoon twice and like had some really big fights? Pursoon mashed her up. Okay. Taylor got a fixed result. Lost all respect for her after that, says Unicorn Star. Well, I think they were close fights. I'm not going to say that they were fixed results, but I think they were close. And actually, she's had a few very, very close results. I think Taylor comes in a little bit lower in people's expectations because her recent performances have not been brilliant. Eddie Hearn is saying that she just wasn't, you know, as motivated for them. She gave her all in the training, but they're just not fights that excite her. They're just not fights that are going to define her legacy. The fights that this is you bring your A game, your B game, your C game, your D game. You bring every game. You bring Monopoly, right? You bring every game you've got to try and get the win here. She is going to give everything. She's going to be switched on. She's going to be focused. Going to be a game plan. This is a legacy-defining fight. It's all well and good being one of the first women to main event Madison Square Garden in a boxing fight. You don't want to be the first woman to lose a main event at Madison Square Garden in a boxing fight. So it's going to be a barn burner, man. It's going to be a barn burner. I don't think there's nothing fraudish about Katie Taylor. Won Olympic gold. She's had an amazing career. She's got big wins on her records. Definitely there's been close fights, but it's close fights for every boxer. We'll see. According to Hearn and his thought, like, you know, his mindset, he's got her as the greatest female fighter ever. He said this fight won't define that. This fight will cement that. But for him, she's the greatest female fighter ever. But I do concede that some of that isn't just boxing ability, but the fact that she played such a big part in getting women's boxing in at the Olympics. And she has constantly, like, pushed boundaries. And she has been one of the big, if not the biggest, shining lights in women's boxing. Her legacy is assured. Her legacy is undeniable. And the Irish are there, man. The Irish are there. And I am right behind Katie Taylor. I hope she gets it done. I really hope she gets it done. I'm surprised Gaethje is an underdog. I still have Oliveira winning by sub or KO, but I think more people will be betting on Gaethje, says Ben. Not finding the DAZN stream great on Windows. It doesn't display fight names at the bottom. Stops playing if you switch tabs. Do you know what? It doesn't have fight names at the bottom. I don't know if that's on the DAZN website, isn't it? I don't know if elsewhere they put on fight names. I do agree that is missing. It would be nice to have that information. But yeah, we've just got like the round and the clock in the corner, and that is it. I agree with you. I think that is an oversight. That is definitely something I would like. Joseph says, simply put, she's a megastar. She's another AJ. Jake Paul has got my respect for promoting Serrano to get this massive fight, said Justin Cash. I mean, look, Jake Paul is such an interesting character because he's so deeply unlikable. But he's an unlikable person that occasionally does good things. And occasionally, I think his heart is in the right place. So I don't know. I've got like many people, I've got a weird relationship like, with my thoughts about Jake Paul. I think he's brilliant for boxing. I think he's absolutely brilliant. Even if it's just wanting to... I think maybe it's the pro wrestling fan in me, but the pro wrestling fan in me understands you need good guys and bad guys. You need faces and you need heels. And Jake Paul just plays that heel character so well. He is so deeply unlikable that he just plays that role perfectly. You know, from a pro wrestling point of view, is amazing. He's brilliant. From a boxing standard point of view, yeah. I agree. I don't think he'll make it to world champion, and certainly not with his current mindset. Right, we are... I need to write down that other fight, don't I? So, Green beats Lanise. Green beat Lanise. It's like it was ground and pound, wasn't it? Got him in, like, just pounding away on him in round 2. I think we've got Figueiredo's brother coming up next. Davison Figueiredo's brother. Francisco Figueiredo. I'm not even joking. He is his brother. I know many of you know that. We have seen him before. He's not very good. He's all right. He's all right. Versus Figueiredo. Boom. Well, that's all a bit big, isn't it? We need to make that smaller. There we go. That boxer's trainer has an Austin 316 top on. Listen, there's a lot of people that are big fans of Austin 316 in the chat, and I think it's great that he is showing support that way. I don't think it is Austin 316, actually. It's Albo 316. Austin, have you got a brother called Albo? Because he is wearing an Albo 316 shirt. It would be great if we could get Albo 316 to join us in the chat. That would be brilliant. I'd love an Albo 316 to join us. A lot of people say the best of the 316 family, and I would agree. I've always been a big fan of Albo. Funny, handsome, interesting. Yeah. You know, like how one sibling gets all the good kind of genes and one gets just what's left over. I think between Albo and Austin, Albo got all the good genes. So, yeah, it'd be great if he could join us. But if not, you know, I mean, look, we've got Austin in the chat. If, you know, you're interested. Thick Boy says, Jake Paul is good for boxing. I can't work out if he's deluded or just trying to fool the fans who have limited boxing knowledge about beating Canelo. You're talking about a once-in-a-generation fighter. There's no way. Yeah, I think he is good for boxing in the sense of he brings eyes to the sport. I think that he brings excitement to the sport. You know, I must admit, there's a lot of... I mean, there's some good fights in boxing. We watched Tyson Fury, obviously, last week. There's a lot of interest around Jake Paul. Anthony Joshua and Usyk. There's, you know, you got people like Lomachenko, Lopez, Kambosos Jr., but how many of these people really break through the boxing world? Do you know what I mean? Like, how many of people know about Teofimo Lopez? How many people know about Kambosos Jr.? Like, I don't know. I really don't know. I think Crawford and Spence and those kind of people, I think Canelo, obviously, undeniable. But Crawford, Spence, Canelo, I think they do. Fury does. Joshua does. You know, those big boys in the heavyweight division do. But I kind of feel like there's not many of them that really connect with your average Joe. You know, if you went up to the average person on the street and asked them, you know, can you name me 10 current boxers? I genuinely think they would struggle. I really do. I think if you went up to that and just picked a random person in the street and just said, can you name 10 current boxers? I bet you anything they name Jake Paul. I bet you anything. I mean, like, he is like a big name in boxing, isn't he? He's one of the biggest names in boxing. So I think he's good for boxing for that. He's a big star. He brings that big star power. He brings eyes to the sport. He generates headlines around the world whenever he fights. So I think it's good for that. And as he's gone up in quality, it's not cringe. You know, I mean, it wasn't good when it was him against Anderson Gibb. Yeah, that wasn't good. I don't think YouTube boxing was necessarily a good thing for boxing. I know there was the argument of, oh, well, the people that watch it will move on to the proper boxers, but I don't know how much proof or evidence there is that that happened. I really don't. I don't know how many people watched YouTube boxing that got into boxing and now watch it on a regular basis. I'd be skeptical if it was any kind of a substantial number. So I think as he goes up and starts, like promoting, like he's promoting tonight, that will undoubtedly have made this a bigger deal. And as he goes up against other boxers, them just going up against him, it'll get a big shine. The undercard, his undercard will get a big shine as well. So I think it's good for boxing in that regards. He ain't beating Canelo. I mean, I don't know. Look, it's all well. He can say this stuff. Honestly, this is why I say he needs to pick a lane. Because I seriously think that for a lot of the time he says about going up against Tyson, going up against Canelo, I don't think he genuinely is thinking he's going to win those fights. I think he's just looking at the dollar signs. And if you want to be a world champion, I just don't think you can do that. You've got to either pick big, great fighters that are going to challenge you and improve your standards, or you take the money fights and you just get rich. I mean, like, sometimes you can't have both. So, yeah, I am interested to see who he fights next. And, if it is the Mike Tyson one, okay, it'll do a big number, but there won't be a knockout, and it won't affect his record. So that is going to take some away in it. Spence would KO Jake Paul in 4 rounds. Yeah, I mean, look, any of those. I mean, we are talking about people that are on a pound-for-pound list, though. We are talking about some of the best boxers in the world, and I think even by Jake Paul standards, he'd say, I'm not that level yet. I'd like to think he would say that. I would like to think he would throw his hands up and say, yeah, I'm not that good yet. But I hope to be there one day. He turned around to Eddie Hearn, and he said to Eddie Hearn, he was like, look, get me any fighter on your cards that is 10 wins or below, and I will beat them. And Eddie Hearn was like, right, yeah, I've got 100. I've got 100 that would love that opportunity. And he was ready. He was ready to make the fight there and then, but I don't know if anything comes of that. I kind of feel like Jake Paul's mouth gets him into a bit of trouble sometimes, because I don't think he really wanted that fight. There's no money going to be in that fight, is there? If he takes on a random Eddie Hearn fighter who's less than 10 wins, there ain't no money in that. Nothing significant. People will watch it, but it won't be anything significant. So I think it was his mouth running away with him, to be honest. I'd imagine afterwards he was like, "What? What did I agree to that for?" Jake wouldn't even beat Tommy Fury, so putting him in the same conversation as Canelo is a crime. It is a crime. It is a crime. I mean, look, the thing is that he can go around saying it, because until the fight actually happens, he can say it, can't he? He can say what he wants. I could walk around saying that I could beat Canelo. I obviously couldn't. Wouldn't stand a chance, but I could go around saying it. And also, he plays that heel role so well. So well that he can go around saying it, and, it's designed to do is wind you up. And eventually, if they do end up facing, because it's a good payday for Canelo once his career's actually done. If they do end up facing, then it's just brilliant, isn't it? It's brilliant for Jake Paul. What a fight. Just think of the buys. I mean, the buys for that. If Jake Paul was still undefeated, taking on Canelo, that would be the fight everyone would be like, he's going to get knocked out. I've got to watch it. He's going to be knocked out. Canelo's going to knock him out. And that is the one thing everyone wants to see. Jake Paul can't lose. He just cannot lose. I mean, what are you gonna wind up Jake Paul for losing to Canelo? I mean, Jake Paul will be like, it was Canelo. What do you expect? He's one of the greatest boxers of all time, pound for pound. I went in there, tried my best, had a few moments, but yeah, I lost to Canelo. He can't lose. I mean, he's so annoying. Nathan says, a proud Irishman here. I hope Katie does the job tonight. What is your prediction? I just found the channel right now. To be perfectly truthful, I can't even stress this enough. I so desperately want Katie Taylor to win. Right now, I feel Irish. Right? I'm so desperate for Katie Taylor to win and get the job done. I admire her so much. I think in sport there are quite a few heroes, of course, but I think genuinely Katie Taylor is right up there. When you want to talk about some of the biggest heroes in sport, I think Katie Taylor is right up there for what she's done for women's boxing and for the people of Ireland, because she's made them proud. 20-0. She's pretty much achieved everything. All she's got now are just some big fights, big opponents, things to cement her legacy. But actually, like, winning championships and everything. She won all the belts in her division. She's a hero. Now she's going to main event Madison Square Garden in the biggest fight of her career. So want her to get it done. I think, we were talking about this earlier, I think there are ways that she wins. She's going to have to, it's all going to come down to her conditioning for me and her cardio. She's got to avoid the power of Serrano, because Serrano does have power. 44 fights, 30 knockouts. She's got to avoid that, but she is technically the better boxer, in my opinion, of the two. I was saying this at the start of the stream. I think Serrano has got the power advantage. I think that she has also got the aggression advantage. I think that she's got the conditioning advantage and the cardio advantage. I mean, like Serrano, for example, if you remember in London, she was like, how about we make this 12 3-minute rounds and we'll do it like the boys. Now, that was clever by Serrano. That was clever. I don't care what she says. She did that on purpose, right? She did it on purpose, not for equality, right? Jog on, yeah? Forget that. No way. She did it because she knows her cardio is better, and she knows that 12 3-minute rounds, she wins the fight. She wins the fight. Katie Taylor has gassed out in recent fights in 10 2-minute rounds. If you make this 12 3-minute rounds, Serrano wins. Serrano wins. So to sit at a press conference and be like, how about equality and we'll be the same as the boys and all this? And there might be a tinge of truth to that, but jog on. Katie Taylor saw it a mile off and was like, I don't think we need to do that for equality. Shot it down straight away, and rightfully so. Rightfully so. You don't train your whole career doing something, like, sparring and everything. Your whole career, 2-minute rounds, and you spar 2-minute rounds, and you train 2-minute rounds, and then you rock up to a press conference and they want to change the rules. Jog on. Jog on. That's like being a football team and turning up to a press conference and the other team goes, how about we play 4 halves? You'd be like, no. How about we don't? So I thought it was cheeky of Serrano, disguised as a way of making out that it's a way of getting equality. It is something that I think women's boxing needs to move to, but it needs to be something that is established right at the start of a training camp. When the contract is signed, it's in the contract that it's 12 3-minute rounds. Both fighters know it. Both fighters train for it. And then you go off and do it. No, you don't just go to the first press conference and spring it on your opponent. So, yeah. I was firmly with Katie Taylor on that. And but I do hope the women do move to it eventually. But I think if she can keep her cardio up, I think she can do it. I think if she can keep the cardio and the conditioning up, I think she can win it on points. She can't let her concentration drop. If she lets her concentration drop, she's in big trouble. Serrano is going to be moving forward. She's going to be the aggressor. Serrano is going to bully Katie Taylor, or at least try to bully Katie Taylor. It's such a close fight. It's such a close fight. There's nothing in it. There's nothing in it. You can flip a coin. You might as well flip a coin. Heads for Serrano, tails for Taylor. And that'll give you just as good as a chance of predicting this one. I've seen about 10 pros, male and female, predict it, and I think it was like 5-5 on predictions. Ariel Hawani, who a lot of people listen to and enjoy, has gone with Katie Taylor on points. So, just something to think about. My heart says Taylor. My head says Serrano. I'm going with my heart. So that's it. My heart says Taylor. My head says Serrano. I'm going with my heart. Tap. Oh my God, we've got to finish already. Figgy's got a win in a minute. A minute and 18 seconds. He's managed to get a heel hook, I think. I just looked up. I was literally about to go, right, let's go to this Figgy fight. He grabs the leg and he wins. Figueiredo gets the victory already in the UFC in fight number 4. That is a big win for Figgy. That is something that he can hang his hat on. So, De Silva was the one that got the takedown. Figgy was on his back. Ah, it's lovely knee bar. Yeah, it's a knee bar. It's a knee bar. He's pulling back on the leg. He's got so the leg is straight and he's bending the knee the wrong way. He's bending the leg the wrong way. So it was a knee bar that he had. 1 minute 18 of round number 1. Submission win for Figgy. I don't even know if I got a chance to actually flip and break the fight down. God. What a night. What a time to be alive. Edward said, it's in Serrano's home state. She was born in Brooklyn, New York. Yeah, I mean, you got to think that'll be a help. But I don't know how much of a help. I mean, look, Anthony Joshua was fighting at Wembley Stadium. He lost to Usyk. And the other thing as well is the Irish. There's a big Irish community in New York, and the Irish have travelled over as well. The Puerto Ricans have it also, but I bet it's not going to feel like a Serrano home crowd. I bet it's 50-50. So, don't know, man. I don't know how much there's going to be in it. Figgy wins. Yeah, that's fight number 4 done of UFC. Figgy wins it. He was so bad, but Silva was an idiot, says Sol Martin. Yes, we need Sonny's prediction, says Albo 316. Albo 316. Yes, welcome. And amazing that Albo 316 is already a mod as well, which is absolutely brilliant. Albo, shout out to you. What you gonna do? Officially, my favorite 316 in the chat. I absolutely love. I'm an Albo 316 stan. 8 wins by submission for Figgy. De Silva is a jiu-jitsu brown belt, so respect, says Thick Boy. Unicorn Star said a massive Irish community. Yeah, I think it's going to feel like 50-50 there. As I said, my heart is with Taylor, but my head is saying Serrano. I think if I was a betting man and I had to put money down, I honestly, I'd probably put it on Taylor. Only because I'm going to be rooting for her, and I don't want to have to root for her, but my money be the other way, if you know what I mean. I suppose that way you don't really lose. So that's always a positive. If Taylor wins, brilliant, I'll be happy. But I will lose money. And if Serrano wins, I'll be sad, but I win money. So I suppose, I could go that way. This fight between Mati and Hernandez is in round number 8 of 8, by the way. So we are building towards the conclusion. Albo 316 for president, absolutely. Absolutely. I want a yes or a no. I don't want a maybe. You've got to pick yes or no. Does AJ win his belts back? Does AJ beat Usyk? I say... I say no. No. I think Usyk. Boxing is about hitting your opponent more times than you get hit, or knocking your opponent out, so it's not a problem. Yeah, the AJ cannot go decision. If that fight goes decision, AJ loses. So the question becomes, can AJ knock Usyk out? That's what the question becomes. Because he can't outbox Usyk. And even Joshua himself has said, forget the sweet science. Forget it. I tried to learn boxing, improve my boxing, and it didn't work. So forget it. I'm going all out aggression next time. What Joshua's going to do is he's going to come forward. And he's going to impose himself. He's going to bully. And he's going to use his size. And he's going to try and win the fight that way. Now, if I'm Usyk, I know that Joshua's going to do that. And this is going to be a problem Usyk's going to face throughout his whole heavyweight career, because he is small. But his hand speed, his movement, his head movement, his footwork, all the skills, his cardio, his footwork, his head movement, everything that Usyk's got is too good. He's too good. He's too evasive. And I can see Joshua coming in, and I can see Joshua getting some shots through. But the question becomes, can Joshua knock out Usyk? Not will Joshua win his belts back. To do it, I think he has to knock out Usyk. So if you answer that question of does Joshua knock out Usyk, I say no, he doesn't. I say he imposes himself, but he's going to get clipped. He's going to get caught. We saw, actually, Joshua at the end of that first fight against the ropes struggling because Usyk has got a bit of power. But also, when you getting tagged and getting hit so much, it gets to you. And as that fight goes on, I really think Joshua is going to get hit more in the rematch because he's going to be coming forward more. He's going to be aggressive more, and he's going to be getting peppered more. And I think he's going to struggle. I really do. I think he's going to struggle. I'm trying to find a way that Joshua beats Usyk, and being physical, imposing yourself, and everything would seem like the right way forward, but unless you can actually knock Usyk out, it ain't going to amount to anything. Nothing's going to change. You're still going to get hit more than you're going to hit your opponent, so you're going to lose rounds, and he's going to just keep losing the rounds. And if Usyk can still get to the judges, he'll win the fight. So I'm going to say no. Joshua would be knocked out 100% if he does that, says Dean. Shola said, AJ needs to bully him. I only want AJ to win so that Fury can come back and smash him. Everyone wants that Fury fight, don't they? In my opinion, I think Iron Mike is the best boxer, says Prod by Natty. Although Ali is close. I think when you see the people Tyson fought, the fact they were huge compared to him and the way that he dominated was amazing, says Prod by Natty. Do you know what was really interesting? I actually listened to... Oh, we got a result here. Unanimous decision win. The Albanian bet. Matty wins 80-72. So Matty beats Hernandez. So we've had Coe winning, we've had Nicholson winning, we've had Matty winning. So we're big convincing win for him. Yeah, I was listening to Teddy Atlas, who was talking about the greatest heavyweights ever. I'm trying to think who went. I can't remember who he picked. I think it might have been. Was it Marciano? It might have been Marciano that he went with. Might have been Marciano. He had Marciano, I think, at 1, and then I think he had Rocky Marciano at 1, but I'd have to double check it. Ali was 2, and I don't think he had Tyson in his top 5, but they've had a bit of a bad history, so it could be connected to that. So, but no denying Tyson. I would go as far as saying he's up there. Don't know. There's been some incredible heavyweights in the past. Incredible heavyweights. Joseph says, right call, Matty is the winner. He needs to bully Usyk from round 1 and smother the little guy. If Joshua loses to Usyk, the only fight to make for him would be against the Bronze Bomber, and that is a fight I would love to see. It should have happened years ago, says Thick Boy. Yeah, it would be a fight that would make sense. I'm sure they probably would look to move in that direction as well. So, yeah, it would make sense to do that. Right, we are... I mean, listen, that last fight was done and dusted very, very quickly. A first-round finish, so we're probably just having to kill a little bit of time. We don't need to kill much time in the boxing. All these fights keep going to decision. So, you know, it's not like we're getting early stoppages and we're having to kill time in the boxing. So the boxing is... filling its time quite nicely. We're just seeing inside Madison Square Garden and very empty still. Very empty. I don't think the show officially begins for a half an hour or an hour. I don't think we're quite at that stage yet. We're about half an hour away from the show officially beginning. But we are getting closer to some really, really juicy stuff. I'm really excited for some of the stuff we've got coming up. And what we can do, actually, is just change over the fight that's on screen, because on screen we're showing Da Silva Figueiredo. But actually, we've only got one more fight to go, and then we're at the main card. So, Romanov against Chase Sherman is our next fight that we've got. Romanov against Chase Sherman. Fight number 5, Romanov versus Sherman. Romanov is, I believe, the biggest favorite in UFC history, minus 1,400, which is phenomenal. So, minus 1,400 for Romanov. He's 4-0 in the UFC. He's big. He looks for ground and pound. He's flashy and young. I think he's a former sumo wrestler. Nasty chokes. He can tire when he's put under pressure. But, yeah, that's in the heavyweight division. Sherman is 3-8 in the UFC. Last-minute replacement. He's on a 3-fight losing streak. He was cut and then brought back just so that Romanov had an opponent. So, he was cut and he was brought back and given a bit of a pay bump. Don't know what the future's going to hold for Chase Sherman after this. If he loses, I don't know if he gets cut again. I don't know if this is like a one-fight deal. But Romanov is expected to absolutely dominate that fight in the UFC. So, Romanov against Sherman. Fight number 5 should be starting in about 5 minutes' time. They're just on pundits at the moment. Over in the boxing, we are just at a little bit of a break. We've just had fight number 4, which was Matty Hernandez. That went the distance. Dean said Teddy Atlas had Joe Louis at one. Was it Joe Louis? Perhaps it was Lewis, Ali, and then Rocky Marciano. Yeah, only watched that the other day, you know. Only watched that the other day. Do you know, you are right. Joe Louis. Isn't Joe Louis the guy that had the fight in 1938 against the German, literally like a year before, and he got the phone call to make sure you win that fight? Yeah. You are right. I think that is Joe Louis. Tonight's stream is brought to you by Albo 316. The best of the 316s, remember. Brackets, Austin sucks. It's a bit harsh, I think, to say that someone sucks. But I think all of us would agree the Albo is our favourite. Is there anyone good on the undercard? Dudes! Is there anyone good? What? Mate, this undercard is great. I mean, not so far, but it gets good soon. The first fight that really gets going for me is Galal Yafai. Galal Yafai is a future world champion. In his first fight, he won the WBC International Flyweight title. He's minus 3,000 favourite. He won gold at the Olympics in 2020. He's from Birmingham here in the United Kingdom. He's one of our kind of bright prospects to go on and be like a legit world champion. He will be fighting. I don't know when. I don't know if it's next. That's the first fight I'm properly looking forward to. I'm really looking forward to seeing Galal Yafai fighting his second pro fight Then you've got the Coco main event, which is Cruz Dazern taking on Cedruz. Dazern is the WBO WBC women's super middleweight champion, and Cedruz is the WBA IBF women's super middleweight champion. We're gonna have one unified champion afterwards. One unified champion. It's so exciting. Dazan is 34. Cedruz is 37. So she's getting up there in age a little bit. Cedruz 8-0 with 4 stoppages. Cruz Dazan 7-1 with 2 stoppages. Really close. Last odds I saw had Cruz Dazan at -166. That's it. And Cedruz was +130. I mean, there's nothing in it. I mean, your Yafai fight, Yafai's -3,000 favorite. You have to put $3,000 down to win 100. So Galal Yafai is expected to win, but Cruz Dazern and Cedruz, little tasty stare down as well at the weigh-in. I don't know if you saw that, but looking forward to the Coco main event. Yeah, that should be a lot of fun. And Cruz Dazern, man, she just looks like a massive star. She's like got this big wig, big hair, comes out, and she's just got like this kind of, she's like the Beyonce of boxing. She looks really, really cool. So I'm really looking forward to that one. Then we've got the co-main event. This is Jessie Vargas, 2-weight world champion Jessie Vargas, who is moving to super welterweight, taking on Liam Smith, who is the former WBO super welterweight champion. And so we've got a 2-time world champion taking on a former world champion. That fight alone, the co-main, could main event this card. Liam Smith is, a decent name here in the UK. As I said, former world champion. Jessie Vargas, I feel like people know Jessie Vargas, 2-weight world champion, big name in the sport. He's actually moved into politics now, but he is still fighting as well. Eddie Hearn said you wouldn't believe, he never disclosed how much, but he said you wouldn't believe how much I'm paying just to have that as the co-main event. Like, the undercards is costing him so much. He's admitted he's overspent on the undercards. And but he said, like, if you've got a show of this magnitude, the undercard, you can't skimp on it. So yeah, he's put Vargas and Smith as the undercard. And then you've got Taylor Serrano. So for me personally, those 4 fights are 4 fights I'm genuinely looking forward to, and really do make, like, this event feel even bigger and even tastier. So yeah, going to be all over those. And then of course we get to Taylor Serrano. That won't be for another 3.5 hours or so, I think, for their ring walk. So got a little bit of a way to go. But that's all right. We're building nicely, and we got the UFC on, and UFC will be going to its main card in about 30-odd minutes. So it's all good. It's all good in the UFC hood. Vargas is one of my favorites, says Joseph. Right, we've got Sherman making his way down, as we said. It is... we've got an intro now as well for... middleweight attraction fight as well. Okay, so this is a fight I'm not too bothered by. I think it's Williams Booker, is it? So Williams against Booker. This is actually for the vacant WBA Continental America's Middleweight Championship. Williams is 25, 10 wins, 8 stoppages. Is from Texas. Good prospects. So, my American friends, this might be one that you will be grabbed by. He's taking on Booker from Stamford, Connecticut, who is also undefeated. I must admit, it's a fight that didn't quite grab me. but I think it is one that will grab my American friends. So we'll keep an eye on this. As we said, 10 rounds for the WBA Continental America's middleweight title. Booker coming in at plus 400 underdog. Austin Ammo Williams coming in as minus 600 favorites. So that's what we've got coming up. And over at UFC, we've got Romanov making his way down. Thick Boy said, I heard Eddie Earn put $1 million bet on with Jake Paul. I wonder if he's even paying the fighters that much. Well, he won't be paying the undercard that much, but he is paying Katie Taylor that much. I think they are getting $1 million. And Jake Paul actually said that if Serrano wins, he will give Eddie Hearn's $1 million to her. Which, do you know what I mean? He does some stuff that you've got to go, fair play. Do you know what I mean? Fair play. I mean, Serrano has had 44 fights, and, you know, she said that a lot of those fights she's just picked up a few $1,000s. And not even that for her early fights. So, you know, she is not someone that has made millions and millions from boxing at all. She's made money to just keep herself going. So this payday is her biggest payday by a country mile. There's no, like, it doesn't even come close. So $1 million to her, as I'm sure it would be to you and to me, is a lot of money. It's a lot of money. It's a life-changing amount of money. So not only is she getting that, but if she wins the fight, she gets another $1 million. So, as I said, you know, Jake Paul does some stuff that you do look at and you go, oh, do you know what? Fair play. He is a tool, but even tools have uses. Like a hoe. He's basically a hoe. Jake Paul's a hoe. That's what I've learned here today. Romanov is going to kill Sherman. Do you remember the juicy pink hot pants you used to wear every day, Austin? Never knew how you ended up with skid marks on the outside of your shorts. Albo sharing some stories from his youth with Austin. There will come a point where I will start to feel sorry for Austin here. And I never thought I would say that. Also, we are at the main event of the prelims. Romanov is a betting favourite in all 5 of his UFC fights. His odds now are minus 2,200. Minus 2,200. J14 said Romanov is going to kill Sherman. Right, we've got intros in the boxing, intros in the UFC, and we will be underway very soon. Main event of the prelims. Main event of the prelims. Props to watch. Over, under, 1.5 rounds. Over, plus 240. Under, minus 330. Romanov is expected to just dominate this. He is expected to dominate. We are underway. We got the stats on screen. How is he favoured so much? Well, sometimes these odds can just get a little bit out of control, but I don't think anyone would argue that he is the favourite here. I don't think anyone would argue that he is the guy to beat. Nice takedown there by Romanov. He's managed to get an early takedown in the first 30-odd seconds. They should call the fight over right as it starts, with him being minus 2,200. Austin says, I want a massive upset. It would be the biggest upset in UFC history. Because Romanov is the biggest favourite here in UFC history. The fact he hasn't won already is a disgrace. He should be ashamed. He's got Sherman down. And he's got him over against the side of the cage and is controlling him at the moment. AJ will only win by knockout. It is a fact. But he has the power to knock anyone out. So don't tell me he can't knock out Usyk when he can. Yeah, but there's one thing about having power there's another thing about being able to land a powerful punch on your opponent to actually knock them out. Do you know what I mean? Look at Deontay Wilder. Deontay Wilder can knock anyone out. Is he the world heavyweight boxing champion of the world? No. He's not, is he? And there is no shot in boxing that is more devastating than Deontay Wilder's right hand. So it's all well and good having power. If you can't actually hit your opponent, well, do you know what I mean? It's no good, is it? It's no good. Strikes coming in by Romanov is full mount. Strikes coming into to the head, and he's grabbed a hold of the arm here. He's trying to get a Kimura. He's trying to get... Oh, he's tapped him already. What's he tapped him with? Romanov has won. Chase Sherman's tapped already. I don't even know what he tapped to. Looked like he was trying to get an armbar. At first, I thought he was trying to get it round for the Kimura, but then it looked like he was trying to get it for an armbar. But I didn't see that he actually had it on. Sherman down, strikes, big ground and pound here by Romanov, and that can't be fun, man. Getting legit just punched in the face repeatedly. I mean, look, I'm trying to see what he does with the arm here. So he's got the arm, and he's trying to get the arm. Look, he doesn't have anything at this stage. I mean, unless he's, like, bending it that way. And trying to... I don't know. He barely cranked it. I know, I'm trying to figure out what he was... I think he was trying to, like, bend it that way, maybe? Normally with an armbar, you would expect to see it like that way. But with this, it was like, as you say, a bit of a crank over to the sides. I mean, look, he's a big, powerful guy. If he starts moving your limb in any direction it's not meant to go, can you blame him for tapping? If he was, do you know, if he even looked at me, I'd start tapping. This card has turned out to be not so bad. A lot of first round finishes. I think we got a win here in the boxing as well. First round victory in the boxing as well for Ammo. Williams getting the job done. Yeah, Williams seemingly getting the job done here. Actually didn't see. There's people around, so I don't know if there was a knockout there. First round knockout for Williams. First round knockout. Williams wins in the boxing. All the fights in the boxing have gone the distance, so that is our first... knockout win in the boxing. Days Taylor. Oh, hang on, where's... Dang, still cursing with dirty mouth. Elbow going in on Austin. My sportsbook has got Romanov at minus 3,300. I took him by submission at minus 120. Yeah, I mean, Romanov, very, very good. Getting him at minus 120 with a submission win was a good way to play that. So, Romanov getting a victory. We got about 15 minutes. I mean, that was our main event of the prelims. We did lose a fight, unfortunately. And I think they've kept the main card. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. They've kept it a 6-fight main card. So, I think our next fight is going to be... Jotko Mearshot. But that won't be for a while. And I think the boxing might have a little break now as well, because that's just had a first round stoppage. So that's probably going to have to kill a little bit of time. Romanov against Chimaev. There has been talk. Did you see that Mina Riola has passed away? I did. Yes. Sad news. I know he was someone that split opinion, but it's still sad news. Right, let's change this over. Fight number 6. So, is it Jotko next, did I say? Let's get this changed over. Jotko Mearshart, I think. GM3. Jotko versus Mearshart. Boom. Sherman has got nothing in the stats. Ha ha. I've put all my dollars on Romanov. James said, has your FPL done any better today? I don't think so, to be honest. Mine's done better. I don't think so. I think mine struggled again. I think I'm limping over the line towards the end. I think I had Trent Alexander-Arnold. I had 21 points so far. 21 points. Salah, yeah. I must admit, I was looking and I was like, I just don't know who to captain. I didn't know who I should captain. I was looking at people and I was like, man, I don't know if Salah's... It's going to be a hard game against Newcastle. I don't know if he's the right way forwards. De Bruyne, I was like, he might get rested. I don't know. I probably should have gone with Kulu, to be honest, as my captain. I ended up going with Salah. He played for 20 minutes. So I got the captain wrong. De Bruyne didn't play. Alexander-Arnold didn't play. Robertson did and kept a clean sheet. Cancelo did, kept a clean sheet. But Sanchez kept a clean sheet. I mean, I'm all right. My team's set up for the rest of the season. I'm just going to leave it, really. There's not really any changes that I want to make there. I'm quite happy with it. It's just if they're going to get rested, then I'm gonna struggle. You know, the resting and the rotating is a little bit of a problem for me. But we'll see. We'll see how it plays out. We'll see what we end on. You know, it is what it is. If I limp over the line at the end of the season, then so be it. My primary focus in the Fantasy Premier game is I'm trying to beat my score from previous years. My best score ever, I think, is like 2,280. I'm on 2,170, so I need 100 points. I need 100 points, and I've got 3 weeks to get them. I would like to think I could do that. Who knows? I mean, it could, you know. I'm not ending in a blaze of glory. I'm limping my way over the line, but it's been a good season, so I'll take that. Watkins and Ward-Prowse got me some points with a goal and assist. Allison and Laporte with clean sheets. Very good. Shola said I went for Son as captain. I've got 40 points with 2 players left. That's very good. Seeb said Taylor Serrano isn't the place to be. Let's be real. If you want to see a proper fight, you should be all over Shakur Stevenson. I think Shakur Stevenson is an excellent fighter. I think to say if you want to see a proper fight is disrespectful to what is going to be a historic moment in boxing. I think you're wrong. I think this is absolutely the place to be. I think a sold-out Madison Square Garden being headlined for the first time in 140 years by 2 fantastic female boxers. Katie Taylor, you know, what she means to the people of Ireland, and Amanda Serrano, and not even just, you know, the history and the importance of it, but genuinely the skill that will be on display. You know, I think this is absolutely the place to be. It's no shade on Stevenson, a wonderful boxer. And Eddie Hearn was talking about that. He said, I think it's Bob Arum, is it, that put that Shakur Stevenson fight on. Eddie Hearns said, like, I spoke to Bob Arum and tried to get him to move that fight, not for our benefit, but for his benefit. Like, the eyes of the world are going to be on Katie Taylor, Amanda Serrano. That Stevenson fight is just not going to get the recognition that it deserves. It's just not going to have the eyes that it deserves. They have been able to get it so that Taylor Serrano will finish before Stevenson, so that it is possible to watch both. But it was, Kate Taylor and Serrano was booked first for this date. The Shakur Stevenson fight was actually added afterwards, so they've decided to put it on this night. And if to be honest, I hope it backfires on them. I really do. I think it's pretty moody to put such a big star and a big name in Stevenson on the same night as this kind of big historic moment. So no doubt in my mind as to which way I was going, and I'm quite comfortable that this is absolutely the right place to be. Bunkers says, Diaz was my captain. Fighting Fun Times. Dork Knight said, I need a competitive dream team next year. Sonny is 5-0. Good job we're ignoring you this week. Good job we're ignoring you. Can't be having you giving out bad information. Can't be having you picking winners. Where's the fun in that? Someone bet money on the people I choose. You're going to win big. Jotko is going to win this next fight, says Bonkers. We're a little bit off, to be honest. We're a little bit off the Jotko fight. We've still got about 8 minutes to go until the start of the main cards. And then we've also got to get over to, they'll have about 10 minutes preview and all that kind of stuff. DAZN just went down here. I don't know if it's affecting other people as well. I've just got a message saying that DAZN connection has failed, which is pretty wild. I'm just going to reset it. That better not happen during our main event later. I'll tell you what, I will not be appreciative of that at all. I am 5-0. The curse is broken. Sonny says, you're ignoring me this week. Only your picks. Only your picks, because I just got a vibe last week that you were starting to turn it around. I just got this vibe that you were starting to turn it around, and I didn't like it. So this week I've made a decision that it's probably right to just ignore you. Hasib said, I don't understand why Taylor Serrano's big. I thought Taylor's last fight was bigger. Can you explain? Yeah, this is big because it's the first time in 140 years that women have main evented at Madison Square Garden. They have been in the theater next door, but in 140 years, the home of boxing, they have never actually had two women main event a boxing event, which is madness if you think that Madison Square Garden is the home of boxing. It's the mecca of boxing. It's, the best arena in the world, the most famous arena in the world. To think they've never had two women actually fight in a main event is pretty crazy. But I think, the standard of women's boxing has obviously had to improve. It has improved. And we've got to the point where we do now have two women that are capable and eligible of doing that. So not only is it the first time in the history of Madison Square Garden, but even if you take the Garden out of it, which is crazy because it's about 18,000 people, which is significant for a boxing event. But even if you take that out of it, Katie Taylor is actually the pound-for-pound number one, and Amanda Serrano is number two. So Ariel Helwani was saying that it just doesn't happen. It would be like Crawford taking on Canelo. It would be like Usman taking on Ngannou. Like the number one best female boxer in the world taking on the number two best female boxer in the world. I mean, you are seeing the best, the absolute best. That you can't say that about any other fight. Any other fight could main event Madison Square. Well, it couldn't, but if it did, and you put two women in there, you can't say they're the best two in the world because they're not. It is Taylor and it is Serrano. So you've got the two pound for pounds going up against it. You just rarely ever see. I think he said the last time it happened in men's boxing was 2008. You have to go back to 2008, and I think it was a Pacquiao fight where the number one took on the number two in the pound for pound. You don't see it in MMA. I mean, you see number one against number two in their divisions, but not the number one pound for pound taking on the number two pound for pound. I don't know if that's ever happened, actually. Maybe back in the old day when pound for pound first came in, who knows, but it's not something you tend to see. Katie Taylor, undefeated as well, 20-0. She's a massive name here in the UK. Won a gold at London 2012. And really, even Becky Lynch said that she remembers training to wrestle in Bray, Ireland. And even then, back in like 2002, 2003, local people knew who Katie Taylor was and knew she was going to be a big star. And since then, she's just raised her profile on the world stage. And as we said, most notably, 2012 winning Olympic gold. Eddie Hearn said the other day she had to fight in an exhibition fight to show the Olympic Committee what women's boxing was all about and the standard of women's boxing. And they watched the Katie Taylor fight, the Olympic Committee, who didn't want women in the Olympics boxing. They watched the Katie Taylor fight, and after the fight, they were like, yeah, we'll put it in. So she played a massive part in boxing getting added to the Olympic schedule. So this woman is a trailblazer. She's a legend. What she's done for women's sport is incredible. She absolutely deserves this platform. The idea that right now, tonight, we've got the two best pound for pound in anything going up against each other is pretty exciting. You could tell me that the two best pound for pound tiddlywinks players are going up against each other, and I'd be like, oh, it's interesting. The two best pound for pound Monopoly players are going up against each other. I'd be like, oh, I wouldn't mind watching that. Is that on YouTube, is it? Or how do I watch that? Like, I honestly, I'd be pretty pumped for it. But, yeah, with this being boxing and women's boxing and being a combat sport as well, I mean, it's right in our wheelhouse. I've been watching Katie Taylor quite a bit throughout the years. I've seen about a quarter of her fights, like, live and in full. And then, highlights of others. And just, she's always been around. I mean, as I said, she's a big star over here. She's a big star. And then Amanda Serrano, 44 fights, 42 wins, 30 knockouts. She's now got Jake Paul, right? So if you want to just talk about the hype factor, Amanda Serrano, we've watched on this channel and done watch-alongs of her fights on this channel. And Katie Taylor. Do you remember when we did Povetkin White? Katie Taylor was on the undercard, so we watched Katie Taylor. And Serrano was on the undercard of Jake Paul against Woodley. Both times, I think. So we've seen a few Serrano fights. We've seen a few Katie Taylor fights. And, here they are on this massive, massive stage. And not only that, just to add even more to it, all the belts, the WBO, WBC, IBF, WBA, all of the titles are going to be up for grabs in the lightweight division. I think Ring Magazine's on the line as well. Amanda Serrano, 7-division world champion. She's won. Only Manny Pacquiao has won titles in more weight divisions than Amanda Serrano. He's done it in 8. She's done it in 7. Katie Taylor, as we said, the undisputed lightweight women's champion of the world. WBO, WBA, IBF, WBC. She's got them all. And that makes her only one of 8 boxers to hold all of those titles in history. It just keeps going on. And then you've got the £1 million bet that was made as well at the press conference between Jake Paul and Eddie Hearn. There's $1 million at stake here between these two promoters. So they're both backing their fighters. Eddie Hearn said that, he's told his daughters when he wants them to be like Katie Taylor when they grow up. And she's really, inspirational. And I wouldn't miss this for the world. I said before, I don't care if, no one joins the streams. I don't care. I am watching this fight. This is a fight I've been really looking forward to. And Ariel Helwani was asked last year, what is the one fight you're most excited for this year? And out of every fight that he could choose, he said Katie Taylor, Amanda Serrano is the one fight he's most excited for. That is the one fight that he wants to see. And then it got made. So... if you are watching and you haven't subscribed, hit that subscribe. It really is appreciated. We are building all the time towards the main card, and we are really at a point now that I am very excited about, because I think the only boxing fights that are left are the big, exciting fights that I'm really looking forward to. As we said, Galao Yafai going to be in action. He's an Olympian from 2012. Cruz Dezern against Cederuz. They're going to be in action. Cruz Dezern just looks like $1 million, man. She looks awesome. She is minus 166 favorite for the undisputed super middleweight championship. Vargas taking on Smith. So much to get excited about. So much to look forward to. So much to, as I said, get pumped about. And then not only that, we do have UFC on as well. So it's good. It's exciting. I'm very much looking forward to the start of what I think is the real card. I think when Cruz Dezern comes out, that's kind of the start of the real card, the proper card. S. Bassett says, $1 million bet between two promoters promoting a fight a lot of people won't watch. Surely it's a publicity stunt. I don't know if I can agree that a lot of people aren't watching it. I mean, I don't know. I'll be very interested. I don't know if they'll release the numbers. But, I mean, there are... It's, they've sold out Madison Square Garden. I mean, I really like Katie Taylor. I'm a big fan of Taylor. I really appreciate her. I think she is everything that we've said, inspirational, all that good stuff. So, I don't know. Perhaps I am in a minority that's, like, really excited for this and it just doesn't bother anyone else. But I think to downplay this fight is to really do it a disservice. I think it really is. I think the women have worked so hard to get to this stage. And I can't be the, it's like UFC. I can't be the only one that wants to see big fights every weekend. And I don't care if they're men or women. Do you know what I mean? Like, I get it. I can't wait for Thug Rose next week. Could you imagine if UFC still didn't have women in? I mean, I love Thug Rose. I've loved watching Amanda Nunes. I've loved watching Valentina Shevchenko. Ronda Rousey just blew the doors off the place as well. I kind of feel like the women provides more fights to look forward to, more dream matches, more excitement. It's more. It's just more. Do you know what I mean? Like we got the men killing it. We got in the UFC. We got the men killing it in boxing. We got the women doing really well, killing it in UFC. I mean, Valentina Shevchenko. I mean, they've got Joanna against Zhang Weili coming up in UFC. How exciting is that fight going to be? First one was a barn burner, man. It's a barn burner. The first one's one of the best fights I've ever seen. And now they've got them going up again. So I think you just have to look at what women are doing in football, what women have done in tennis. Look at Serena Williams. Women do not have to justify themselves here at all. At all. The fact it's even a conversation, I think, is really disappointing. But, hey, look, it is what it is. It is what it is. They, have had to fight this their whole lives. They've got to the point now where they're at Madison Square Garden. If people aren't going to tune in, then, well, do you know what? They miss out, don't they? That's my view on it. If they don't want to tune in, then they're the ones that are going to miss out on what I think is going to be a really entertaining, unmissable fight. I think it's going to be so exciting. I'm really pumped for it, man. Really pumped. I should have been doing the promotion for this. I'd quite happily sit there just waving the flag for these two and, shouting about how exciting it is. I think that the DAZN coverage might have just ended for a few minutes. I've just got the thing on now. It's just got a DAZN graphic. So it says that the actual fight coverage begins in about 20 minutes. So about 20 odd minutes. Taylor Serrano fight night. There's just a little thing that's kind of circling around, a little video package at the moment, showcasing both women. Finn DeBin, shout out to you. I'm back. Thug Rose is going to win by sub, and Chandler by TKO. Who is your favourite fighter on this UFC card? I gotta be honest. I mean, I really don't think this is a very good card. I said that at the start. I always like to be honest. I think if I sit here and say, "Oh my god, I'm really excited for summer," I think it's important people know I'm being genuine, and I really mean it. Like, I really mean I am excited for Katie Taylor Serrano. I ain't that excited for anything on this UFC card. I mean, I think Font Vera was an exciting main event, but Font came in overweight, and it's just completely ruined that fight for me now. I don't know, and it doesn't feel the same. I think Romanov is someone I'm really excited by, who we just saw in the heavyweight division. He is a big prospect who I think is now 5-0 in UFC. So he is definitely someone that I would say is maybe my pick, but there's not much in it. There's no one here that I'm really going to fly the flag for. I mean, I like Arlovsky as a legend. I love legends. I mean, for him to still be fighting at 43 is stunning. But, yeah, probably him or Romanov. No, there really isn't really anyone on this card that I'm that crazy about. Big respect for doing the streams. I've looked around. You're the best. It's a good community. You know your stuff, and it's good to see a genuine fan rep the sports. Thick boy, shout out to you, dudes. Really appreciate the kind words. I'm just the same as all of you. You know what I mean? I'm just a fan of it. Just really love it, just like all of you guys. I do try to watch tape and watch press. I mean, God, I couldn't have watched any more about Taylor Serrano. I've watched, I think, every interview. I've seen the sit-downs with Ariel Helwani. I saw interviews on DAZN. I saw the weigh-in. I saw the press conference. I saw the press conference in London. I've even watched them on the Today Show when they appeared on there. I've watched loads this week. That's why a lot of people ask me, like, "Oh, are you doing this stream? Are you doing that stream?" And it's like, sadly, this does take time to like get all this kind of stuff done. But I think it does make these Saturday streams better. Hopefully, it does provide, you know, some information that's quite interesting. I suppose in a way, like, if I watch all that stuff, then it means, you know, maybe other people don't need to worry about it as much or something. Like, you know, it's hard. It's hard to watch everything. But it's worth it, though. There's some really good, useful information out there, so I'm really looking forward. Another one as well that I found was Katie Taylor has had 20 fights. Amanda Serrano has had 44. Taylor's had 164 rounds. Serrano's had 182. So even though Serrano's had more than double the fights, she has not had double the rounds. There's not much in between them because Serrano keeps knocking people out. So her fights don't go that long. So she's had 182 rounds. Taylor's had 164. There's only 18 rounds in it. So they're actually, you know, not a million miles away when it comes to experience, pro experience. When it comes to how many rounds they've fought, there's only about half an hour fight time difference, to be honest. So it's another interesting little fact. Who is your favourite Smith brother? Mine is Callum Smith. I don't know, to be honest, I mean, I think they're both fantastic. I think Liam Smith is someone that I've got a lot of respect for, and I'm really looking forward to watching him tonight. I don't know. I kind of think I just get excited for their fights. I don't know if I have a favourite. I don't know that I have a favourite. I think that like if it was Callum fighting tonight, I'd be really looking forward to it. If Liam's fighting tonight, so I'm really looking forward to that. I think it's a great co-event, so I don't think I got one, to be honest. There's not really much to, like, separate them in my mind, if you know what I mean. Thick boy, shout out to you. And the Odd Football Stream respect. No worries, man. Appreciate the kind words. Huge MMA fan said the fight is so good because it's a power puncher versus a better technical fighter like women's Fury Wilder. I am so pumped, says huge MMA fan. Shout out to you, dude. That's a really good point. Yep, that's a really good point. I think that Katie Taylor, for me, is the better fighter. I think she's got really good ring IQ. I think that she is a bit more active. She's very fast. She's got good speed. I think that she works the body well, mixes it up really well. She likes to get in, get back out, get her shots off, get out of range. She is... her style of fighting is a little bit exhausting, and it has shown as fights have gone on that she does slow down. The reason why there's a lot of people that have gone with Serrano is if Kate Serrano can go the distance, right? I mean, Serrano wanted this to be 3-minute rounds, 12 rounds. So we know that Serrano can go the distance. She is going to be fine. And that power will be there from round 1 to round 10. So there's no problems on that front, right? So we know that Serrano can carry that power through. But Katie Taylor is going to have to avoid that power. She also needs to not fade, because she could be winning this fight on points, get to like round 8, start to gas a little bit. And if you start to gas and your hands are a bit heavy and your movement's a bit more laboured, there's a good chance you're going to get caught. And if she gets caught by Serrano, we know Serrano's got power, and we know that she will be able to, I don't want to say knock out Katie Taylor. I think she would rock Katie Taylor. The way I look at it is this. What will be, because this is, it feels to me like a 50-50 fight. If Taylor wins, she wins on decision. If Serrano wins, she wins by knockout. Is the knockout likely? Flip a coin. Flip a coin. We don't know if Katie Taylor is going to be able to go 20 minutes with her style against Amanda Serrano and weather whatever storm Serrano brings. I can't see Taylor knocking out Serrano. Taylor knocking out Serrano, I just don't see. Katie Taylor's had 20 fights and only stopped 6 people. So it would seem very unlikely that she'll stop Serrano. This, to me, comes down to, does Taylor go to decision and keep up the pace that's required, the focus that's required? Boxing is incredible. It is incredible. It is like the sport of gods. You've got to have your concentration level so high for so long. Do you know what I mean? I know, like, 2-minute rounds, people will be like, look, you can easily concentrate for 2 minutes. Be in there for 2 minutes against someone for 2 minutes as they're, like, trying to probe and find a way through and set traps and feint and throw you off guard. And do you know what I mean? Like, it mentally, honestly, for like 30 seconds, that would be exhausting. 2 minutes is, 3 minutes, and what the guys do is, incredible. But, even 2 minutes for the women is still incredible. And Katie Taylor's style means that she needs to do all that. Set traps, ask questions, make Serrano uncomfortable, try and drive forward, get in, get her shots off, get out without being hit. Head movement, good footwork. There's like a billion things to think of at the same time. Like, the respect that I've got for boxing. I do love boxing. I think a lot of us got into combat sports through boxing. Certainly, probably for my generation, we did. Frank Bruno, Lennox Lewis, Mike Tyson, Evander Holyfield. Those are the names for me as I was kind of growing up. I watched fights, their fights on TV. So yeah, I was kind of watching those, but as UFC grew, then obviously, what's this over here, and it kind of gets your attention, doesn't it? So right, we've got fighting. Bruce Buffer doing Bruce Buffer things as we're going to Jotko Mearshart. Jotko, decent cardio, looks to bully and grind up against the cage. He's a striker, good speed, good takedown defense. He's got a few chin questions. He's a points fighter. He can lack a bit of power. He's taken on Meerschaert. I quite fancy Meerschaert to get the win here. Meerschaert, high-level Brazilian Jiu-Jitsu. Durable, good body kicks, good boxing, decent cardio. I just think he's got a bit more. So I'm going with Meerschaert. I think he's got the experience advantage as well. And we are up and running with Jotko against Meerschaert. If you are just joining us, Young, Levy, Green, Figueiredo, and Romanov have won so far tonight. We had a little bit of a break there for about 20-odd minutes. Little bit of a break. We didn't have a break. UFC had a break because Romanov winning in round 1. So meant that there was about 10 minutes at the end of the prelims that they had to kill. And 15 minutes at the start of this show. In regards to the boxing, that will start in about 15 minutes' time. 15 minutes for the boxing. Nice strike coming in here by Jotko. Meerschaert responding as well. Jotko 6-2 up at the moment. 6-2 up at the moment. Nice strikes coming in by Jotko, and he's doing a really good job of getting his shots through. Arlovsky or Collier, who has it? I've leaned to Arlovsky. Nice 1-2 straight down the middle by Jotko. When does the boxing start? Boxing has already begun, actually. We've had 4 fights so far, but it was the early undercards. It's just adding a little break right now. It's about 15 minutes till that card begins. So we are getting closer to it. We've been talking a lot about Taylor Serrano. Right now, we're just watching UFC. We have actually started the main card. 6 fights on the main cards. We've got Jotko and Meerschaert. Jotko, 14 strikes to 5, and he's grabbed Meerschaert, driven him back up against the side of the cage, and he's got him up there at the moment. Nice strikes coming in. Again, if you are watching and you haven't dropped a like, leave a like. It makes a big difference to how the stream does, and it really is appreciated as we continue to build towards Taylor and Serrano. Nice strike coming in by Meerschaert. Lovely counter hook there by Jotko. Both fighters in the center, and Meerschaert getting tagged quite a bit here. Meerschaert definitely getting tagged quite a bit. Nice right hook. It is good work so far, this by Jotko. You can see really pulling ahead. Is ahead by 10 significant strikes. 3 minutes gone in round number 1. We got 2 minutes on the clock in round 1 as this is in the middleweight division. Nice counter shot coming back by Jotko. Meerschaert just having to weather a bit of a storm, but we know that Meerschaert is a decent, durable fighter. He's got experience. There won't be anything here that he's not seen before. Low kick coming in by Meerschaert. He needs to just kind of get into a bit of a groove. It doesn't feel like he's got into his rhythm yet, Meerschaert. Jotko definitely ahead in this one. Jabbing away, throws out a nice straight right. And again, into the pocket. We've got Meerschaert edging forward. Nice shot coming into the side of the body by Meerschaert. Got just over a minute to go. Low kick coming in by Meerschaert. And Jotko edging forwards. 23-11 is where we are in this one. 1 minute left on the clock. Low kick coming in by Jotko. 44% of Jotko's strikes have been getting through. Just 34% by Meerschaert. Jotko 23, Meerschaert 11. Which is where we are with the unofficial numbers. Those are from the UFC website, by the way. 40-odd seconds to go at the moment. Huge MMA fan said if Katie wants to win, she's got to reserve her energy, use her higher ring IQ. I want to read that. That looked a good comment. If Katie wants to win, she's got to reserve her energy, use her higher ring IQ. It's the perfect fight for women's boxing. I am so hyped, man. What is your prediction? Mine is Amanda Serrano by stoppage, says huge MMA fan. My heart wants Katie Taylor. My head says Serrano. When I look at it, I think what is more likely? Is it more likely that Taylor can get the fight to decision, or is it more likely that Serrano will find those shots that put Taylor down? And I don't think there's much in it. I mean, I would say 50-50, but I don't want to sit on the fence. So I'll say 51-49. It's more likely Serrano gets the stoppage. I think that it's more likely, because Katie Taylor has got to be perfect. Serrano doesn't. Serrano doesn't have to be perfect. Serrano is going to lose rounds. She doesn't need to be perfect. She just needs moments of perfection. She's got 20 minutes where I expect her to lose rounds, but I expect her to have moments. I expect her to be coming forward and trying to land those big shots. I think you have to say, is it more likely that this person is going to be perfect for 20 minutes and fight to the perfect fight, the game plan, all of that? Or is it more likely that this person, who doesn't need to be perfect, finds those few big moments and gets the win that way? And I think I'm going to go 51-49. It's probably more likely Serrano. But that doesn't change the fact that my heart wants Taylor. I'm right behind Taylor. I'm going to be willing Taylor on. And I'm right with you, mate. I'm right with you. Hyped. Hope Arlovsky wins, but he is older and his jaw is a bit iffy, says Stratton Klein. Right, first round to Jotko. We are underway with round number 2 in UFC. So, round number 2. Obviously, for those of you that don't watch UFC, this is the main card. They do shows every weekend. It's not the biggest of cards this week. Next week is. Very much looking forward to next week. So it's not the biggest card, but still, you know, the good thing about UFC is it doesn't really ever let you down. It's very rare you see, like, from start to finish a bad show. There's not, I mean, even today we've had some great moments, great finishes, really good fights as well. The Levy-Breeden fight, the second fight, was excellent as an actual fight. And we've seen first round finishes, submission wins. We've had quite a few things. So you're always going to get entertainment from UFC. But as we said, main event tonight, Katie Taylor, Amanda Serrano. Strike coming in by Jotko. Taylor by decision all day long. Hope you're right, dudes. I hope you're right. Jotko edging forward. Mearshart on the outside, trying to get a straight shot down the middle. Nice leg kick coming in. Mearshart, as I said, trying to get into a groove here. Losing that first round. Needs to make sure he doesn't lose this one. Yeah, it is true. There's a real lack of volume from Mearshart here. Jotko is 20 significant strikes ahead right now. 20 significant strikes. And even in this round, so round 1, 24-11. Round 2, 15-5. Jotko is out-voluming Mearshart. He is absolutely out-voluming him. Mearshart trying to get... Jotko down. He's got him driven back against the cage. Jotko has reversed the position and is throwing in knees into the legs of Mearshart. Mearshart down to one knee. Up against the cage, and Jotko gets back up to his feet. Nice reversal by Mearshart. Huge MMA fan says, I feel like Katie will struggle with the pressure that Amanda puts on her in the later rounds. and try to firefight with her, that's where she'll get stopped. Troy reckons it'll be Taylor 20-1 after tonight. KK said Dazan against Cederuz. Who wins? Good question. Really close fight. Dazan comes in, I think, about -160. Cederuz is about +180. Cruz Dazan does have a loss on her record. She doesn't have really great stopping power. I think she's only stopped 2 of her 7 wins. And as we said, she does have a loss on her record. That loss, though, was to Shields in, I think, what was her debut. So I think she's on a 7-fight win streak. She's got good heart. She's tough. She's got home advantage, reach advantage as well. It's going to be really hard against Cederuz. Cederuz, 8 wins, 4 stoppages. Good footwork, well-timed combos. I might be leaning to Cederuz, you know. There's not much in it. I mean, as I said, -160 plays +130. I just think that, I mean, Dazan, she's great. She's a great fighter. As I said, she's going to be aggressive. She's tough. She shows great heart. But I think the better boxer between the two, I think, is Cederuz. So I'm going to go with Cederuz winning that. I'm going to go with Cederuz, but I got no confidence in it. I ain't got much confidence in anything tonight. It's so close. I think that's what makes the card extra exciting, though. I think if this was, do you know what I mean, like Serrano against, I don't know, someone else that Serrano was like a massive favourite in, 8 minus, you know, even like Tyson Fury last week was -600. So, I mean, you know, he was a favourite. We've had bigger favourites, but he was still a firm favourite. Whereas tonight, Katie Taylor is +125. Amanda Serrano's -140. I mean, again, there's nothing in these fights. There's nothing in them. If you think that Fury and White was -600, plays about, I think, was it +450 or something? These fights are so much closer than that. So much closer. So, yeah, again, I don't want to sit on the fence. I'm going to go with Cederuz and I'm just going to go with my heart, Katie Taylor. Going to go with my heart. Dana White told me that getting hit by Amanda Serrano is the equivalent of being hit by a Toyota Prius on the German Autobahn. Will he ever, like, live that comparison down, do you reckon? It was a wild comparison. Wasn't it about... Who was it about? Was it about Ngannou? Ngannou or Lewis? I can't remember. Right, we are underway with round number 3. And for me, it is 2 rounds to 0 for Jotko here. KK, shout out to you, dudes. Really appreciate the support. I hope everyone's excited. And looking forward to the big... main event that's coming up. As we said, that show hasn't even started yet. We haven't even started our Taylor Serrano coverage. It starts in about 5 minutes' time, so we are building towards that. We are getting closer towards it, but we're not quite there yet. Here we've got, as we said, round number 3 in this middleweight contest between Meerschaert and Jotko. Again, if you are watching and you haven't dropped a like, I'm sure you have. We've asked for it a few times, but it does massively help. Makes a big, big, big difference. And we do like to try for the big streams to get to 1,000. I can't get a gauge as to how big this is, but as I said, equally, not bothered. You know, this is just a fight I would never miss. Right, we've got Jotko in there. Meerschaert goes to... He's so slow. He really does look slow here. Meerschaert just looks really slow. Just seems to be lacking volume. I really fancied him to be able to use this Brazilian Jiu-Jitsu. And actually, he's managed to grab the arm. And they are down on the ground. Maybe there's an opportunity for Meerschaert to use that Brazilian Jiu-Jitsu here. That's what I was expecting, but this has been on the feet more than I would have liked. I think Meerschaert has really struggled to get takedowns. He's managed to get 1 out of 3 that he's attempted. So he's on the bottom at the moment. We've got 3 minutes to go. left in this round, round number 3. He gets back up to his feet, Mearshart, and he's driven Jotko up against the side of the cage. So he's managed to get him up against the side of the cage. So Mearshart is in control. He's doing well here. He's got him up against the side of the cage, but he needs to get a takedown. He needs to find a finish. And he's not finding any of those things at the moment. And he's running out of time. He's got 2 minutes 20. He said it was Ngannou that hit as hard as the Ford Escort. Is it Ngannou? I want to fight the person below on the undercard. Oh, it's Johnny. It's going to be Dort Night Johnny. Johnny, shout out to you. Strikes coming in. We've got kick coming in by Mearshart. Jotko stumbles back. Looking for a takedown. We've got 1 minute 50. 1 minute 50 in UFC. Is Mearshart on his back? It's hard to see Mearshart getting a win here. It's going to have to be a late submission if he is. We are going over to Madison Square Garden, and it's still very empty inside there. Laura Woods she's everywhere, man. She's on Sky Sports, she's on Talk Sport, she's in the ring at Madison Square Garden. I don't know if this has been filmed live or if it was pre-taped. I'm guessing it might have been pre-taped. But, yeah, we have gone over to the coverage for Taylor Serrano. 50-odd seconds to go. Mearshart is on and is back. Are you watching Taylor Serrano? Yes, absolutely. The show has literally just started. Taylor Serrano hasn't. We won't get ring walks on that for about 2.5 hours. So we got about 2.5 hours to go with some great fights underneath, but we got about 2.5 hours to go until Katie Taylor makes her ring walk. Mearshart looks like a deer in the headlights his entire fight against Hamzat. Days, where is your timestamp? I don't know what that means. I can't stand Laura Woods. She's jarring. Shola says, I don't like her. Oh. Strikes coming forward by Mearshart. Jotko. And there we go. Goes the distance. And that is sure to be a victory for Jotko. Short. Do you know, I'm even writing it down. Jotko beats Mearshart by unanimous decision. I've decided it's going to be unanimous. Laura Woods, Tony Bellew. Did you hear about Chris Kamara leaving Sky? I didn't, no. Dort Knight says, I think Mark Goldbridge will be on TalkSport soon. Okay. Joseph says, not a big Laura Woods fan. Ruru said, did it start? Coverage has started, but there's no fights. And as we said, if you are hoping for that main event, we're still about 2.5 hours away from that at the moment. Right, we just got the decision coming in for Jotko and Mearshart. I'm guessing that's going to be unanimous. Joseph says Jotko takes it. And here we go, Modelo. Okay. Just talking about Zhang Weili. Here is the result. $30-27. Yeah, they've given all three judges. So, Jotko gets the win. Unanimous decision. It's the right result, isn't it? A career best performance, says Michael Bisping to Jotko, who has won by unanimous decision. 24-5, back-to-back wins. So, yeah, very impressive. Cruz Dazan. I don't know what's happened to the Galal fight. I don't know when's that. Because I think the Cruz Dazan fight is meant to kick off the coverage here. So I don't know where we are with that unless Galal Yafai has been moved to the Open. You're not covering Cruz Cederu's fight. Mm-hmm. Yeah, absolutely. I'm trying to cover both. I don't know if that's the next fight or if it's Galal Yafai first or what we're doing or if I've missed the Galal Yafai fight. Oh no, up next is the Yafai fight. So Galal Yafai is up next. So Galal Yafai, that's weird because when they sat down with Cruz Dazan and they did an interview with her the other day, she was saying about how honored she is to open the card, open the show. And now here we are going over to Galal Yafai, so there's clearly been a change there. But Galal Yafai, as we said, London 2020, 2021 really, gold medalist for Great Britain. Really looking forward to seeing him in action. I didn't actually see his first fight when he turned pro. So it will be good to see Galal Yafai. Very fast hands. Flyweight. This is for the WBC International Flyweight Championship. Galal Yafai is expected to go on to become a future world champion. So there we go. That's going to be our current fight. Galal Yafai. Cartagena. Let's change this over. This is going to be our next one. So, Elkins against Conley. Elkins is a little bit of a legend, but he's not looking brilliant anymore. Elkins really is looking pretty rough these days, and a lot of people talking about how his speech is a bit slurred, and it just doesn't seem to be in a great mental place. So I kind of think Conley should win this, but bigger than that, maybe they should look at wrapping up Elkins' career. He's hittable. He lost his last fight in December. He's very much volume over power. He's got a decent gas tank, and, he has been durable, but is that durability going to show itself now? Quite good in the scrambles, but as you said, things just seem to be fading and falling apart, and I've got Conley winning this next fight. Don't forget, next Saturday, UFC 274, that very much our focus. So UFC 274 next Saturday, Oliveira, Gaethje, Namajunas against Esparza. Really looking forward to that. Here comes Galal Yafai making his way down at Madison Square Garden as well. Really hoping for a good performance by Galal Yafai, who is making his way down at the Garden. What a great experience for him. In all fairness, if I was Cruz Dazan, I would be thinking to myself, like, well, the later I go on, the more people there'll be in the crowds. Do you know what I mean? Like, there's a lot of empty seats out there. I believe it to be sold out. I know Eddie Hearn said they'd sold 15,000. I think it holds 18,000. There was about 4 days to go, and he said they were selling about 500 tickets a day. By the time they get to the show, it should be sold out with that kind of last-minute flurry. I mean, if I was in New York, it'd be a no-brainer. I'd be there. Well, I'd be streaming it, to be honest. But if I wasn't streaming it, I'd be there. At least you can get away. I don't know why I hate Laura Woods. Aga, shout out to you. Hope you're well. Do you think you would enjoy an episode of Come Dine With Me that has you, Ariel Helwani, Dana White, and William Regal on? Sure. I wouldn't look forward to the bit where I had to do the cooking. But sitting at a table with those three would be an honour. I mean, God, imagine the conversations you'd have with Dana White, William Regal. I mean, Ariel Helwani, he comes across like a really nice guy. I got time for Ariel Helwani. I like him. I'm not so sure what you would talk to Ariel Helwani about. I think you'd probably be talking to Dana White and William Regal more, but yeah, it'd be cool. I'm looking forward to your fight against Cartagena. I don't know how you pronounce his name, to be honest. He isn't someone I'm familiar with. Wow, he's about to get his intro. "17 wins, 6 defeats, 8 stoppages. Cartagena is how you pronounce it. Cartagena. I do like the fact he repeats the surname. It does help. Fighting out of Pennsylvania, Cartagena. Cartagena. Cartagena taking on Galauify from Birmingham in the United Kingdom. He's got a monstrous record of 1 fight, 1 win, 1 knockout. But he is the London 2012 gold medalist. I remember not only watching him a few times at the Olympics and certainly watching him win the gold, but I also saw his interview when he landed back in the UK. And his family were there to meet him and everything. And he was like, I'm not sure what's next for me. And here he is. Turned pro. And he did get it. So he went out in the second round in 2016. Round number 1, second pro fight. This can go 10 rounds, and Galauify comes out already in white shorts. Cartagena is backed up a little bit, but I mean, this is going to be such a fun fight. You always get like great action when it comes to the flyweights. Nice, those left straights are good by Yafai, jabbing away. And nice counter shots coming in by Cartagena. Galauify trying to... oh, nice. Nice, getting through, straight on the head. Good work by Yafai. He is the aggressor here, and he's all over Cartagena. He's got him backed up. It's a lovely left hand. And again, just got him backed up, trying to get in an uppercut there. Nice body shot coming in by Yafai. He is someone that in the UK we've got really high hopes for. Jabbing away, nice. I mean, even Madison Square Garden. What an opportunity! He is all over him, man. He's putting him away. He's going to put him away. He's got him back in the corner. Galauify is all over Cartagena, but referee comes in. He's got him back in the corner. Lovely strikes down the middle. Referee, I think, just having a word with him about maybe getting his hand around the back. There's been a few times where Galauify has thrown a shot, and as he's pulled it back, he's kind of like, not hit the back of their head, but he's just sort of like ragdolling him a little bit. But this is lovely work by Galauify. Lovely work. There was a bit where he had Cartagena back in the corner. 1-2, straight down the middle. Fast hands, man. He's all over him. Cartagena is just a punching bag. Big left straight. Oh, big smile on Yafai's face. Knows that he's doing the job here, but he needs to make sure he doesn't get too carried away. Stay focused, but my God, it's just all over him at the moment. It's a lovely showing. And as we said, you know, he's only 1-0, but, I mean, like, he is a great prospect, great amateur career, but he's facing someone that's 17-6. Yufai did come in as a minus 3,000 favourite. So, oh my God, that left hand. Cartagena's up against the ropes, in trouble. Referee having to come in, separate them apart again. Nothing on UFC at the moment. We will be going over to Elkins and Conley in a second. I'm wondering if Yufai might be able to get this done. We've got to the end of round 1. Damn, man, that was so much fun. So much fun. He's going to put him away. This is not going to go the distance. Not if he's going to keep working like that. No way. I just wanted to jump onto the Come On Yufai train, says Chalmers. Hasib said, are you doing UFC and Canelo simultaneously like you're doing tonight? Yes and no. I'm going to try. I mean, I've got DAZN, so I'm going to try and have the Canelo fight on. But it's a bit different next week because next week is a big UFC pay-per-view. So you have to go with what you think is the kind of what's going to interest people more. And I think the big UFC pay-per-view is going to take priority over the Canelo fight. So I expect the thumbnail, the graphics, the title, everything to be UFC. But when we actually get to the Canelo fight itself, I will have that on in the background, yes. But I probably won't... I haven't seen the undercard, actually. But I probably won't pay attention to it like I am this card. This is a fight I'm really into. This is a card I'm really into. And it's just going up against one of the weakest UFC cards of the year for me. So it's a bit of a no-brainer as to which way to go tonight. Next week, a bit trickier. I mean, you are talking about the greatest boxer. The number 1 pound for pound. But I think it's a fight that he's just expected to win. I don't think there's much peril in that fight for Canelo. I don't think anyone's expecting Canelo to lose that fight. So I think that does take away a little bit from it, if I'm being honest. How much time is left till the main event? We've probably got... They're expecting ring walks at 3 in the morning. Right now it's 10 to 1. So you're probably looking a couple of hours. But of course, it really does depend how long these fights go. And I can't stress this enough. Yufai is all over Cartagena right now. It's absolutely all over him. It's more of the same. Over in UFC, Conley has got Elkins down. Arm triangle applied. Elkins has managed to get on top of Conley. Elkins' best chance at this might be to try and get something early. Galal Yufai has got Cartagena back in the corner. We've got Elkins in control in UFC. We've got Yufai in control at Madison Square Garden. Lovely shots coming in. Isn't Katie Taylor a 2-division world champion? Yes. But she's these are for the lightweight belts. Is that a 10-8 for Yufai, says Chalmers. Could be. I mean, he dominated. Oh, and he's dropped him! Cartagena's gone down! Do you know what, Chalmers? I don't even think it matters, mate. I will be stunned if we get anywhere near the judges with this. Second round, and he's already put Cartagena down. Referee coming in and just separating them apart. We got 30 seconds left in round number 2. Clinching up, and here we're seeing Elkins asking some questions of Conley. Elkins is doing a really good job in the early stages of this fight. But we're over against the ropes at the moment. Here comes Yufai. Edging forward again. Elkins down on the ground. Is in control against Conley. He's managed to get 2 takedowns already. Nice strikes coming in. And that's the end of round number 2 in Yufai's fight. You could make an argument that it could be 2 10-8 rounds there. Hayden said, let's go Yafai. Martin said, I don't watch much boxing, just some like Canelo, Fury, but I am looking forward to this. I'm cheering for Katie Taylor. Let's go. And Canelo. Yeah, Canelo next week. I mean, it's a big fight. I think they've ended the fight. His corner have ended the fight. The doctors ended the fight. Galal Yafai has won. There's no need for it to continue. It's been 2 rounds of absolute massacring. So, Galal Yafai has won within 2 rounds against Cartagena. And that is a good, solid, big result. Credible result for Galal Yafai, who was expected to win. But, I mean, in that manner and looking that good is kind of sending a bit of a message. He's one that we've got high hopes for, and he absolutely has not let us down there. That is a brilliant showing by Galal Yafai. Over in UFC, we've got Elkins all over round 1, you know. All over round 1. He's doing a great job at the moment. Conley struggling a little bit here. Elkins hasn't been tested. No questions have been asked of Elkins. So Elkins needs to have some questions asked of him, really. Conley's going to struggle to do that on his back. So he needs to try and get this fight up. Back on the feet. Galal Yafai, 233 shots thrown, 92 landed. Cartagena landed 11. That number again. 11. The goal is to land on your opponent more than you get hit. 90 odd to 11. It was absolute domination. Again, if you are watching and you haven't dropped a like, drop a like. We are at 261. 261. We're well behind where we would normally like to be for these kind of streams. So if you are watching, drop a like. It makes a massive difference, and really is appreciated. As we said, continue our way towards Taylor Serrano. What a great fight for Yafai, said Legend Killer. Have you heard AJ has got a new trainer for the rematch? I heard he did bring someone new in, yes. He's done quite a bit of stuff. I mean, as I said, he's scrapped the sweet science. He's not interested in like trying to outbox Usyk, which is the right thing to do, like not to try and outbox him. But the problem he's got is, as he said, like if he's not going to outbox him, he's going to have to knock him out, and is he going to be able to do that? I'm doing well. I hope you are doing well as well, says Aga. Good. What are the chances of Katie and Serrano both getting knocked down? Probably good, actually. Probably quite good. I think that Katie getting knocked down is quite high. I think there's a chance she gets back up. In regards to Katie knocking down Serrano, I mean, it's the thing with Serrano is that she's had lots of fights, but they tend to end relatively early. So the question would be, like, how tested has she been? You know, how this is, you know, this is the pound for pound. So she is going in there against someone that's got incredible boxing skill. And a lot of those knockouts, a lot of those wins are, you know, they're against nobodies. We've got to be honest. Serrano's record, I'm not saying it's padded, but there's definitely some wins in there that, you know what I mean? Who cares? But it looks great, doesn't it? 44 fights, 42 wins, 30 knockouts. So I think, look, if Taylor does well and manages to get it into the later rounds, and Serrano has been tagged quite a bit and has been worn down, can Taylor find a shot that will put Serrano down? I mean, I would say it's unlikely, but I could see it. I can't see it knocking her out. But can I see Serrano, like, you know, having been worn down, having been peppered throughout a whole fight in the later rounds? You know, there's people that say that, I've seen people say Katie Taylor by stoppage, but I don't see that. I don't see that. So there are people out there that think she can get through and wear down Serrano. I don't see that personally, but, well, I mean, look, we'll see, won't we? We'll see how it goes. There is a question about Serrano's endurance. Dort Knight said, I will drop a like at the end of the stream. I don't rate a film until the credits. Do you know what? That's actually fair. I can understand where you're coming from there. What I would say, though, is it does help the stream and it does help people find the stream. So how about you drop a like and then at the end, on reflection, if you didn't enjoy it, you can then take it away. If you did enjoy it, then there's nothing to be done. You've already done it. So there's a different way of looking at it, and that is you could do the work first, which is leave the like, and then potentially take it away, you know, in anger. And that would be imagine if you didn't like a stream. It's quite satisfying to, I really didn't enjoy that. And you can actually do something about it. But if you did enjoy it, you can be like, yeah, that was really cool. And then there's nothing to do. You've already done it. How about that? How about that? I'll tell you, how about this, though, for Elkins? He is all over Conley at the moment. We are in round 2. Elkins taking round 1. And I got to be honest, I had Conley winning this because I think Elkins is done. I think he's washed up. But Conley has asked no questions in this fight. No questions in this fight. It's been very, very simple and straightforward for Elkins here. So I think very disappointing of what we've seen so far from Conley. I just don't think he's done anywhere near enough to make this competitive. Does anyone know what time the fight is coming on? The fight will be starting later. The fight is actually going to be in a few hours' time. Chalmers says, liking the stream is like paying for a ticket to a movie and getting hyped before it happens. I mean, look, we can talk about this, debate this as much as you want. Just like the damn stream. I mean, that's it. Yeah? I'm laying down the law now. This is now a dictatorship. This is no longer a request. Yeah? I'm an evil dictator. And you're going to like the stream. That's how we work. No questions. I've all this free will, shall I, shan't I? Ridiculous. Look at yourselves in the mirror. 40-odd seconds left here. And both in the middle. Stratton Klein says, if you're not going to hit like, then don't watch the stream. I mean, we can talk about it. Would you ever step into the ring with a YouTuber? Nah. I have no boxing experience, like actually doing it myself. I do quite fancy, like, doing it. Not actually fighting someone, but just doing it from like, learning it. Do you know what I mean? And, like, actually, I think it's great for fitness. I think it'd be really fun. I think there'd be skills that I would like to have, but it wouldn't be doing it so that I could then go on to fight someone. But you know, it's like, go out to a pub, someone looks at you the wrong way, you might want to smack them up. Do you know what I mean? That's why I'd want it for those situations where I feel they're needed. Do you know what I mean? Do you know, like when you're standing at a bar and you've got your money out and you're, you know, trying to attract the attention of the bar person, and then someone comes across and gets served first? I feel like in that situation, that's when you need your left hook, you need your uppercut, you need your jab. You're going to need these things to send a message to the rest of the pub that will not be tolerated. If I'm already there at the front, at the bar, and I've waited forever, and I've been patient, and I've followed every rule in the social handbook, yeah, and then someone comes in and gets served, bang! Yeah? That's what you want it for, innit? Bang, bang! So I would like to. I probably wouldn't go a boxing gym, but you know what I mean. Get a bag, an app, do a few combo shots. You know, go through the motions. Yeah, I'd be down for that. We are underway with round number 3. Can we get a stats update? Is it not updating? Oh, there we go. There you go. You requested it, and it did it. You're not acknowledging that Serrano has been beaten before. It's been beaten before. She's lost once before, but it was a long, long time ago. I really don't think it's got any bearing on this fight, to be honest. She's had 44 fights. She's lost 1. And honestly, I couldn't even tell you how long ago that loss was, but I know it was a while ago. Nice forearm strike there by Conley. Lovely forearm strike. She lost by unanimous decision in 2012, 10 years ago. I just don't think it's got any factor on this fight, to be honest. Elkins driving Conley back. Team Switcheroo said, even though this won't bring in casuals, this does have the big fight feel for active watchers, and I hope this does good pay-per-view wise, but I don't think it will, says Team Switcheroo. I don't know, man. I mean, Jake Paul's involved in it. He's been really hyping up Amanda Serrano. I think Katie Taylor is someone that is a name in Ireland. Ireland will be watching. I think the UK will be watching. I think they've gone with that narrative of, you know, just how much this means to women's fighting. So they've paid $500,000 to have WWE involved as well. So yeah, God, I hope so. I really hope it gets the credit it deserves, and it really blows the door open for. As I said, I want to see these big dream fights because it's just more for us to look forward to. Imagine if the world was properly, like, really, honestly hyped for women's fighting. Imagine if, like, the world was, like, really, really hyped for it. And then, like, we could just be getting, you know, like, big dream fights on a regular basis. Along with the men's fights, along with MMA. It'd just be great. 2 minutes to go. This fight is quite exciting between Elkins and Conley. Elkins, for me, is 2 rounds up. We are going to be going over to Cruz Dazan against Sedaruz. Elkins looking for a takedown. I'm glad Pep staying makes any victory even more special. There's rumours McGregor is back to face Dennis Silva. Are they true? I have no idea. I haven't seen any rumours. I thought he wanted to face Usman. I thought he was going to take on Usman. But I haven't seen any of those rumours. To be honest, I've been completely in research mode for tonight. So anything really outside of what's happening in like these shows hasn't really been on my radar. James said, I just saw a report that said Pep has agreed a Man City contract till 2025. Cool. I would feel the same about that as I do about Klopp. I think there's the standards. Every other team has to get to that standards. Whether Guardiola stays or Klopp stays, whether they go or not is irrelevant to me. I think there's the standard. Man City, Liverpool, everyone else is down here. Maybe Chelsea a bit higher. You've got to get there. You've got to get there. Strikes coming into the side of the head by Elkins. I mean, he's going to win this fight, but he wants to win it by finish. He's putting a tight squeeze on at the moment, and 30-odd seconds to go. He's got the body lock on and a rear naked. I don't think Conley's going to make it because that is a tight squeeze. It's a tight squeeze. Oh, he's managed to get the arm off. Conley manages to get the arm off. It's been a brutal little war, this one, but one-way traffic, and Elkins should get the win here, and I don't know how many people are expecting that to be the case. But Elkins goes the distance and surely gets the win. Elkins, I mean, I'm writing it down already. Elkins beats Conley by unanimous decision. I love that answer, says Aga. Can I join your team? I edit, upload, optimize Shannon Briggs's YouTube channel. I've worked with Logan and KSI's Prime Hydration and more. Have you really? You've worked with all them people. Dude, that's impressive. Very impressive. Shout out to you, man. Sounds like you're killing it. So, Aga, that is really cool. That is really cool. Let's go down. Dort Knight said, I haven't had a single bet tonight. I might have one on the Taylor fight. Which way will you go? Dort Knight, which way will you go? Stratton Klein said, give me my money, Elkins. Cassid said it'll be a 30-26 or a 30-25. Edward said, this will be me one day, main event in Madison Square Garden. Good luck. It's good to have a dream. Connor's ego wants 3 belts. 2 is old news now. Friendly Mexican kid said, why doesn't Dana pay his fighters? Ngannou got $300,000 for his last fight. To be honest, I mean, how much money do they bring in though? Elkins gets the win. I genuinely don't know how much UFC make on a normal show. Like, what's the pay-per-view buys? What's the revenue made from a pay-per-view buy? What's the money made from the house? How much do they actually need to pay, you know, for their offices and all the employees and for the website and, you know, the headquarters and the rent and renting the building? And I have no idea. I have no idea. I have no idea if the business... I have no idea if they could pay $1 million to the main eventers. Or if that's just absolutely preposterous. I mean, I think the fight night in London made $4 million on ticket sales. How much did how much did they get from ESPN? How much do they need to make to cover their costs? I think you can sit there and go, oh, I should pay the fighters more, but it's not that simple, is it? None of us want to see UFC go out of business. So could they give them more? I'm sure they could. But where is the line? How much more is more? Do you know what I mean? Is it another 100,000? Is it another 200,000? Is it? Could you get to $1 million? I have no idea. I have no idea. So I don't know. I'm a bit split on it. I really don't know. Like, what is realistic to expect the UFC to be paying? So, you know, Ngannou got 300,000 compared to what women boxers get paid. That's crazy money. If you compare it to boxing, you know, it's behind. But boxing, you know, if you're going to compare it to like what Canelo gets paid, my argument would be, well, a Canelo fight attracts world interest. Does an Ngannou fight? I have no idea. Like, how does Ngannou's numbers stack up to what Canelo gets on pay-per-view? How much does UFC charge compared to how much Canelo fight would costs? How much does DAZN pay for Canelo compared to how much ESPN pay for UFC? I have no idea. I have no idea. There's so many variables. Here is Cruz DAZN. We've got who have we got next? I think we got Gordon and Dawson. Right, I'm really looking forward to this fight. Cruz Dazern against Cederuz. Do you think Taylor will be too strong for Serrano? I don't think she'll be too strong. I don't think Taylor's got the power advantage. I think Serrano's got the power advantage. There's actually nothing between them size-wise. If you actually look at I've got the stats at the top of the screen, if we get rid of that. If you look at the height, they're both the same height. Taylor's coming in a pound heavier. Reaches, I must admit, there's different numbers, but it's only ever out by about half an inch. I've seen Taylor 65, Serrano 65, or 65.5. There's nothing in it. I wouldn't really say there's much in the way of a reach advantage. But, yeah, I mean, look, there's nothing really between them. Taylor's quite small for this, size-wise for this division, and Serrano's always been quite big down in the other divisions. They feel about the same. I think Taylor, actually, is a whisper taller, so they've got her at like 5'5". I reckon she might be 5'6", or maybe Serrano's 5'4". When they were head face to face, I feel like Taylor just had a slight height advantage, but I think the actual power that Serrano generates is greater than what Taylor does. So I've got, as I said, my heart wants Taylor, my head says Serrano, but it's not by much. And Taylor can win this. And I hope she wins this. And I can't wait to see it. And she is so confident, as you would expect. But Cruz Dazern against Cederuz. We've got that fight just about to start. Dawson, Gordon, thoughts? I've got Dawson winning. Gordon is 18-4, strong, good experience, better striker, decent wrestler, but I don't think he's the better wrestler. 3-fight win streak, good scrambles, decent gas tank. When he wins, he tends to win by decision. It's in the lightweight division. Dawson is 5-0. I think he's got a draw as well, actually. Came through Dana White Contender Series. Hard-hitting, low kicks, big knees, great top control, good work rate. I've got Dawson. Gordon at plus 150. Dawson at minus 180. Dawson 17 wins, 1 loss. There's Cruz Dazern. She looks different when she takes that wig off. Fighting out of Baltimore, Maryland. Dortnight said, I'm going to go Serrano round 8. Right, over 1,000 votes. Again, if you're watching and you haven't dropped a like, drop a like. It makes a big, big difference. A big, big difference. And this is our main event. After this is the co-main and then the main event. So, you know, Galal Yafai winning in round number 2 has kind of meant that this one has gone, maybe started a little bit earlier than scheduled. But either way, we got Cruz Dazern taking on Cederuz. Taylor is going to shock her with a knockout. Days Taylor has beaten a Serrano before. It was her sister, says Edwards. Right, here we go. We've got Cederuz. And we are underway with this Coco main event. We've got Cruz Dazern in purple. We've got the Swedish Cederuz in black. As we said, both of them have got 2 belts each, and this should be a barn burner. Big overhand right. I mean, these two are really colliding into each other. They're not messing around here. Big, heavy shots by both women in the opening salvo. Lovely strikes coming in by Cruz Dazern, but Cederuz being quite compact, quite patient, getting through with some big shots of her own. Cruz Dazern edging forward, nice body shot coming in. Cederuz goes back, having to block a few strikes. Body shot coming in again by Cruz Dezern. Oh, man, the sound of these shots by Cruz Dezern. She's looking really good here. Sedoruz just looks a little bit off the pace. I mean, there's real flurries coming in. If Cruz Dezern can keep this up, it's a really good showing in this first round by Cruz Dezern. I really like the flurries. She tends to, like, throw, like, the left to the body, the overhand to the head. God, a couple of shots to the body there by Cruz Dezern. Really good as Sedoruz is trying to back up Cruz Dezern, but yeah, again, question marks about whether Cruz Dezern's going to be able to maintain this pace, and Sedoruz seems to be coming back into it. End the round, and that's Cruz Dezern round for me. But I'll tell you what, if we're going to have 10 rounds of that, it's going to be insane. That was great. That was a barn burn in first round. What a fight. Taylor hitting the canvas is getting closer and closer, said Unicorn Star. Right, moving on. We've got Gordon and Dawson. We do have Taylor fans. We do have Serrano fans. It does feel like a vibrant chat this evening. It does feel like some taste is going down. Over 1,000 votes. So let's have a look and see what people are saying. Over 1,000 votes. 61% have gone with Taylor. 39% have gone with Serrano. So 60-40 in favor of Taylor at the moment. Round number 2 coming up with Cruz Dezern, Sedoruz. Oh, big strikes by Sedoruz. She got through with those. Definitely got through, and she felt that. But she digs in and carries on. Sedoruz, I think, is the more technical. It's the power, though, and the combos of Cruz Dezern. She wants this lovely right hand again into when they're in the pocket. The striking of Cruz Dezern. She's smashing her, man. She's gone God mode. She's gone Roman Reigns. She's just bang, wailing away Cruz Dezern. Oh, look at her again. She's got Sedoruz up against the ropes, wailing away. Little stumble there by Cruz Dezern as she tried to come in on Sedoruz. She's got her over in the corner. Referee coming in, looking to separate the two fighters. Nice left hand straight. That overhand, man. That big overhand right. She keeps going to it. And getting some joy for her. We're underway with Gordon and Dawson. We'll keep an eye on that, but I cannot take my eyes off this Cruz Dezern Sedoruz fight. Takedown for Gordon. Dawson on his back. Lovely strikes coming in by Cruz Dezern. Looking for an uppercut as well. 20-odd seconds to go on the clock here. 20-odd seconds to go on the clock. Again, can she keep this up for 10 rounds? Because it's been a wonderful pace. Been a hell of a pace. Can she keep it up for 10 rounds? I've got my doubts about that. But Cruz Dezern, for me, winning this fight. 2-0 at the moment. Sedoruz back in the corner. She needs to just hang in there with her, I think, at the moment. Just needs to hang in there because she's just getting wailed around. She's been out of the ring a couple of years, I think, Sedoruz, so I don't know if she's feeling the effects of that. Serrano is about to go crazy. Here's my number, call me maybe. We're still in round 1 of Gordon and Dawson. And you can see Gordon winning the strike-in, 14-6. Dawson getting that takedown. I'm confused. Are you watching UFC? I'm watching both. It's nothing to be confused about. We've got Gordon versus Dawson in the UFC. And we got Cruz Dezern versus Cederuz at Madison Square Garden. The Katie Taylor, Amanda Serrano fight. That's what's everyone watching the boxing on? It is on DAZN. The great thing about DAZN is it's not a crazy price. It's like a subscription thing. It turns out I was already subscribed to it, and I completely forgot. I think I subscribed to it for Canelo in the past, and I've just, stayed subscribed without knowing. So, yeah, I've got... I think this is where Canelo is next week as well, so that's good. Right, Dawson has got Gordon down on the ground in the UFC, and he's looking for a rear naked choke. He's trying to get a rear naked on, but right now we've got in the boxing the two women clinching up, blood coming down the nose of Cederuz. Blood coming down the nose. Days, how are you? I just got back from the Wickham game, and we did it. We're in the playoffs. I'm excited for next week, says Adam. Very good, dude. Many congratulations. We've got Dawson is in control against Gordon. Gordon, both down on the ground. We got a minute or so to go in round one. Feels like we've been in that round for a long time, in all fairness. 4 minutes in that round, that's all. I think it's because the action is just absolutely insane over at Madison Square Garden. Cruz Dezern and Cederuz are just lighting this place on fire, man. Cruz Dezern in particular, she is just absolutely giving everything. Again, just throwing a cardio is so good. Big heavy shots. Cederuz, I think, I don't think took Cruz Dezern lightly, but nice strike coming in. She's got blood coming down her nose. She's been caught. Katie Taylor, Amanda Serrano coming up. I would love to gift you super stickers of you. They will be original emojis, hand-drawn. I did that for Shannon Briggs. And you can use those in chats. I don't even know what super stickers are, dude. That is something that is... When it comes to that side of YouTube, I'm good enough as to get the stream set up and to press go. And even then, I've botched it. So, yeah, I don't even know what that is, dude. But, Aga, shout out to you, my friends. It sounds like you're doing some amazing work. Working with Shannon Briggs is... talk about legends. So, yeah, shout out to you, man. There she is, and still. Yeah, we're just seeing Katie Taylor arriving and Serrano arriving. James said Norwich got relegated earlier. She did. We are up to round number 2. You can see Dawson, 41 strikes to 19 and a takedown. So Dawson certainly looked like he was dominating large parts of that round. Second round will be coming up very, very soon in that. We are underway with round number 4 between Cruz Dezern and Cederuz. And Cruz Dezern, for me, I think, is winning all 3 rounds here. Obviously, I haven't seen the judges' scorecard, but her output, her volume, has just been so impressive. And big overhand rights as well. Massive overhand rights. Body shots coming in by Cruz Dezern. And as we said, looking really, really good in this fight and maintaining that output. We are starting to see Cederuz, though, starting to come back. I don't know if her corner have said you need to wake up and get into this fight, but she's woken up and she's getting into this fight. And what a fight this is. Out of everything we've seen so far tonight, I think this fight is absolutely stealing the show. It is so much fun. Both of these women are going at it. They're leaving nothing at chance. And Cruz Dezern has brought the fire. Cederuz is having to try and match that fire. And she is doing a much better job in this round, making it more competitive. But that blood is pouring down the face of Cederuz. Jab coming in. Big overhand right by Cruz Dezern. Over in UFC, we are underway with round number 2. Dawson is in control over there. Cruz Dezern is edging forwards. And look at the blood.
coming down, and it seems like Sedaruz might be a little bit punch drunk here. Just a little bit off a game. I think Cruz de Zern has hurt Sedaruz. She's just throwing out some jabs, some hooks, trying to get through. It feels like Sedaruz is swinging for the fences a little bit. I've got Cruz de Zern winning this. Cruz de Zern winning this. Blood all coming down the face of Sedaruz. After your fans join the paid membership, then they use those emojis. Oh, I think we've already got some of them, buds. I think we've already got some. I appreciate the offer. I appreciate the gesture. That level of professionalism is something that I strive for. Will I ever get there? Probably not. Equally, the other thing, though, is that if we do get some really good stuff on the channel, that is the benchmark. People will then expect it from me. That will be a pressure that I just won't be able to match. Do you know what I mean? You're going to come along with these amazing graphics. I ain't going to ever have anything that's going to match that level. Do you know what I mean? It's if you spoil this community, this community is awful, right? We need to make that very clear. They're awful. As soon as you give them an inch, they'll want a mile. You know, you give them some nice graphics, they'll want more. They're never satisfied, and I just, I don't want to spoil them that way. I don't want to treat them either. I don't want to treat them that way. I think instead, they need to just sit back, relax, watch the fights, and just expect this to be a rubbish evening, like we do most Saturday nights. But I tell you what's not rubbish. This damn fight is not rubbish. This Cruz de Zern Sedaruz. We're into round number 5. And it is an absolute barn burner. This really is a Madison Square Lady Garden fight. Yes. We do have a Madison Square Lady Garden fight tonight. Cruz de Zern has landed 50% of her strikes, 58 out of 117. Sedaruz has landed 36 out of 124. So the numbers certainly backing up Cruz de Zern. I didn't think that you would need me to tell you that. I'm sure if you're watching the fight, you can see it for yourselves. Or maybe you did, because you are awful. It is an awful community. I was just talking to Aga there, and big overhand. Treat us, says Sonny. No, because you'll just always want more, won't you? As I said, give you an inch, you'll want a damn mile. I'm not here for your entertainment. I'm sorry if we've got all this twisted. I'm here to watch some fights. Oh, I'll tell you what, and actually watch Sedaruz kind of come back in this round a little bit. She's tagging Cruz de Zern. Sedaruz is coming back a bit here. Dawson with over 5 minutes 40 of control time in the UFC. End of that round. That's a better round by Sedaruz. I don't know if she takes that round. Probs not, but she is in this fight. What are they saying to her? Win. Oh, I think they're speaking Swedish. Oh, goddamn, I think they're speaking Swedish. I haven't got a clue unless they say the words IKEA, ABBA or meatballs. I ain't going to know what they're saying. Damn it. I ain't got a clue. I ain't got a clue. Right, so we are in between rounds. I would say Cruz de Zern after 5 rounds is maybe 4-1. Maybe something along those lines. For me, she's definitely winning this fight. She's taking some deep breaths, though. Both women look like they've given quite a bit. Over in the UFC, I've got Dawson winning the UFC fight. And we are getting to round number 3 over there. Jab coming in by Cruz de Zern. Once there was a pizza with 8 slices, one for each of the 8 people. Are you a 1 slicer or a 2 slicer? I'm a no pizza-er. My body is a temple. Can't be eating pizza. Not unless it's pizza that's full of protein, low in fat, and won't make me look like flipping Yokozuna. I could not tell you the last time I had pizza. I couldn't even tell. I don't even think it's been in 2022. I'd have to go back to maybe early 2021. Nice left hand straight there by Cruz Dazan. Trying to drive Cederuz back against the ropes. Referee coming in. Going to separate them. We're about an hour and a half away from the main event ring walks. What I would say is this fight looks like it's going to go 10 rounds. I think Liam Smith's fight's going to go probably the distance. Him against Vargas. And there's a bit of heat in that fight as well. Cederuz really starting to come back here. We are underway with round number 3. Oh, she caught her, Cederuz. Cruz Dazan went for a shot, missed. Her head was down. Cederuz, bang. She did catch her there, and it seemed quite nice. Oh, straight down the middle, 1-2. Goodbye, Cederuz. But I really think at this stage, if it goes decision, she might be too far behind. She might be too far behind. James said, I'd eat the whole damn pizza. Nicholas said, is Serrano Taylor live right now? No. No. You can see at the bottom, down here, UFC Gordon Dawson. Below that is what is happening with Taylor Serrano at Madison Square Garden. And at Madison Square Garden, we've got Cruz Dazan against Cederuz. So there we are with the fights that are on at the moment. I got the stats up there for UFC. Up there. Bing, bing. So that's what's happening with Dawson and Gordon. Tomorrow, I don't know where there's any like live boxing stats. So I'd love to have them on screen, but I have no idea where they are. I don't even know if there are any. Nice takedown there. Gordon on his back. He's trying to grab a guillotine of Dawson. Dawson rolls out of it. We're about to go to round number 7? 7 of Cruz Dazan Cederuz. Lee said, I hate pizza. Way too many carbs. You don't eat pizza. What is wrong with you, says Blind Bomber. Overhand right by... Nice. Good work there by Cruz Dazan. Swinging away by Cederuz, who's coming forwards. So, scorecards. The Chris Mannix scorecard has got it 10-9, 10-9, 10-9, 10-9, 10-9, 10-9 to Cruz Dazan. So, he's given every round to Cruz Dazan. After 5 rounds, I had it about 4-1. It's honestly 5-1 now. 5-1. Some of that first round might even have been 10-8. I mean, it was so one-sided. Nice strike coming in. Nice jabs coming in by Cruz Dazan. Lovely body shot coming in there by Cruz Dazan as well. She is up. She is winning this. There's 3 rounds to go. Obviously, women's fights are only 2-minute rounds. So, you know, she hasn't got long to have to survive. I would say at this point, she just needs to not get knocked out. She needs to just overhand again. She needs to just make sure that she gets through to the judges. Separating them. It's about 20 seconds to go. We've got a minute to go. Dawson has got a rear naked choke on. Rear naked choke by Dawson. In control against Gordon. He's doing a really good job over there. And he's done him. He's passed out. There was a moment there where Gordon passed out. Dawson gets the win. Dawson gets the win. Dawson wins late in round 3. Dawson beats Gordon. Beats Gordon by submission in round 3. Yes, yes, yes. So, there we go. Win for Dawson. Win for Dawson. Next up in UFC, I think we've got Andre Feely. We are just seeing backstage in the boxing. Backstage in the boxing, we're seeing Liam Smith And we've also seen Vargas. That has been very, very heated. Very heated. There's been no love lost between those two. They really do not like each other at all. It's been a lot of fun to see them two going back and forth, actually. Round number 8 in our Coco main event. So pleased that we got a chance to watch this. Really, really fun. Cruz Dazan taking on Cederuz. What a brilliant fight on the undercards. We will be going to Feely against Brito soon. Nice strikes coming in by Cederuz. Cruz Dazan gets Cederuz back in the corner, and as we said, all she needs to do right now is just get through to the end of the fight. Just get through to the end of the fight. That's all she needs to do right now. Just get through to the end of the fight. So she's got nice strike coming in. When are you doing giveaways? I don't know. I have so much going on at the moment. It's hard to get around to anything else. I've got other interviews that need to get done that I said I was going to do. So it's just. When are you doing this? When are you doing that? Right, we've got in the center Cederuz with big shots coming in. Cruz Dazan driving Cederuz back. We are in round number 8 here. Yeah, she's still in there. Cederuz is still in there. The commentator was just saying it's been a very entertaining fight, but you know, she's still in there. In the back of your mind, you are thinking, could she get this done? Could she go on to win this? And I think the answer is she could, but it's looking more and more unlikely. It looks like it's going to be Cruz Dazan that's going to get the win here as we get to the end of round number 8. The end of round number 8. 2 rounds to go, 4 minutes to go. Cruz Dazan heading towards victory. Pep has agreed a deal till 2025. Hasib said, why don't you search on the internet for stats on Serrano-Taylor fight? It's maybe. It's not. It's like the live, like how many shots have landed and all that kind of stuff. I've never actually looked whilst the fight's on. So if I look for Cruz Dazan Cederuz right now, I mean, we wouldn't be able to get it set up for this stream, but it might help future streams. Live stats. Is there anything? Live score and stream odds and stats. No. Taylor the tape. Cederuz preview prediction. I still can't see anything. There's still nothing that's massively jumping out here. Right, round number 9. Nice, both women throw in big right hands at the same time. Cruzan, Philly shell, defense as throwing a nice overhand right. She keeps going to the overhands. Commentator saying Cruz Dazan was saying that her chin is one of her biggest assets. I don't know how much it's been tested here, but certainly Cederuz has taken a lot of punishment. Getting driven back against the side of the cage. Days, I'm confused. What does she need to do? What does who need to do? Cruz Dazan just needs to hold on till the end of the fight. She's winning this on points. Cederuz needs to find a knockout. She needs to get a stoppage. Cederuz won't win this on points. So she's going to need a stoppage. So we've got 2 minutes. We've got 2.5 minutes for Cederuz to get a knockout, and for Cruz Dazan to just make it through to the end of the fight. Good fight, though. Loud inside Madison Square Garden as well. Some real noise coming from Madison Square Garden. Haven't asked for a while, but if you are watching and you haven't dropped a like, leave a like, drop a like. We're at 311. So leave a like if you haven't already. It'd be greatly appreciated as we are building towards Taylor versus Serrano. We're just over an hour away from the ring walks. Ring walks expected at 3 o'clock here in the UK. Right now it is 20 to 2. So it is expected for us to get to that. We've still got the co-main to go. So, yeah, I don't think we'll get to 1,000 likes. We're at 315. That means we need, what, 685? Probably unlikely. But we can try. Right, that was the end of round number 9. So we are going into round number 10. Massive UFC next week. All over it, mate. All over it. All over it. Can't wait. Here we go. We've UFC at commercial break, by the way. Final round of our Coco main event. Cederroos needs a finish. Cruz Dezern needs to just hang on. And this is for all the marbles. This is for the WBO, WBC, WBA, IBF Super Middleweight Championships of the world. We will have an undisputed Super Middleweight champion. They were saying in the build to this, there's never been one in the women's or men's boxing. It would be the first time ever that we have a unified Super Middleweight champion. And Cruz Dezern has absolutely earned it. She deserved it. You deserve it. You deserve it. Nice strikes coming in by Cruz Dezern. Nice jab to the body. She's just keeping Cederroos back. 50-odd seconds to go. Big overhand right. The output has been absolutely insane from Cruz Dezern. Oh, she got tagged. Cruz Dezern gets tagged. Just over 30-odd seconds to go. Cruz Dezern drives Cederroos back against the ropes. Nice big shot to the body. She's brought aggression and just big power shots. I mean, this might be what you see from Serrano. Serrano might not be interested in standing and just having a nice little evening. Wailing away. When is Katie versus Amanda? In just over an hour. About an hour, 10 minutes for the ring walks. End of the fight, and that is surely it. Cederroos puts her hands up. She thinks that she's got it done, but in her heart of hearts, I think she knows she hasn't. All the belts. There's a smile on the face of Cruz Dezern. That was brilliant. That was brilliant. Lots of cheers in the crowds. People really enjoying that one. And Cruz Dezern said that she was going to send a message. She was going to say to Taylor and Serrano, follow that. Follow that indeed. Absolutely brilliant fight. The best fight I've seen tonight in UFC or boxing. Cruz Dezern, Cederroos has gone to the judges, and surely. Have you seen Paddy said he'll fight again on the London card? I'm not too surprised by that, to be honest, because Meatball, I think, is on it, and if Meatball's on it, there's a really good chance Paddy will be on it. So, yeah, I think that's where I'm expecting him. Decision time, said Legend Killer. There's some fight left in this bout. Okay, so they're trying to get the gloves off. Cruz Dezern, they're just adding up the scorecards. There's a lot of 10s for Cruz Dezern that need to be added up there. Deep breath by Cederus. Cruz got that DC buds. She does indeed. She's a diva. She's cool, man. I think she's really marketable. Have you seen her when she's got her big wig on? She's got her big hair and, like, you know, her shades on and everything. She looks like $1 million, $1 billion. She looks awesome. Undisputed. It is unanimous. Cruz Dezern gets it done. Cruz Dezern gets it done. And the emotion hits her right now. That's cool. Tears running down her face. She's not like crying, but she's crying. She's crying in like a champion way, whereby you don't want to just break down and like sob, and the tears are like trickling down. It's kind of like, I'm not crying, as tears are given away. You absolutely are. Tell you what, I would watch her fight in the future. She sent a message there. She sent a statement. She was brilliant. That was brilliant. Next week is going to be great, said Rise Wrestling. There's a lot going on, isn't there? Do you think we will see Brock Lesnar again? What, in UFC? No. No. David said, come on, Katie, do Ireland prouds. Do you think Paddy's weight flux will start to affect him eventually? Maybe. Maybe. I don't think that's as big of an issue. I think it's probably more the fact that even he's admitted that he needs to get hit to really get waken up. Twice we've seen him badly start in a fight. And backstage, he was like, I don't know what it is. Throughout my whole career, I've always needed to get punched to get going. I think that's a problem. Because he'll come up against people that'll punch him and he ain't going to come back. So, yeah, I don't know, man. I really like the buzz around him. It's exciting that there's such a buzz around an English-British fighter, like, but I don't know where that ceiling is, to be honest. Great win there by Cruz Dezern. They're just interviewing her at the moment. Canelo against Bivol next week. It is indeed. Are the belts the same weight? What do you mean? I mean, all those belts are... yeah, she's the undisputed super middleweight champion. So I think the belts that you're seeing there are all the same division. I don't know if they actually physically all weigh the same. Canelo against Bivol will be great, says Reese Wrestling. Do you think we see Brock in WWE? Oh, yeah, definitely. In WWE, yes. Ledge Killer said Cruz Dezern wins. On AR Dub this week, Teal Piper, the daughter of Roddy, became women's champion. I swear you just make this up, James. I swear you just make it up. On this week's episode of Flim Flam Wrestling, such and such one. Either you are watching the most obscure wrestling promotions in the world, which I genuinely believe you are, or you are now legit just making this up for attention. Which one is it? Which one is it? Brilliant work by Cruz Dezern, by the way. Brilliant work. 8-2 on my bets, says Stratton. Right, Liam, we need to change this over. It is going to be our co-main event at Madison Square Garden coming up. So it is going to be Jesse Vargas. I think, is it number 7, is it? Jesse Vargas against Liam Smith. How many will be attending Clash at the Castle? I think it's like 70-odd thousand. They might be able to get it to 80. If they can get it to 80 with like the floor seating, that'd be really good. I don't know that they will, but probably not, because they're going to have to take up a good chunk of the stadium with a stage, aren't they? So it might come through at about 60-odd thousand by the end. But it'll be 60 to 70. I mean, it's no small number. Will you be attending Clash at the Castle? I don't believe so, no. I say I don't believe so because I do not intend on going. But WWE have been very generous to me in the past and invited me to various Raws and stuff. I don't know. They might reach out and say, would you like to come along? To be honest, I want to stream it. I might, even if they did, I might turn them down. How many matches are left? 1 match. Vargas Smith is the co-main event. Andre Feely against Brito is underway right now. This is the co-main event for UFC. So Feely, I've got Feely winning. He's a good wrestler, good grappler, switches stances. He's faced good opposition. His last fight was a no contest due to an accidental lipo. Good chin, quite durable. So I really like him. Brito, I think, is 0-1. Lost his last fight about 12 months. Well, over 12 months ago, actually. So, I mean, oh my God, Brito with a big overhand right. Feely in trouble. Oh, he got caught. Just as I was putting Feely over, he got caught by Brito. That is a big moment. That is a huge moment. He just caught him in the early rounds. Brito was plus 220, 0-1 in the UFC. Came in as quite a firm underdog. Feely was minus 280 favorite. Brito says to Dana, show me the money. Show me that dollar. Why is AEW still using Impact Stars? I don't know that they are. I know they've got Deonna Purrazzo, but she is working with Ring of Honor. I think the Impact contract lets them work with other promotions. So, or maybe just Ring of Honor. I'm not sure what the agreement is, but wow, wasn't expecting that. Early stoppage. Reese Wrestling, shout out to you. Riddell said, who have you got, Feely or Brito? Good question. I was literally just saying I've got Brito. I think what he'll do is he'll catch Feely really early. A lot of people won't see it coming, but I think he will catch him early and drop him in round 1. Brito wins. Early stoppage. When is the main event, says on? Main event in just over an hour. I'm guessing Becky and Bianca are there. Seeing Madison Square Garden filling up. Is Laura Woods eating or chewing, or I don't know what she's doing? It's annoying me. I mean, I'm saying it as I'm eating a banana, but I'm not being paid by design. Do you think Ramos is at Van Dyke? One of them will be a great UFC. I have no idea what that means. Dude, what does that mean? Turn WWE down. Are you mad? I would drop everyone in an instant if they offered me to go. Wow. You know me. I love this community. Diana will be on AEW this week. That is why I was confused. Deanna. Yeah, she's the Ring of Honor Women's Champ, I think, or something. So she's going there through Ring of Honor. Right, Bispinger's in there with Brito, who won in 40 seconds. Well done to him. So 41 seconds according to UFC. Feely Brito sounds like something you would order at, says Larry. You would order at a Feely Brito, a takeout food place. Sounds nice. Right, coming up, we've got co-main events of both events. Both shows have reached co-main event status. For UFC, it's going to be the former heavyweight champion Arlovsky taking on Jake Collier. For the boxing, it is going to be Liam Smith taking on Jesse Vargas. So, lots going on at the moment. Lots to keep an eye on. Time for the co-main event in boxing. It is time for the co-main event in boxing. Vargas and Smith. Where are the fans, says Phobic2K. They're in there. I don't know what we're talking about. If we're talking about UFC, we're at the Apex. So, there's not many fans there. This is like the 53rd UFC Vegas. In regards to Taylor Serrano, I don't know if they did manage to sell it out. I know they were on course to sell it out. I hope they sold it out. But yeah, they were on course to sell it out. Reese said 10 minutes ago, you said you hated us. Reese, no. I was hacked. What you actually heard was not what I said. That was actually audio coming from a different stream. So, yeah, I can understand where the confusion was there, mate. But I would never say such a thing. What an awful thing for someone to say to people that, you know, are so generous in spending their time here on a Saturday night. That's not my style. I think he was confused. Big Cass will be on AEW Dynamite. Do you believe the tease of MJF? Yeah, it probably is true. I ain't that excited about it. I mean, like, he weren't that great in... he was great when he was in the tag team. He sucked when he went solo. And then he's been out of WWE forever. So, do you know what I mean? We can all say you can't teach that and get excited. Like, do you know what I mean? Like, oh my God, it's going to be Big Cat. But when push comes to shove, I don't give a flip. I ain't bothered at all. Like, it'll be nice to see him. But I believe he's been... If I wanted to see him, I believe he's been in Impact for ages. So if I was that desperate to watch him, I could have just watched Impact. Deanna Purrazzo is living proof that leaving WWE is not a bad thing. What capacity is MSG tonight? Well, I think it was meant to be 18,000. As of about 4 days ago, they'd sold 15,000 tickets. So Eddie Hearn was saying that they were on track to sell out, but I haven't seen as to whether it's sold out or not. I don't know if we finally got it over the line. Because Eddie Hearn was saying, look, I could just comp the tickets and do what everyone else does, but I'm not going to do that. This fight is such a big deal that, you know, if you want to come and see it, pay the money. So 15,000 is what they sold, and he said that, you know, there'll be a few comps. I mean, there has to be, but nothing compared to what a normal fight would be. So he was legit trying to sell the tickets, and 15,000 is where they got to, but that was about 4 days ago. Either way, it's going to be rocking. I don't know if you saw the weigh-in, but there was Puerto Rican fans, there was Irish fans. It was quite the atmosphere. Great atmosphere. Canelo against Bivol is going to be epic, says Big Smoke. The Canelo fight's not included. I have to pay $60. I've got an advert here for Canelo. Maybe in this country it's included. Maybe in the UK, if you go... Maybe you could just get a VPN.
Maybe you could VPN it to UK DAZN. To my knowledge, it's not an additional cost. Well, I'm about to find out now because there's literally an advert for Canelo right now on screen. I'm living it. I'm watching it. Canelo Alvarez, the pound for pound. Legacy is earned. Canelo versus Bivol, May 7th. They haven't said. They haven't said if you have to pay additional for it. I've got Smith and Serrano in a boxing parlay and Collier and Font in a parlay, said JD. Jesse said the Canelo fight's not included. I have had to pay $60 next week. As I said, I don't know if that's the case in the UK. Oh, here we go. Pay-per-view, US and Canada. Pay-per-view, US and Canada. Again, it doesn't say about the UK. Might get away with it. That happens a lot with UFC. A lot of you guys have to pay for, watching the fights. We don't. It's just on BT Sport. Did you see the bare knuckle weigh-in with Hunt and Riggs? It was so disrespectful. I didn't. No, James, I didn't. What went down? Next Saturday is going to be amazing. Adam said, I saw the advert for a wrestling event with in Doncaster with Mickey James, Rob Van Dam, and Ruby Soho. The pro wrestling capital of the world, Doncaster. It's pretty wild, isn't it? I wonder how many people will be at that. That could be really intimate. Could be really fun. Here is Jake Paul and Ryan Garcia. Jake Paul said he'll fight anyone, anywhere. Jake Paul said, this is even worse, this energy right now is here at Madison Square Garden. He said when he's focused on his own fight, he can focus on himself, but it's even worse. He knows how much this means to Amanda Serrano. Jake Paul said, and I can't control what happens. There's Amanda Serrano. We're seeing live in her dressing room. She looks very relaxed. Cool, calm, collected. Yeah, we've got Jake Paul there. We've got Garcia there. Ryan Garcia said he's honored to be there. It's going to be fire tonight. Jessen, shout out to you. Serrano is very calm, says Jake Paul. Co-main event coming up in UFC, and I've got Arlovsky winning that. Arlovsky against Collier. Jake Paul said that a lot of people said Amanda Serrano would crumble under the lights. But she is thriving. She is so calm. He said, I've never seen her this calm. Not that he's been around her all that long, but... Jake Paul will fight anyone, anywhere, except Tommy Fury. Yeah, except a boxer. He will fight anyone, anywhere, unless they've got previous boxing experience, and then he's not interested. You need to be old. You need to be an MMA fighter.
Ideally one that doesn't specialize in striking. If you could be a retired one that's only got one eye, that's great. I mean, look, what I will say is he's definitely got abilities, and that knockout against Woodley, you got to give him props for that. That was very impressive. Jake Paul said, we've seen a Katie Taylor that has slowed down in her recent fights. Again, if you are watching and you've not dropped a like, leave a like. It makes a big, big difference. It really is appreciated as we're building towards that big, big main event. Jake Paul said, looking for the TKO in the later rounds for Amanda Serrano. Jake Paul made a mistake. It's a silly bet tonight, says Smoot. Tony Bellew is not having it. Tony Bellew is not having it at all. Is like listening to Jake Paul saying he's going to beat heavyweight, middleweight, cruiserweight, super middleweight, whatever, baby. Whatever. You haven't even fought a boxer yet. Tony Bellew. I mean, Jake Paul didn't know who Tony Bellew was. And Tony Bellew was like, yeah, I saw that interview. WWE Clash at the Castle at the Principality. Tickets on sale Friday, May 20th. Bonkers said Jake Paul is a fool. Jake Paul versus Joe Biden. Biden wins by knockout, says Lee. Well, we've had 1,211 votes. Let's have a little stroll, shall we, over there and see Katie Taylor still. And still 61%. Serrano 39% when it comes to who people think are going to be winning this one. We are building. We're getting there. We're into the final hour. And we are at the co-main event of both events. We've got Arlovsky about to take on Jake Collier. Liam Smith making his way out. Hayden's got Arlovsky by decision. Yeah, in the chat, who do you think wins? Yeah, so Liam Smith is about to make his way out as well. Both of these co-main events look like they're about to start pretty much at the same time. I think both are just getting ready for their ring walks. I want Jake Paul to fight Sister. The hair from her mustache will poke him in the eye. Jake Paul is jokes, says JD. Tony Bellew versus Jake Paul. It'd murder him. I'm just listening to Tony Bellew. It's really interesting. Liam can fight on the inside. He can fight on the outside. Tony Bellew said Jesse Vargas is in big trouble tonight. There's been a lot of heated words between these two. I think this is the best I've done. 8-1. Jesus, what's happened to you? I've got Collier sub round 2, says Sonny. J14 has got Arlovsky by decision. Are you live streaming during the match? We've got the Katie Taylor fight in around about 50 minutes for the ring walks. We've got Liam Smith and Jesse Vargas about to come out. So we got 4 fights left this evening. 4 fights left. Jesse Vargas against Liam Smith. This is in the super welterweight division. Both of them are excellent fighters. Jesse Vargas 29-3. Liam Smith 30-3. 17 knockouts for Liam Smith. 11 knockouts for Jesse Vargas. Both of these guys having faced Canelo, going up against each other, and as we said, big fight feel for this co-main. Over in UFC, we've got Arlovsky taking on Jake Collier. I think they're both doing their ring walks right now. Fighting out of Liverpool, England. Liam Smith making his way out. Liam Smith about to make his way down. Beefy. Getting his ring walk. I hope he gets it done, man. I do like the Smiths. So, Liam Smith is making the ring walk down. This is our co-main event of the evening. Smile on his face. He's wanted Jesse Vargas for a long, long time. Called him out years ago. And the fight is finally here. Liam Smith said he's really looking for this to get him back into title contention. I'll tell you what, there's noise coming from Madison Square Garden. Madison Square Garden is bouncing. Da-da-da-da-da. Yeah, Madison Square Garden is in fine voice. That's cool. Former WBO super welterweight champion Liam Smith. Very good fighter. Fool of a man, Tony Bellew. Okay, we've got Liam Smith out there. We're just waiting for Jesse Vargas to make his way down. We got the 2 heavyweights in the ring. Arlovsky, 43 years old. Jake Collier, 33. Collier coming in 265. Here's Vargas. Vargas, former 2-weight world champion. He's got home advantage. First time fighting at this weight. Likes to move forward. Fast hands, very sharp. Did lose his last fight. Only once has he been anywhere near this weight. Does have the ability to outpoint Smith. I don't know that he's going to knock Smith out. And Smith was making that point. It's like, you've had 35 fights. You've knocked out 11 people. He's like, you ain't knocking me out. But Jesse Vargas is fired up, man. He was really, like, the heat between these two at the press conference. It was the most heated press conference, or part of the press conference was these two. Vargas making his way down, and Madison Square Garden not seemingly giving him... I'm not hearing people singing along, chanting his name or anything. Maybe when he's inside and he puts his hands up, he'll get a good reaction. But I thought Liam Smith got a really good reaction, which might bode well for Katie Taylor. Vargas in the ring. I'm guessing a lot of the UK, Ireland fans have come over. Have got Taylor to win by decision and Smith to win between rounds 7 and 9. Jacob said, when is McGregor coming back? He needs a tune-up fight. Honestly, I haven't seen anything confirmed on McGregor. Last I heard, he was serious about wanting to face Usman. That was the last thing I heard. Where we got with that, I really don't know. Right, we've got Collier has driven Arlovsky back against the cage. So we are underway with UFC and their co-main event. Rakhmonov against Hamzat was the fight I wanted, but now it's unrealistic since Hamzat is number 3 in the rankings. That would have been good. Right, all 3 judges here are New York-based judges. I mean, is that going to be a disadvantage for Liam Smith if it goes the distance? You'd probably say so. Right, we've got nice strikes coming in there by Collier, looking the better so far in UFC. But we're only a minute and a half in. Knee strike driving Arlovsky back. You will have seen Arlovsky. I think Arlovsky's been in AEW a few times, you know, as part of that American top team invasion. So if you do see Arlovsky and you go, oh, have I seen him before? Might be there. I'm sure I've definitely seen him in AEW. Liam Smith, man, getting a really good reaction. This is really making me think that Ireland and UK have represented. The Irish fans were in fine voice at the weigh-in. Katie Taylor is going to have great support just because this is in Madison Square Garden. I really don't think this is going to feel like a hostile environment for Katie Taylor at all. But that is our main event that, as we said, is coming up. Jacob, shout out to you. So, Jesse Vargas getting his intro halfway through the first round in UFC. And as I said, Collier just ahead. I'm looking forward to this. I'm looking forward to this fight. The heat in this one has been great. I said the Galal fight was going to be really fun. The Cruz Dezern fight was going to be fun. Really looking forward to this. After this, Taylor Serrano. Taylor Serrano coming up in around about 40 minutes for the ring walks. We do have a lot of cheering. I think there's a good opportunity for this to go the distance. Smith is ready for this. I think we've got an eye poke as well in UFC. There's an official timeout. Round 1 coming up. We are underway as both boxers step forward. Liam Smith against Jesse Vargas. Lots has been said between these two, and Vargas was really animated. Smith there trying to get an uppercut into a clinch. Referee's going to come in, separate the two apart. So they get separated. Liam Smith keeping his hands up. We're in the center. Couple of jabs coming in by Smith. Again, trying to get left hand through. Vargas trying to get a right hand off. Nice body shot coming in there by Smith. Nice heavy shots straight down the pipe by Vargas. 1-2. Nice body shot in there by Vargas as well. It's going to be quite a close, cagey affair. Oh, my God, that left hand. I don't know if Smith was able to block that or not, or if it did get through. Some big... I tell you what, the power. Nice body shot there by Smith, but the power of Vargas does seem to be very, very impressive. Yeah, I mean, that is really what is standing out here. Vargas... He is moving up in weight, and they're saying that Jesse has really worked on his strength and his conditioning, but lovely head movement there by Smith. Jab coming in straight down the middle. to get separated. Liam Smith having to go to war here. Nice head movement by Smith. Shot to the body, but ducks underneath a hook shot. Nice left-hand jab coming in, and nice block by Smith. First round done. And quite close between Arlovski and Jake Collier. Feel free to put in the chat who you think's winning over in UFC, who you think's winning in the boxing. 40-odd seconds on the clock here. Feel like Vargas has just thrown the more eye-catching strikes. Feel like Smith has just had to cover up quite a bit. Obviously, this can go 12 rounds, trying to throw out a straight left. He's trying to get a nice strike in there, but good head movement by Vargas. Oh, he's got Vargas back in the corner. He was trying to get a 1-2 working. Lovely head movement by Smith. I've been really impressed with Vargas's power, and I've been really impressed with Smith's head movement. Oh, that was nice. Straight down the middle. He had Vargas back in the corner. That was good by Smith. Nice way to end the round, but I think it's a Vargas round. I think those big power shots were more eye-catching. The word is that Conor McGregor will come out with Katie Taylor to the ring. Imagine that if Conor is going to... He could do. He really could do. Conor could be doing the ring walk with Katie Taylor. I think the ring walks are going to be really interesting. WWE could be involved as well. Becky Lynch, Bianca Belair, they were both involved at the weigh-ins. Did announces at the weigh-ins, so I know that won't interest everyone or like that many people, but I think it is interesting. We are underway with round number 2. We're in round number 2 between Arlovski and Collier. Round number 2 between Vargas and Smith. I'm hoping that we can just get through UFC and then literally just have Taylor Serrano. It did seem like UFC would end and then Taylor Serrano would start, like, main event-wise. Nice strike coming in there by... uppercuts coming in. That's good work by Smith. Good work by Smith. Jabbing away. Edging forward. Lovely right hands. Lovely left straight. But Vargas unloading on the body. Some nice shots there by Smith, but I feel like whilst he's been throwing them, Vargas has been able to unload onto the body. Oh, Smith goes down. I don't think it's going to be a stand-in. I don't think it's count. I think it's more of a trip, slip kind of a thing, but... yeah, no standing count or anything, so not a knockdown. I do think Vargas is looking better here. Into the clinch. Nice body shots coming in, and Jesse working hard and gets a lovely left hand through. Lovely left hand through by Jesse Vargas. He is planting the jab, and his work rate is so good. He's just constantly throwing. I got Jesse taking the first. I think I've got him up in the second as well here. Oh, getting through. Definitely getting through. Smith had the guard, but an uppercut got through. You could see Smith's head bouncing back. Jesse Vargas is not being put under any kind of pressure here. There's nothing that Smith is doing to really ask any questions. Nice strike to the side. Side of the body coming in. He's trying to keep the guard. Misses with the uppercut. Misses with the hook there, Vargas. Right now we've got Collier. He's just got Arlovski up against the cage. Nice jabs coming in. Takedown by Collier. Uppercut coming in there by Smith. 30-odd seconds to go. Tarek said, I can't wait for Taylor Serrano. Smith's got Vargas up against the ropes. Up against the ropes at the moment. Nice strikes coming in by Smith. He's got him back against the ropes. Referee's coming in. He's going to look to separate them. Nice strike straight down the middle there by Vargas. Oh, lovely. Lovely strikes. Lovely strikes by Smith. Good head movement. Again, end of the round. I think Smith does get through with some stuff there, but he had to defend way too much. He is getting through with some stuff at the end of the round, but I just think Vargas is too far ahead. By the time we actually get to the point where Smith is landing some stuff, I think he's already well behind. I've got it 2-0 Vargas. 2-0 Vargas. I don't feel brilliant about it, but I think he is winning. Right there, having a word with Smith. Yeah, it was good. It's been some really good work by Jesse Vargas. We are in round number 2, Arlovsky-Collier. It's been that kind of plodding, boring, heavyweight fight, to be honest. Right, we've got... 1,200 votes is where we are. 1,200 votes. 61-39. 61-39. I don't think that's going to move now, is it? I don't think that's going to move. Vargas seems to want this more, says Steve. He does seem to want it more. He seems to be the aggressor. I think Smith has got a game plan, and he's very much sticking to it, but... unless he's trying to gas Vargas out and give Vargas the early rounds and maybe take a bit of a sting out. Nice strike coming in by Jesse Vargas. This is going to go to round number 3 in UFC. And as we said, co-main events of both shows right now. Nice head movement there by Smith as he's moving forwards. Smith is a beast and he loves a dogfight, says Ruxo. Smith coming forward. Lovely striking coming back here by Jesse Vargas. Head movement again. I said, so far, this has been a story of the power and volume of Vargas and the defense and head movement of Smith. Swing and a miss there by Vargas. Tries to get the uppercut. There's damage on the eye of Smith. There's blood on the eye of Smith. He has been caught. And he does have Vargas up against the ropes. Nice jab coming in. And Smith trying to come back with some stuff. He's going to struggle to take 12 rounds of this kind of punishment, Smith. I mean, he's already busted his eye. Yeah, that's a lovely jab, and he snaps back Vargas's head. He's trying to get through with some shots. Nice defense there by Smith. I really want to see him ask some questions and really get Vargas in a bit of deep water. Right now, it's just the volume doesn't seem to be there for Smith. He's getting the odd shot through, but he's got Vargas up against the ropes. Nice body shot coming in there by Smith. He's definitely landing stuff. He's not getting battered here. It's not one-way traffic, but... yeah, that is going to be a problem. Just over the right eye. Nice jabs coming in, and Vargas back against the ropes. Nice duck underneath there by Smith, and trying to go in for some shots. Grabs him by the head. The two go back to their corners. It's probably every round. I want to give Smith rounds. I just can't find a reason to give him rounds. So I can't give him those rounds. Come on, Liam Smith says, legend killer. British Soundboard Prank said Vargas boxes like a computer game character. David Conley said, I'm praying that Katie works tonight. I know she's got it in her to win again. And there is Katie Taylor. Katie Taylor being spoken to by the referee. She's, her hands are wrapped. The gloves aren't on yet, but her hands are wrapped. Katie is ready. She knows what she needs to do. I'm sure she's got a game plan. She's been thinking about Serrano, knowing that that is a fight that was likely to happen at some point. She's got to have a game plan. She's got to have an idea of what she's going to do. I think she knows that she's going to have to work as hard as Vargas is here. She's going to have to put this level of effort in, and for her cardio and conditioning to go through 10 rounds. Nice shot coming in by Smith. Jessie trying to find a way forward. Nice little uppercut coming in by Smith. Smith needs to make this dirty. Oh, lovely uppercut. Lovely left hand as well. And a straight jab there by Smith. Smith doing well, getting through with some shots. Body shots coming through by Smith as well. There's been some good movements in this fight. Body shot coming in by Vargas. Swing and a miss. Head movement by Smith. I still think he's taking too much punishment. I still think that he's being out-volumed. If boxing is all about hitting your opponent more than you get hit, I think Smith is losing this fight. Vargas, I think, is landing more. Seems to be the more aggressive. It's certainly got the volume advantage. But Smith is having moments. He is having moments. Uppercut coming in there by Vargas. Halfway through round number 4. We've got 1 minute 8 left in round number 3. Quite a close little fight in that main event one. Co-main event one, over at UFC. Who have you got out of Font? Vera. I did have Font, but then he missed weight, so now I'm leaning Vera. It's a mess. UFC this week is a bit of a mess. I mean, that main event's not a bad main event at all. But Font coming in, I think, 2.5 pounds overweight is ridiculous. Nice shot there by Vargas. Smith trying to pour it on. He does have Vargas back against the ropes, and he's really trying to unload right now. Counter shots coming back by Vargas. He's getting through on Smith. It's a firefight into the clinch at the moment. The referee's going to pull them apart. It did feel like Vargas was getting through there, but Smith is getting through as well. What a fight. Oh my God, Cruz Dezern was so good, and this is so good. Yeah, Smith has been getting through. There's damage on the face of Vargas. It is electric. Both guys taking punishment. Both guys are getting through. And Vargas again looks at Smith and just nods. I think in respect, in acknowledgement, you might be able to give that round to Smith. Maybe we're looking at 3-1. 3-1 after 4. Who have you got from there? Oh, we answered that one. Are you commentating Shakur Valdez fight? Sadly not. I don't even know where it is, to be honest. I do think that it is a great fight, but focus very much on UFC as normal, and then the Katie Taylor Serrano has dominated my thoughts. This whole card has dominated my thoughts. So, unfortunately, just the wrong week for Stevenson. Come on, Smith, said James. John said the UFC co-main is actually fun. Arlovsky is a legend. Well, that one has gone the distance. So we need to see what the result's going to be on that. Main event coming up in UFC. Lovely strikes by Vargas. Lovely response coming back by Smith. Some really... I can't even begin to tell you how great some of these fights have been tonight. Fun against Vera. Smith has got Vargas up against the ropes. We're just waiting to find out who the winner is in... Oh, they've got it 2-2. I had it 3-1. They've got it 2-2. Andrei Arlovsky wins. Is it Arlovsky? Yeah, Arlovsky gets it done. Into the clinch here. So Collier walks away, is disgusted. Andrei Arlovsky wins by split decision. Split decision for Andrei Arlovsky. Right, both guys have thrown 183, 180, and both have landed 58 power punches. So, power punches, we are absolutely even. There's nothing to separate these two. I had it 3-1. They've got it 2-2, the commentators. Power punches are even. And Smith is starting to look better in this fight now. He's got Jesse Vargas up against the ropes. It's a lovely fight. It's a great fight. Lovely body shot there by Smith. Nice uppercut coming in. It's two guys just digging deep. Digging deep. Using everything they've got. Going to the reserve. Using the reserve. Smith rock back. Vargas rock back. We're in round 5 of 12. These two, the conditioning. I mean, I'm tired watching them. The conditioning here, so impressive. Ben said Collier should have won that. Team Amanda, Katie is on a decline, says Isaiah. Boss Sauce, shout out to you, my friends. Uppercut just misses there by Smith. Gets through with a straight. He's got Vargas back. That's a lovely right hand by Smith. Lovely right hand. Trying to get some shots through as well. Covers up. Good head movement. I love the head movement by Smith. I really, really do. I think he really got through. I'm going to say that it is 3-2 to Vargas. I think if this fight ends right now, I'm saying Vargas gets it. 3-2 Vargas for me. You cannot deny a legend. Scenes, says Shaquem. Absolute scenes. Absolute scenes in Madison Square Garden. If you are watching and you've not left a like on the stream yet, leave a like. It makes a massive difference. It really is appreciated as, we continue to just, try and get as many people to join us as possible for this historic women's fight. It really is historic. We're at 355. We were trying for 1,000. I don't think that's happening. But it'd be good if we could get to, say, 500. But we are underway with round number 6. Round number 6. It's been a really, really entertaining fight, this one. Can't put enough praise on it. Round number 6. These two have just gone absolutely after each other. Into the clinch, and Vargas gets pushed back. Nice body shot coming in there. Nice jab coming in by Smith, and again trying to get some shots off. Lovely counters coming back. Nice left hand, straight left hand here by Smith. Good head movement. Nice block. Lovely right hand. Straight down the middle again with the left hand. Head movement again by Smith. His head movement is so goddamn impressive. Jesse Vargas keeps swinging and he's not there. Smith is all over Vargas right now. The tide of this fight has turned. I feel like Smith is in a really good place. Another straight jab. He needed to hurt Vargas. Goes for an uppercut. Jesse Vargas moves out the way. You can see Vargas, his movement is a little bit laboured. We are in round 6 and straight down the middle by Smith. He had to weather an early storm. Uppercuts coming in by Smith. Vargas up against the ropes. Liam Smith again getting an uppercut in. Another uppercut gets through. Lovely block shot. God, it's so good. Liam Smith is so good. To dig deep, to weather that early storm, to get the punishment, busted his eye. To weather all of that, stay in there, unloads. He's chasing Vargas around the ring. I mean, he is the aggressor. Nice body shots coming in. 50-odd seconds left of round number 6. I reckon I will have this 3-3 after this. I've got Smith winning this. It does feel like the momentum is with Smith, but Vargas responding now. Nice uppercut there by Vargas, who's back against the ropes. 17 seconds to go, and he's got him against the ropes. Lovely left hand there by Smith. Some counter shots coming back by Vargas. Good head movement by Vargas, but he gets clipped again. He is just throwing out some right hands. They are getting through by Vargas as well. End of the round. End of the round. Another nod by Vargas. 3-3 for me after 6. 3-3 for me after 6. Momentum with Smith. Who got busted up? Everyone got busted up. Smith is busted up a little bit. Just showing some of these shots getting through by Smith. We are around about probably half an hour or so away from Katie Taylor against Amanda Serrano. We are getting closer to that all the time. God, it is one of those fights where you're just exhausted watching it. Main event in UFC. We've got the ring walks in our main event. Rob Font taking on Marlon Vera. Did have Font winning, but Vera, I think, is coming in on weight. It does kind of suggest that his training camp probably went a bit better. It's always a sign if you come in overweight that something's not right. 7 rounds gone. We're just having a look. So Smith has landed 113 power punches compared to Vargas, who has landed 75. 113 to 75. As we said, momentum with Smith. Vargas is back. The crowd are olaying away. Marlon Vera, most finishes in UFC bantamweight history. 5th most wins in UFC bantamweight history. Brazilian Jiu-Jitsu black belt. 8 wins by submission. Marlon Vera making his way down as Liam Smith has got Jesse Vargas back against the ropes. Vargas coming forward into Smith, swinging away, misses. Shot to the body there by Jesse Vargas. Body shot coming in by Smith as well. The heart of Smith here, so impressive. Vargas trying to come back. Swinging away, nice down the middle. Good work there by Smith, keeping it very, very tight. 1-2. Again, trying to get shots off. Swinging away, he gets through with that lovely left straight. And again, left straight by Smith. Vargas missing quite a bit. Lovely body shot there by Smith as well. Body shot, uppercut. Oh, gets in the body, goes to the uppercut. Bang, bang. Oh, my God, it's so good. So good. Right now, Vargas has got his hands down. He's stumbling backwards a little bit. Smith has just absolutely peppered him. Absolutely peppered him. 35 seconds to go here. Nice shot coming in. Roundhouse left. Nice right straight as well by Smith. He's got Vargas back in the corner. Uppercut. Lovely. Nice hook shot. He's doing it. Smith's doing it. Into the clinch. I put $300 on Amanda. Right, we're just seeing Fump making his way down. I think that's the Smith round. I think the momentum's with him. I think he's took the last few rounds here. I did have Jesse Vargas taking those early rounds. But I think that really this has been one-way traffic now for a little while. They're really having to do a lot of work on Vargas. Vargas in the corner. They're trying to deal with the cut. Trying to get water in him. We've got Oasis playing inside Madison Square Garden. Don't look back in anger. Blaring out on the stereo. It's been a war, this fight. It's been a war. Mason said, I've got it 5-2 Smith. Joe's got it 5-2 Smith. Yeah, I think that's very fair. I've got it 4-3, but one of the rounds was close. I think maybe I can't remember if it was the third or the fourth. But yeah, I think that's very fair. Right, we are underway with round number 8. Who have you got, Vera or Fun? I did have Fun. Then he came in overweight. Now I've got Vera. I think it's quite a close main event. But it's so hard to look at anything other than this this co-main event in the boxing. It is so damn good. Jesse Vargas, Liam Smith. Nice strike straight down the middle. Lovely uppercut there by Smith. Nice uppercut coming back by Vargas into the center of the ring. Nice uppercut again by Vargas. He's still putting some nice stuff out there. He's still giving Smith things to think about. He's got him back. Nice body shot coming in. He's got Jesse Vargas back against the ropes. Good head movement there by Smith again. That damage to the eye does not appear to have got any worse. So it got damaged in the 3rd round. We're in the 8th round now. It's not like pouring down. It's not worsened in any way. It's not swelling shut. Oh, lovely body shot. Lovely body shot. He's got Vargas back against the ropes. Uppercut coming in there by Smith. Again, jabs coming in by Vargas, but lovely counter shot there by Smith. He's got Vargas back against the ropes again. Vargas having to cover up. Uppercut just misses by Smith. Straight left there by Smith. Again, tagging Vargas. Body shot coming in by Vargas, and the two about to get separated apart. Referee coming in. We got a minute to go here in round number 8. Nice shots coming in by Smith. Jab coming in by Smith as well. Vargas coming back with a left-hand jab of his own. In close range. This has been fought in the pocket a lot. There's not much at distance, like long booming jabs or sniping strikes. There's a lot of like digs, uppercuts, shots, little quick jabs. They've been right in front of each other. It's made for such an exciting fight. Such an exciting fight. Uppercut there by Smith. 20-odd seconds. Quite a close little round, this. Quite a close little round. Reese said this undercard is so much better than Fury's last week. Nice strikes coming in. Good. Both guys swinging away over against the ropes. That's a close round, that one. That's a really close round. I'm gonna go Smith. I feel like Smith is winning I feel like if the fight was to end now, this is the question I ask myself. If the fight ends now, who should win? If the fight ends now, Smith should win. So I can't say it's 4-4. I can't go 4-4. I can't say that if it fights now, a draw would be the right result. I think that Smith is clear. So 5-3. Ooh, we're just seeing backstage Katie Taylor with the gloves on. Amanda Serrano as well. They're saying it sounds about 50-50 in there. Mason's got it 6-2. Yeah, so much fun. So much fun. Right, we've got Vargas coming forward. Referee just wants to have a word with both guys. I didn't hear what he was saying, but we are underway with our main event in the UFC. Font against Vera. Which... this should be a really good main event, actually. It should be really, really fun. We should be able to focus on it. We just need to get past these next few rounds in Vargas Smith because you cannot take your eyes off Vargas Smith. Jesse Vargas back against the ropes. Lovely strike coming in. Big overhand right coming in by Smith. Vargas back against the ropes. Smith trying to work the body. Vargas coming back with a couple of hooks. He's getting through as well, Vargas. Tagging the head of Liam Smith. They have got it 74-78. Yeah, this Chris Mannix has got it very similar to what I saw. 10-9 Vargas, 10-9 Vargas. And then since then, he's got it 10-9 to Smith. So he's got it 6-2. I've got it 5-3. But as I said before, you're getting no arguments out of me. If you've got it 6-2... get no arguments out of me. I think at least one of them rounds was quite close. Oh, Smith doing so well, though. Tagging up Jesse Vargas. Lovely head movement. He's got him back in the corner again. Just constantly moving forward here, Smith. Vargas back against the ropes. And these two, the volume has been so impressive. I mean, I actually thought you'd have to really go some to do better than that DAZN fight. The DAZN fight was incredible. And this fight's done it. This is the best fight we've seen so far tonight. And now Smith all over Vargas. Managing to get through some straight shots. Snapping Vargas' head back. Nice jabs coming in. Vargas covering up little combos. Again, he's got him back in the corner. He really wants to get a finish. Into the clinch. Referee's going to look to separate these two apart. Man, it's so good. It is so good. Such a great fight. God damn, this deserved a main event tonight. Not like that Taylor Serrano doesn't, but just this deserved to be a main event. Don't forget any other fight. This is amazing. Lovely, lovely striking here by both guys. End of round number 9. In round 1, we're 3 minutes in, and you can see that Rob Font 27-10. 27-10 in this main event. Vargas is tired now. Smith hanging on, says Joseph. I hope we see Alexa Bliss tonight, said Alexa Bliss Gamer. We're at 1,400 votes. Again, if you haven't dropped a like, leave a like. It makes a massive difference. We're at 370. So if you are watching and you haven't dropped a like, leave a like. It really is appreciated. Vargas is tired. Mason has got it 7-2. Bonkers needs Font to win so he can get £148. Katie Serrano and Amanda Taylor. So I think the ref has said to Jesse, I will stop this fight if I don't see something from you. The doctor is just checking on Jesse. I mean, look, Jesse's going to know, innit? If you've got someone saying to you, I'm going to stop the fight unless I see something from you. You've got to know that it's not going your way. Nice jab there by Smith. Again, jabbing away. Smith coming forward. He's done so well. Had to weather an early storm. Oh, lovely strikes. Referee having a good look here as they get into the clinch. Jesse Vargas up against the ropes. Nice left hand. Oh, he stopped it. The ref stops it. Smith wins. Smith wins. The ref did say, I will stop this fight unless I see something from you. Liam Smith gets a big win in Madison Square Garden. Liam Smith beats Jesse Vargas in a massive super welterweight contest. There was a lot of bad blood between them in the build. And Liam Smith, who was losing after those first few rounds, dug deep, weathered the storm. Vargas got tired. Smith went through the gears. Gets the stoppage. And that is a big win for Liam Smith. Vargas, a former 2-weight world champion. What a performance. What a showing. What a showcase. What a fight. So good. And the crowd are in fine voice. They are loving it. And if you needed something to just get you hyped for our main event, that fight surely did it. That fight surely did it. So we are underway with Font Vera. Lovely strikes coming in here by Font. Big win for Liam Smith. Big win for Liam Smith. We probably don't need that text anymore because as soon as the UFC finishes, we will only have one fight to worry about. Taylor Serrano next. Taylor Serrano next. Right. Nice strikes coming in. This alone was worth the $20 subscription, says Jason Lopez. Shout out to you. Taylor fight next, says Joe. Smart from the ref. Wasn't really doing anything. No need to get hurt. Shinjo said, when's the Katie Taylor fight? Katie Taylor fight coming up next. There might be obviously a little bit of a break as they try to build up the hype. The fight itself can only go 20 minutes. 10 2-minute rounds. So there's maybe not a need to race over to that fight, but brilliant win for Liam Smith. Right, he is celebrating, obviously. Over in the UFC, we can see Font 33 strikes. Marlon Vera, it's just shot up. 61-26. Rob Font doing really well, winning the striking exchange at the moment. Is doing really well. Nice jab coming in there by Marlon Vera. Referee just having a word with Liam Smith. That ref's really cool, man. So animated. He's like, oh, well done, man. Well done. He seems to just love his job, that referee. I really like him. He was laughing with Liam Smith there. It was like, well done, man. Oh, that was like, I couldn't quite read what he was saying, but he was congratulating him. And then as soon as it went time to do the decision, his face dropped and he was like, super serious. He went from laughing going, well done, well done. He went into referee mode. God, this referee loves him. This referee is like, he did so well. He's got his hands on his shoulders and everything. Perhaps he won him some money. You know, boxing's like dirty sport. Let's go. Katie said David Conley. Right, we've got nice strikes coming in by Font. Kick coming in by Vera. Font and Taylor for the win, says Al Gore. Kieran said, I'm going to go for Katie Taylor. And Joseph says, Smith was fantastic. He did really well. He lost those first couple of rounds, but really started to come back I mean, I remember saying I really want to give rounds to Smith. I really want him to do this, but I couldn't find a reason to do it. And then, wow, it just really turned. He was putting the pressure on Vargas like throughout the fight, but Vargas was counterpunching and getting through, and then he just wasn't. Smith with the head movement, just really getting those power punches through as well. It was such a good fight. Final minute of round number 2 here with Font and Vera. I think Font is doing it. He's dominating on the feet. What I don't understand, though, is that he's overweight. He came in 2.5 pounds over. So how much does this matter? Like, if he wins, what has he achieved? He caught him. Did he catch it? He's gone for it. He's trying to grab the leg there, Font. Hammer fists here by Vera. Vera hammer fisting away. Oh, he's doing really well. We got 10 seconds to go. He's all over him. Ground and pound. 7 seconds. Font holding on. 4 seconds to go. He's going to survive. Rob Font's going to survive. Rob Font survives. I want Font to lose, to be honest. I picked him to win. But he came in 2.5 pounds overweight. So if he wins, what achieves? I mean, like, I feel like if Vera wins, that's a solid win. It's a great win. If Font wins, nothing changes. He's come in 2.5 pounds overweight. Font versus Vera is a decent fight. It's really hard to see it going the distance, says Joe. I wanted Vera to win. I thought Font would be a bit too much. Joe said, my heart says Taylor, my brain says Serrano. I'm in that exact same boat, bud. I'm in that exact same boat, but I do think it's quite close. Oh, God, it's so good, isn't it? It's so good. Tonight has been really good. Round number 3 coming up now. If you are just joining us for Taylor Serrano, it is coming up next. Our co-main event has just finished over there. We are watching UFC main event, Font against Vera. Font winning the striking, but he was in big trouble at the end of that round. He's managed to grab Vera. Marlon Vera. I would imagine DAZN are probably waiting for this to finish, I would guess, before they do, like, the ring walks and everything. Because, you know, a lot of people will want to watch UFC and then jump over to, you know, Taylor Serrano. It wouldn't really be wise to go up against a UFC main event that's on right now. Maybe just let that, like, you know, get out the way first. Nice high kick coming in there. Both guys going after it. 1 minute gone in round number 3. 4 minutes to go. 1-1 asks TD. It's hard, isn't it? Because he's absolutely dominated on the feet. Font. So do you give Vera that because of the final part of the round? In fairness, you might be able to. He did seem to be relatively close to getting the win, so maybe you could. It feels like Font has been winning the fight, but it was a big end to that second round, and it might not even be a problem. We might not even get to the judges' scorecards. Low kick coming in there by Vera. 99-53 is where we are. 99-53. Nice strike coming in by Vera again. I don't know if the momentum has shifted in this fight. Third consecutive fight with over 100 significant strikes for Rob Font. The Garden is going to be split for both ladies, says Joseph. Tarek said, I think Katie Taylor will win. David said, don't bet against Katie Taylor. Ledge Killer said, it's time for the main event. We will be going to that. As I said, I think they might just want to get through this fight first. What did you think of Jake Paul, Eddie Hearn Q&A? Paul didn't seem like he understood half the questions. He maybe didn't. I mean, maybe he couldn't quite work out some of the accents. Maybe he just didn't want to. Perhaps he did hear, but a lot of them were like having a pop at him. So perhaps he didn't want to acknowledge the questions. Someone asked him, have you got imposter syndrome? And he was like, what? I have no idea what he said. So, like, I don't know. I don't know if he couldn't really understand and hear, or if he just didn't want to hear. But we are at Madison Square Garden. It looks amazing in there. It does look absolutely amazing inside the Garden right now. Yeah, it's a great atmosphere. The Garden is rocking right now. It looks sold out. It doesn't look like there's empty seats. Clarissa Shields said she cannot believe the time is finally here. We got Irish flags, we got Puerto Rican flags. We have to get ready for this main event. Let's go over to Madison Square Garden. Madison Square Garden. Looking absolutely beautiful, as it always does. The world's most famous arena. And right now we've got Font outstriking Vera in all 3 rounds. So it is building. It is building. Katie Taylor Serrano coming up. We've got Sweet Caroline playing. It is a great atmosphere. Oh my God, I just want this UFC main event to end so that we can just focus on Taylor Serrano. But big knee strike by Vera. Font goes down. Font goes down. Forearm strikes by Vera. He's trying to put him away. Font is getting ground and pound at the moment. 7 seconds. 6 seconds. Vera needs to unload. 2 seconds. He's going to allow him. Ah! Marlon Vera just needed to go. God damn it. That's twice I feel like he's let him off the hook. That's twice he's had him right at the end of the round and he's just let him off the hook there. That is, oh my God. Marlon Vera. We're seeing Katie Taylor in her black jacket. She's got the black and gold. The gloves are on. He thought imposter syndrome was an Among Us reference. Has Marlon started yet? Yeah, Marlon Vera Font, you can see. I mean, it's a hell of a striking battle. We're inside Taylor's locker room. She's getting in the zone. There's Serrano. Big smile on her face. Big smile on the face of Amanda Serrano. She looks very relaxed. Cool, calm, collected. Puerto Rican fans are inside the Garden. There is a Puerto Rican flag. I seriously think they're waiting for this fight to end between Font and Vera. Just building up the hype, building up the anticipation. Taylor Serrano, one of the most important fights in the history of boxing. One of the most important fights in the history of boxing. It's not often you get to say that. First time 2 women are main eventing at Madison Square Garden. First time 2 women are being paid 7 figures. Nice strikes coming in by Vera. Vera doing well. This is a war here between these 2. When did Sweet Caroline become the UK fighter anthem? I think it's just an anthem in sports. Mainly maybe since the Euros. Euros is the first time I heard it. We are at ringside. It is electric. It is electric. Ole, ole, ole. Ole, ole. Ole, 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 ole. Katie Taylor. Katie Taylor. Katie Taylor. Come on, Taylor. There she is. As you said, big fight feel on this one. Round number 4, we got 3 minutes to go. I mean, God, this has been a great main event for UFC, by the way. We're 2 minutes into round number 4. They've had 167 strikes to 115. I mean, we've had a couple of moments where it looked like they were about to get a finish. Just so happens that it's on at the same time as one of the most important flipping boxing matches. Come on, Font, says Hayden. The Rock has tweeted, what a monumental, defining and historic night in boxing. I've been enjoying the build-up. I'm happy and proud of Katie Taylor and the Serrano sisters and all the women in boxing. Long overdue, but inspiring to see. Not my words, the words of The Rock. Two minutes, 13 left in round number 4. Font is throwing more punches, but the punches aren't doing any damage, says to Neil. We're seeing inside Taylor's locker room, inside Serrano's locker room. It feels like this could go the distance. Oh, I say that as Font goes down. He gets caught. Hammer fisting away. Oh, Marlon Vera just, come on. Put him away. Kill him. Kill him! Font is down. Is defending. Marlon Vera just cannot get in for the kill. Katie Taylor. We've got Katie Taylor stats. 35 years old. 33 for Serrano. 66-inch reach to 65. As I said, I've seen lots of different numbers on that. Just going down the rules. No standing 8 count. No 3 down knockdown rule. Cannot be saved by the bell. Doctor or ref can stop the fight. Layla Ali is on screen. Layla Ali video on the screen. Christy Martin on screen. Hall of Fame boxer. We're getting lots of great female boxers from... We are all so proud of you. Nice strikes coming in again by Font. There we go. Bell sounds. Bell sounds. Welcome to the world's most famous arena. What we might have to do is we might have to do a little bit of work here. We might have to do a little bit of work. We might have to switch these bad boys around. Stupid, brilliant main event from UFC. It is an absolute barn burner, man. Font, Vera. I mean, this fight will be done by the time Taylor begins. Big cheer. Don't know who's coming out first. I think we've got national anthems, is it? Yeah, I don't know. I don't know what we've got here. Is it Serrano that's coming out first? Taylor versus Serrano. We're just seeing Serrano backstage. Days, do you think Nicola Adams could have sold out MSG? She was big in the UK, but I don't know I don't know how big she was on like the international stage. Okay, some Puerto Rican song is being sung. I don't know if it's their national anthem or not. I'm going to admit my knowledge of the Puerto Rican national anthem is not where it should be. Scout, shout out to you. Good day, Days. What did I miss? What have you missed? Well, you haven't missed one of the most important fights in the history of boxing, because that is about to happen. Big smile on the face of Amanda Serrano, who is backstage with a big, big smile, taking in the atmosphere, taking in the moment. I'm guessing it was the national anthem. If it is, it's a lovely song. That was the Puerto Rican national anthem. It was fire, man, for a national anthem. That was like a song. Here's, we've got the Irish national anthem right now. 3 minutes 46 on the clock now. Main event. This main event looks like it's going to go the distance. Chito Vera looking like he's starting round one. What a savage, says John. Francis says it's going to be a split decision. 3 knockdowns. Best Cams, shout out to you. Neil said if it goes decision, Chito wins. We've got the Irish national anthem. Font's face is an absolute mess in the main event of UFC this week. Big UFC coming up next week. Nice kick coming into the body there by Marlon Vera. Nice jabs coming in there by Font. Oh, I'll tell you what, there's a lot of Irish in the crowd. There is a lot of Irish in the crowd. The response that the Irish national anthem is getting is absolutely huge. It is rocking inside Madison Square Garden. They could not have got a better atmosphere. So, American national anthem right now, which I think is Baby Shark? I don't know. American Pie? Yeah, it might be American Pie, judging by how much Fury was singing it last year. Last week, he was loving it. One minute 50 to go. Katie Taylor is going to win by split decision. Tim said numbers are in Font's favour, but that didn't work out for Collier. So, Star Spangled Banner, we got Statue of Liberty being shown on screen. Oh, so good. What is the most common foreign food in England apart from Indian foods? Pizza. Chinese. Most places have got an Indian restaurant, a Chinese restaurant, a pizza takeaway place, and a fish and chip shop. I reckon those are the 4 that you'll find in pretty much every city and town. Certainly every city. And most towns as well. And villages. Maybe not villages. Towns. Chinese restaurant for takeaways. Take a Chinese takeaway. You know, like sweet and sour, egg fried rice, blah, blah, blah. Chop suey, blah, blah, blah. And Indian and pizza takeaway and a fish and chip shop. 30-odd seconds left in this main event. 221 strikes from Rob Font. She's giving it everything, this girl. She's really going for it. Who do you think's going to win out of Katie Taylor or Amanda Serrano? The fans! The goddamn fans! the sport of boxing. 5 seconds on the clock. 5 seconds on the clock. And the fight reaches its conclusion. That is it. Font and Vera have concluded their war. And what a war. We're going to have to wait to find out what... We're going to have to wait to find out what... who's got the victory there. It is going to be Amanda Serrano that makes that ring walk first. Here we are inside Madison Square Garden. Jake Paul taking a deep breath. Jake Paul is nervous. Jake Paul is nervous. He takes a deep, deep breath. I mean, in all fairness, it's probably better if he didn't come out with Amanda Serrano. If he wants her to get a good reaction. Set to make her ring walk. Font is a mess. He is a mess. That was can I just say, it was an amazing main event that I did not get chance to pay the attention to that I wanted to. I'm going to apologize now to everybody. I wish I could have given it more attention. It looked incredible. Looking at both guys, they are absolutely battered. But we do have the ring walks for Taylor and Serrano, and you could not make any more noise in Madison Square Garden right now. It is rocking. Serrano is making her ring walk. We're just seeing some of her moments. It's the biggest moment. This might be the biggest moment of these girls' lives. It's unanimous. Unanimous decision. Marlon Vera gets it done, and I'm really pleased for him. I'm really pleased that Marlon Vera gets that win. Marlon Vera wins by unanimous decision. And as I said, I'm really, really pleased for him because it's a case that he did not come in overweight. I think it's going to help him more. Here is Serrano. I do not know why Jake Paul is standing behind her. This is her moment. He is in the background, in all fairness, but even so, it would be better. I'd prefer it if he was not there. She takes a deep breath. She is quite emotional. She walks out at Madison Square Garden to a big roar. Big roar for Amanda Serrano. Amanda Serrano walking out at MSG. The Puerto Rican fans going banana. God, the noise! The noise! The noise! No one will ever be able to tell me that this is not worth watching or not a big deal. Look at these scenes. Look at these scenes. I have to keep turning it down. It keeps getting louder. Serrano making her way out. Crowds are singing along. The crowd are with Serrano, but they will be with Katie Taylor as well. Make no mistake about that. Serrano has never been in front of a crowd this size. Taylor has. Well, she's fought on the Jake Paul undercards. They were big crowds. So I think she has. I think Jake Paul has fought in front of like 18-odd thousand. But maybe being on the undercard, you know what I mean? Maybe hits a bit different, but she's made her way out. She's wearing a white top. Here's Katie Taylor. Katie Taylor, and there's a big roar. Big roar for Katie Taylor. Katie Taylor is making her way down the corridors of Madison Square Garden. Check-in outcome for UFC. Have fun. J-Law, shout out to you. God, the roar, the noise. Katie Taylor just going through in her mind. Okay, so Serrano's music coming to an end. The reigning, defending, undisputed lightweight champion of the world. Katie Taylor getting her introduction. We've got a little video package. Video package for Katie Taylor. Katie Taylor, who had to disguise herself as a boy when she started. So I was listening to Eddie Hearn and Katie telling that story. She had to pretend to be a boy in the early 2000s because she couldn't get a license. She was, being a female, you weren't allowed to box. She then managed to go to the Olympics and convince the Olympic Committee to allow women to fight and ensure that women got those same opportunities that the men did. We've heard a lot about that, but the bigger truth is that this is just an incredible fight. This is just an incredible fight. Katie Taylor shown on screen. And in fairness to Jake Paul, Eddie Hearn is in the background. When she picked up boxing gloves for the first time, what she was doing was illegal. DAZN just talking about what we were just discussing. Katie Taylor walks out. Any rumours of Conor McGregor being a part of the walkout are unfounded. I'm sure he's watching. I'm sure he's watching. He might even be there, but not part of the walkout. Slowly making her way down. She's not one to get the crowd fired up and all that kind of stuff. Just the crowd very quiet, very respectful. As Katie Taylor makes her way down, she looks out around as the crowd give a big roar. There's plenty of Irish there. Smoke shooting up into the sky. As part of the entrance, Katie Taylor taking it all in, enjoying it. Did you see the war with Rob Font and Cheeto? Yeah. I won dollars on that last fight. She is making her way down very slowly. She's singing along with her entrance music. An Irish flag is thrown at Katie Taylor. It gets, I think, are they holding it up behind her? And there we go, look, big smiles on the faces. Eddie Hearn has got the Irish flag. He puts it around his neck. God, she's really savouring this. I mean, she is really just drinking this in. It's so incredible to see, like, slowly making her way down. It's the slowest. She's gone full-blown Roman Reigns here. It's the slowest ring walk, but She's getting herself where she needs to be. Stepping on the edge of the ring. Looking out at the crowds. So much noise. So much noise. She steps inside. I don't know if she's going through a game plan. I don't know if she's going through the journey that she's been on. I don't know if she's just fully focused on what she needs to do with Serrano. Be very interesting to know what she's thinking right now. But Katie Taylor is inside the ring. Referee coming over. So, in regards to this fight, Katie Taylor, she's slick, she's fast. She has shown that when pressured, she can struggle. She can be thrown off her game. She is the undisputed lightweight champion. 20 wins, 6 stoppages, orthodox fighter, an active fighter coming in as the bigger fighter, heavier fighter, but only by 1 pound. She's aggressive on the inside, likes to control the fight. Footwork is all right, decent speed, great ring IQ. Needs to avoid Serrano's power, needs to be working the body, needs to get in, get a work done, get back out again. Serrano from Puerto Rico, 30 knockouts from 44 fights, unified featherweight champion, 7 division world champion. She's also got an MMA record of 3-0. She is a huge power advantage. She's moving up in weight, but not for the first time. She can switch her stances, Serrano. She can fight orthodox. You see her quite a lot fighting southpaw as well. I think actually, see her like southpaw. I don't know if she favors southpaw, but she switches. I should have put switches really, rather than orthodox. But yeah, she is someone that I think from a boxing ability point of view, I think Taylor is the better boxer. I think that the power advantage, the cardio advantage, the conditioning advantage, the aggression advantage, I think that is Serrano. So this is why it is so hard to pick. So hard to pick. You know, there's so many different ways this can go. So many different ways. Let's get it going. We are here. This is it. The time has come. I said the time has come. They all need a catchphrase. The fight starts now. Right, getting their intros. Reese said, I don't care what anyone says. These girls don't have a back like Raquel Rodriguez. That is true. I might turn it off. Right, we've got Serrano getting her intro. From Brooklyn, New York. From Brooklyn, New York. Taylor needs to work a stiff jab, throw the overhand right. Serrano tends to drop her left hand. Love it, Jean, love it. Daniel, shout out to you, says, come on, Ireland. Wow, big intro for both women. Really building this up. Amanda Serrano puts her hand in the air. She is pumped. She is fired up. She is going to give everything. Katie Taylor's going to do the same as well. And across the ring, Taylor getting her intro right now. Get in your final thoughts then. Get in your final thoughts. Which way do you think this is going to go? 57% think that Taylor's going to win. 43% think that it will be Serrano. That's changed a little bit. It's got a lot closer. 57-43. Let's end that poll so we can see the chat. If you are watching and you haven't dropped a like, leave a like. It makes a big, big difference, and it's really is appreciated. We are about to go over to the fight. Katie Taylor just getting her introduction from Bray, County Wicklow Island. The noise. The noise. They're so loud in Madison Square Garden. It's such a great atmosphere. Katie Taylor gets her intro. We will be underway with this in a second. Katie looking nervous, says Shia. Right. Smile on the face. These two face to face. They're about to go at it. Katie Taylor puts hands up. They do touch gloves. They do touch gloves. So much noise inside Madison Square Garden. Time for the fight. The time for talking is done. Taylor Serrano. Main event in Madison Square Garden, round number 1. Serrano with an orange top. Bell sounds, and we are underway. So, Taylor in black. We've got Serrano in white shorts, and as we said, orange top. Nice start here for both women. Stepping into the center. Serrano trying to get some shots off. Katie Taylor staying out of range at the moment. Just staying on the outside. Serrano trying to land some shots. Katie Taylor knows that she can't afford to get hit with that power. Good footwork by Katie Taylor. Lovely strikes by Taylor. Loving that right hand by Taylor. Loving that right hand. She's got Taylor's backed up in the corner. Needs to get out of there. Big, big, big fight feel to this one. Madison Square Garden making a lot of noise. The left hook. The left hook really working for Taylor. She's thrown it a few times. And again, she's just staying out of the way at the moment. She needs to feint a little bit more. She needs to work a little bit more. That's a lovely left hook of Serrano's as well. Nice shots coming in. Taylor edging it for me with those hooks. Just edging it. Not much in it though at the moment. 20-odd seconds left. Nice left hand there by Serrano. Katie Taylor trying to get in, get her shots off, get out of there. Nice shot to the body by Serrano, but Taylor responds with one of her own. 10 seconds to go. Serrano throwing out the jab, but not landing. Taylor again getting in, getting a couple of jabs off. Crowd are laying away. I'm going to say that's a Taylor round. Not much in it. Not much in it, but I love those hook shots. I'm gonna give it to Taylor. She has been caught though, Taylor. They're putting a bit of ice above the eye of Katie Taylor. Loving the right hand. What a round, said Chris. Edwards got it 1-0 Taylor. Jay's got it 1-0 Taylor. Right, they're just having to iron out a little mark that's on the face of Serrano. I love the left hook shots from Katie Taylor. Love those left hook shots. Right, here we've got round number 2 coming up. Bell sounds, and we are underway with round number 2. Taylor again trying to stay on the outside. Serrano, I'm so goddamn desperate for Taylor to win this. Like, I want Taylor to win this more than I wanted Fury last week. Nice body shot coming in by Katie Taylor. Taylor getting some quick shots in on Amanda Serrano. They're in the clinch at the moment. Some body shots coming in. Serrano coming forward. Taylor, lovely movement. Nice heavy body shot there by Serrano, though. Not much between them in this first minute, but I like that straight right. Oh, big blow there by Taylor. That was nice. That was nice. Swing and a miss by Serrano. Katie Taylor on the outside. She is so dialed in. She is so focused right now. Taylor on the outside. Bang, bang. 1-2 by Katie Taylor. She has got to be perfect for 20 minutes. Serrano backing Taylor up. Lovely hook shots again. She's trying to block what Serrano's throwing. Oh, catches her. Serrano stumbles. This is great by Katie Taylor. Great by Katie Taylor. 30 seconds to go. Amanda Serrano moving forwards. So focused, staying out of range. Serrano's throwing, but she just can't reach Katie Taylor. Taylor, again, very focused. Loving that left hook shot. That left hook shot all day long. Serrano trying to get some shots down the middle. I don't think she managed to get through. Taylor staying on the outside. We're about to get to the end of the round, and we do get to the end of the round. It's another round for Katie Taylor. Another round for Katie Taylor. It is so goddamn good. It is so goddamn good. DAZN has decided to go to an advert at this point. What? Serrano is winning, says Swedish Detective. I've got it 2-0, Katie Taylor. Feel free to say how you're seeing it, though. I mean, look, at the end of the day, it's going to come down to how the judges are seeing it. But I've got it 2-0 to Katie Taylor right now. And it's not just because I want her to win. I wanted Liam Smith to win in the co-main event. And I couldn't give him any rounds in the early part of that fight. I had him losing to Vargas. Serrano is throwing, and she cannot get in close enough to actually land her shots. She is working, but a lot of what she's throwing doesn't appear to be landing. The left hook shot by Katie Taylor, I think, has really given her the edge here. Nice strikes coming in by both women. We're underway with round number 3. This is a 10-round fight. Taylor on the outside, nice shot to the body. Trying to come in with a jab, trying to stay out the way, into the clinch, getting in close, working hard. Serrano goes against the ropes. Serrano up against the ropes. Serrano edging forward, love the left hook again. Check left by Katie Taylor. On the outside, 1-2 down the middle. Serrano gets a bit more joy when she's got Katie Taylor backed into a corner, but Katie Taylor throws some big shots and manages to get out of there. Oh, nice strike there by Taylor. Nice right hand. Oh, missing again by Serrano. She throws a big uppercut. You can tell she's got some power. You can tell that those shots look moody. Lovely little 1-2 by Katie Taylor into the clinch. Serrano trying to dig into the body as Katie Taylor drives Serrano back. Third round. Lovely right hook by Taylor. Lovely body shot. Bang, bang. 1-2. 1-2 by Taylor. Crowd are olaying as that left hook comes round again by Taylor. 9 seconds left on the clock. Another left hook by Taylor. Shot to the body by Serrano. Lands a nice shot to the body again there, Serrano. Bang, bang, bang by Taylor. Another Taylor round. Oh, they're saying it is so loud. You can't even hear the bell. Oh, my God. It's 3-0 Taylor for me. 3-0 Taylor. Katie Taylor is looking so good. She is looking so good right now. Can she hold on? Can she keep this up? It's a big ask. It's a big ask, but she's looked so good so far. Serrano is not out of this fight. I mean, it's only goddamn 2 rounds. 3 rounds. But, yeah, oh my God. Taylor is so good here. Come on, Katie. Come on, Katie. Round number 4. Serrano's got that power, and that power's going to carry through. Katie Taylor needs to make sure she's keeping some energy back. Don't overcommit herself. We know that Katie Taylor has faded as fights have gone on. I think a lot of people expected Katie Taylor to take the early rounds. She's done that for me. The question's going to be, can she stick with this fight and keep this output going? She's going to have to be digging deep. The scorecard for Chris Mannix has got it 2-1 to Serrano. I don't. I've got it 3-0. I've got no doubt about that as well. Nice shots coming in by Katie Taylor. Serrano up against the ropes. Nice body shot there by Taylor. Nice head movement. Great head movement by Katie Taylor. 1-2 straight down the middle. Serrano moving forward, trying to throw in some strikes. Katie Taylor with a 1-2 coming back. Again, trying to throw a 1-2. So they're showing that power punches, Taylor has landed more than Serrano. Taylor, 36 power punches to Serrano's 32. Taylor landing 51% of her strikes. Serrano only landing 33. It's not about how much you throw. Taylor ahead on power punches. Nice head movement by Katie Taylor. Taylor gets out of there. I kind of felt like that was a closer round. I'm not going to lie. I did feel like that was a closer round. I wasn't seeing the nice big looping shots there for Taylor. But Edwards got it 3-1 Taylor. David's got it 4-0. Chris Barry's got it 2-1. The left hook wasn't in that round. I'll give it 3-1. Right now, if this fight ends, Taylor wins this fight. Swedish Detective has it at 2-2. Another Taylor round, but I think that was closer, says Cordell. Yes, I agree. I think the left hook has really been working for Katie Taylor, and it wasn't on display in that round. Do not want to see Katie Taylor tiring here. If she's going to win it, she's going to have to win it on points. Seeing her finish Serrano is very unlikely. Serrano moving forward. Katie Taylor on the outside. She's trying to work her head movement. Nice body shot there by Serrano. Serrano's got Katie Taylor back in the corner. Taylor with some lovely counter punching. Serrano is pouring it on to Katie Taylor. Taylor is throwing. Both of them are throwing at each other. They're letting their hands go. Uppercut misses by Serrano, but that one gets through. Blocks by Katie Taylor. It's an absolute firefight right now. It's an absolute firefight. So good. Both of these women on their feet at the moment. Serrano is throwing, trying to get that power through. I really don't think it's in Katie Taylor's interest to make this a firefight. Katie Taylor definitely taking some punishment in that round. Looks to be a bit more unsteady on her feet. Katie Taylor getting punished. I think Serrano's really hurting her. Taylor's rocked. Taylor's rocked. Taylor's rocked. Taylor's rocked. Taylor's rocked. Serrano's pulling ahead in this round. Katie Taylor grabs Serrano in the clinch. God damn, she's a wounded animal. Katie Taylor's a wounded animal. Serrano's really put her foot on the gas in this round. She's on her feet. Just. Katie Taylor trying to get the head movement. Amazing display of heart by Katie Taylor. You'll never beat the Irish. She's out on her feet, but she's standing. She needs that bell. She needs that bell. And there is the bell. Oh my God, that is a Serrano round all day long. All day long, that is a Serrano round. I don't know why she was standing and exchanging. I don't know what she was thinking. No one expects Katie Taylor to win a firefight. No one expects Katie Taylor to be able to stand in front of Amanda Serrano and win a firefight. No one expects that. So why are you doing that? Katie Taylor's corner said, don't stand in front of her. You can see she's out on her feet. Serrano must have been saving it for when she knew that Taylor was going to gas out. God, I tell you what, give all the credit in the world to Katie Taylor. How she stayed on her feet in that round. How she stayed on her feet. She comes out. She's definitely taking punishment. Serrano. Guitarist 6494, shout out to you, my friend. I hope you are well. Body shot coming in by Taylor. Serrano backing Taylor into a corner. You can tell that's the strategy. Get Taylor in the corner and then go. Firefight. And Katie Taylor was avoiding that in the early rounds. Nice strikes coming in by Serrano. It's absolutely momentum Serrano. It's absolutely momentum Serrano. Katie Taylor with some head movement, getting out of there. She's been told to not stand and exchange. 44 punches in round 5 by Serrano. 14 by Taylor landed. 44 to 14. 44 to 14 in that last round. And Serrano, I don't expect Serrano to gas out. Nice strike by Katie Taylor. She's in there. Nice shot by Katie Taylor. She said it's been a great camp. Serrano still coming forwards. Don't firefight with her, Katie. Get in, get out. The problem that Katie has got is that she's a wounded animal. I mean, she needs to have her senses about her. She needs to get in, work, get out, head movement, all this kind of stuff. But her head is probably fuzzy. I mean, she got battered in that last round. Serrano moving forwards. These two women. Lovely seeing that left hook shot again by Katie Taylor. Blood coming down the face of Taylor. Head movement by Taylor. We're into the final few moments. And there we go, end of the round. I'm going to give that to Serrano again. I'm going to say this is all even. What a fight. What a goddamn fight. What a goddamn fight. I got Taylor in for the first 3. I've got Serrano with the last 3. I've got it 3-3 after 6. 3-3 said Dortnight. Edwards got it 3-3. Wellikin has got it 48-46 to Serrano. Chris has got it as a 3-3 tie. Cosmic's Ace has got it as a 3-3 tie. Legend Killer has got it as a 3-3 as well. God damn, man. God damn. All right, here we go. We're about to get underway with round number 7. Bell sounds. Katie needs to work the hook. The hook is what has been getting her. What she needs is she needs to work that hook, keep her movement, do exactly what she was doing at the start of the fight. What she can't afford to do is get backed into the corner. And for this to be a firefight. She's done so well to recover from round 5, though. Lovely head movement. I'm hoping that she can shake that off. You know, boxers have got an incredible ability to recover. Chris Maddox has got it 59-55 to Serrano, who is a ringside announcer for DAZN, I believe. But I disagree with that. I really don't think Taylor lost rounds 2 and 3. The concern is this is Madison Square Garden. I think they're 3 New York judges. Katie Taylor, if it's going to be even close, I think is going to struggle to get this on decision. Nice shots coming in by Katie Taylor. Serrano trying to get Taylor backed up. Nice left-hand jab there by Serrano. Body shot misses by Katie Taylor. Again, she's on the outside. She's just struggling to get in and get her shots off now, Katie Taylor. I'd like to see that hook more. Nice jab. 20 seconds to go. Serrano is the more active fighter. She's the more aggressive fighter. Not much to separate them in this round. Nice body shot coming in there by Serrano. Serrano round. I'm going to give it to Serrano. The reason why I'm giving it to Serrano is because I thought it was quite close. I think that Serrano is the aggressor of the two. I think that Katie Taylor is trying to get in and get shots off, but not landing like she was at the start of the fight. Getting that big hook shot. You know, the big hook shot was really working for her. Just not seeing that big hook shot. It's going to be round 8, and this fight has absolutely lived up to its billing. Absolutely lived up to its billing. I feel like 4-3 Serrano is fair. The reason being because I think the biggest moment in the fight was Serrano rocking Taylor, but she didn't put her down. And Taylor was in there swinging away, but she absolutely won that fight, won that round. Right, here we go. Round number 8. And Serrano comes in, gets a few shots into the body. Serrano coming forwards. Nice strikes there by Taylor. That's good by Taylor. Taylor seems to fade as fights go on. She needs a big finale here. She needs to have her senses back. Nice couple of shots coming in by Katie Taylor. The hook shot coming back. Right hook this time by Katie Taylor. Step into the side. Couple of jabs, but they're just falling on the guard. Body shot by Serrano. So much noise in Madison Square Garden. Such an atmosphere. It does. I mean, I feel like Serrano really needs to try and get Katie into the corner, and she's really struggling to do that. The crowd are olaying away. Taylor staying on the outside. It is nice strikes. Good by Taylor. Couple of shots getting through by Taylor there. Taylor's got her hands down. I think the problem is when you're on the back foot a lot, when you're on the back foot, it just doesn't look good to the judges. And Katie Taylor is on her back foot a lot. And I don't like seeing her hands down that low. She's having to rely more on her head movement now. She's backed up in the corner as well, which you don't want to see. Nice right hand there by Katie Taylor. Backed in the corner again. It's Amanda Serrano that's the aggressor into the clinch. Honestly, I would say these last 2 rounds, there's not much in them. There's really not much in them. You can look at these 2 rounds and there's just not much in them, but... Edward's got it 4-4. There's not much in them. The only thing I would say is that we're in Madison Square Garden, and I really think the judges are going to be with Serrano. So I'm going to say 5-3 Serrano. MCC has got it 5-3 Katie. There's lots of 4-4s in there. Michael's got it 5-3 Serrano as well. Who's winning? It's close. It's close. But I think you have to remember we're in New York. We're in New York with New York judges. And Amanda Serrano is from New York. I just think they're going to go that way. But and there's no denying that Serrano has been on the front foot. She's been the aggressor. But it's close. It's close. I got Serrano up by 2, but some of them are close. Katie Taylor trying to get some big shots in here into the clinch. It's a hell of a fight, this. It's a hell of a fight. Crowd making so much noise. We are into round number 9. Big roars. Katie Taylor needs to keep moving. She's using her head movement. Nice shot there by Katie Taylor. Lovely right hand. Swing and a miss by Serrano. Katie Taylor trying to get in a few flurries. It seems like when she does step in, bang, bang, bang. So punches so far. Serrano 126. Katie Taylor 103. Serrano has thrown 400 odd punches. Katie Taylor swinging, missing. She's on the back foot. Serrano has unofficially landed more than Katie Taylor. Shots coming into the side of the body. I hope Katie Taylor wins. Nice shot there by Taylor. Katie Taylor looking good. Nice shot there. Good shot by Katie Taylor. Oh, another big right hand. Oh, my God. I think I'm going to give that Taylor. 5-4 Serrano with 1 round to go. Oh, my flipping God. There's nothing in it, man. I mean, I honestly, I've got it 5-4 Serrano, but some of them rounds are close. And I am really taking into account the fact that it's New York judges. What is the nationality of the judges? I believe they're all from New York, unless they changed them for the main event. This is going by so fast. I know. 5-4 Amanda said Swedish detective. 6-3 Taylor says Mark. 5-4 Taylor. I hope it's Taylor. I really want Taylor to be winning this. I really want Taylor to win this. We're about to get underway for the final round. 2 minutes, whatever you've got, put it out there. The world is watching. Katie Taylor is in the middle, clinching up with Serrano. 86-85. Chris Mannix has got Serrano up by 1. I've got Serrano up by 1. Head movement. Katie Taylor on the back foot. Taylor unloading. Shots coming in. Katie Taylor, whatever you've got, give it now. You've got Ireland with you. You've got the UK with you. Swing for the fences. Lovely strikes by Taylor. Into the clinch, driving Serrano back. You could make a real argument that this should be a draw. Oh, lovely strikes by Taylor. Lovely strikes by Taylor. Bang, bang, 1-2. Into the clinch. Oh, and again. Serrano with a big shot of her own. It's an amazing fight. It's an amazing fight. Take a picture. Put it on the wall of Madison Square Garden. Put it in the goddamn entrance. Into the clinch, referee coming in. There's blood coming down from Amanda Serrano. It's a Taylor round. It's a Taylor round. Taylor, 20 seconds, head movement. They're just swinging away. Madison Square Garden on their feet. It's so good. So good. Oh my God, it's so good. Oh my God, it's so good. 5-5. 5-5. There's no goddamn winner in that match. There's no goddamn winner in that match. One of the goddamn best matches I've ever seen. One of the greatest fights I've ever seen. It's one of the best goddamn fights I've ever seen. That is disgusting. That is disgusting. It's just... Oh, the judges are actually Italian, USA, and Canadian. So they did change the judges for the main event. I got it 5-5. I've got it 5-5. I've got it 5-5. Great fight, but draw, said Joseph. I think, honestly, I know a lot of people will be like, oh, they drew. The women, first ever fight, and it was a draw, was it? Yeah, fix. No, I genuinely think it is. I genuinely think it's a draw. What I will say is Amanda Serrano really rocked Katie Taylor in the fifth. She really rocked her in the fifth. Shaquem's got it 5-5. Draw. It'll be a draw. Katie 6-4 says Mark. Shinjo said regardless of the outcome, what a fight. Listen, there was people saying that this is not where it's at tonight. People saying this is not where it's at. Where are them people now? Absolutely brilliant. One of the best fights I've ever seen. Katie wins 6-4, says Mark. They made history. It's going to be a draw. J-Deep said there'd better be a winner. Why don't they do 11 rounds? That way, like, you would imagine someone would probably win, like, 6-5. I really feel like if you're going to do 10 rounds, aren't you just, like, you know, setting it up for a draw? A draw is a potential. Man, I tell you what, Katie Taylor, I think she knew that was going to be a big task. I don't know if she knew it was going to be quite like that. That is, I mean, she has been to hell and back. She has been to hell and back. It's incredible. It's incredible. Katie Taylor made one mistake, really, and that was getting sucked into a firefight. She got sucked into a firefight in the fifth. And I hope she doesn't lose it for that reason. Katie Taylor, Amanda Serrano. We're going to the judges. (96-94) Serrano. The first one, 96-94 Serrano. 97-93 Taylor. We've got a 90. It's crazy, isn't it? There is a winner. Still! Katie Taylor's done it! Katie Taylor's done it! Katie Taylor wins! Taylor wins by split decision! And still! Oh my God! The scenes in Madison Square Garden! Taylor wins! Taylor wins! Taylor wins! Katie Taylor, you'll never beat the Irish! You'll never beat the Irish! 96-94, 97-93, 96-93. She won by 4 rounds, 3 rounds. Damn it! Damn it! Katie Taylor just won one of the best boxing fights I have ever seen. She's just made history in the Garden. Oh, Katie Taylor wins. Guitarist 6494 said, incoming McGregor tweet. Wow. And still, the Irish flags around her, around her shoulders. God damn it, man. I mean, Amanda Serrano really had Katie Taylor rocked. How Katie Taylor dug deep, came back. Straight up honest, I had that 5-5. I had it a draw. I mean, like, I don't know who that guy was that was scoring it for DAZN. He had, like, Serrano up by 4 after 5 rounds or something. It's like, what? I said at the time, I do not have it that way. I ended up having it 5-5. But one judge had it 96-94 Serrano. Another had 97-93 Taylor. Another had it 96-93. We're hearing from Taylor right now. What a fight. What's going through your mind right now? Biggest fight in female boxing history. It was a very, very close fight. Eddie Hearn with a big smile on his face. He's just won $1 million from Jake Paul. She's a phenomenal fighter. She's a great person. I knew I would be in the trenches. God, it's a bit unfair, isn't it, after 10 rounds like that to then grab Katie Taylor and try and interview her. I mean, right now, I should imagine all she's seeing are birds swirling around her head. How the hell is she meant to concentrate on anything right now? So good. So good. Legend Killer, shout out to you. Money said it was a robbery. Mason said we need a trilogy. Listen, I think there will be lots of arguments on this. I had it 5-5. Serrano comes over and gives Katie Taylor a hug. If they end up doing a rematch, god damn. We put on a hell of a show, said Serrano. I'm honoured to have shared the ring with you, says Serrano. She's class. God, did they? Did they? She said, look, women can sell. Women can fight. And I think we just put on a hell of a show.
It's one of the best goddamn fights I've ever seen.
Amanda Serrano said, I am the smaller girl. Not by much. No shade. God, after what she's just done, no shade. But she said, I am still a champion at featherweight. Katie Taylor said, all right, let's do it again, Amanda. I think there will be a clamour for that. I think there will be a clamour for that. No way Serrano lost, says Chang's Bangs. Underground Posse said it was definitely a robbery. Shannon Bailey said it was clearly a Taylor win. Eddie Hearn, Jake Paul. Eddie Hearn said, I thought it was close. Eddie Hearn said that he and Jake had it about 4-4 at the end of the 8th. Eddie Hearn saying that he can see a big rematch in the future. Boo! Boos for Jake Paul. Jake Paul said it was a draw at best. The crowd are all over Jake Paul. David Conley said, you never beat the Irish. September, October, let's run it back. You can only hope that the world will wake up to women's boxing, certainly to these fighters after this. Fifth was really tough. Jake Paul will still be rich after losing $1 million. Oh, of course. Listen to the fans. Eddie Hearn said, you just saw one of the best fights in the history of Madison Square Garden. I agree. God, I agree. So good. Serrano didn't look rocked. You could tell that Taylor was about to be rocked. She was rocked in the 5th, yes. But doesn't she deserve credit for her recovery and coming back and winning the last rounds? Serrano didn't put her away. She didn't even put her down. Eddie Hearn said, if we do not go to Ireland for a fight before her career is over, it'll be a massive oversight on our part. He wants the rematch in Ireland. Jake Paul said that was a draw at best. Keep saying that. I mean, I did have it a draw, in all fairness to him, but I am pleased he lost $1 million. Jake isn't mad about Serrano losing. He's mad because he lost $1 million. Taylor wasn't knocked down. Stay mad. Almost put her down. Almost put her down. She definitely had her rocked. Definitely she looked out on her feet. Definitely she lost that round. God damn. God damn. Michael said your Irish girl couldn't come fighting forward, backed up and slapped the whole fight.
I don't see how you can put in a performance like Amanda did and be classed as a loser. No, I mean, I don't see her as... I mean, she technically lost this fight, but I had respect for Amanda Serrano anyway, and you look at her now, and I just have more respect for her. You're right. I mean, there's not really a loser tonight. I really like what Amanda Serrano came out and said after, and I agree with her. She was like, I'm still a champion at featherweight. She's a 7-division champion. This was pound for pound number 1 against number 2. I do think that's hook shot. She was getting so much joy with that left hook, Katie Taylor. You might as well put £1,000 on red or black roulette than bet on a fighter in this fight. Pumpkin said Jake got karma for disrespecting the Irish. Jose said it was a draw more than anything else. David said you need the rematch in Ireland. I love you, Katie. God, so goddamn impressive. I would love Katie Taylor to do like a little, kind of, she might, after she retires, do a little, talk about her career, because I've said before, I think her life could be turned into a movie very easily. Having to pretend to be a boy just to get into boxing is the kind of story Hollywood loves. And then, having to prove that women can box to the Olympic Committee. And now main event in Madison Square Garden. Like, I think an evening with Katie Taylor, where you go along to a show and she talks about her life, and I think that'd be so interesting. I would 100% go to that. 100%. I think she's brilliant. Boxing Knowledge said Amanda got robbed big time. Chris said, hot take, but I agree with Jake Paul. It was a draw. If anything, I had Serrano winning because of that performance in round 5. I think, to be honest, I think the truth of it is that it was a very, very close fight. I think that round 5 is easily Serrano's round. Easily, she had her so rocked, but because she didn't actually put her down, it's not a 10-8. She's got her out on her feet and she's got her all rocked around, but for me, it's still a 10-9 round. So she gets that round, but sadly for Serrano, she kind of did half of the job. She got through. She got it into a firefight. She got through to Katie Taylor. She rocked Katie Taylor, but she did not put Taylor down. And the fact she didn't put Taylor down, I think, means that you don't give it her as a 10-8. A 10-8 would be her putting her down for a knockdown, and it's not a knockdown. So, for me, Serrano wins that 10-9, but Taylor took the first rounds. I think this is bookended by Taylor. I've got Taylor winning the start of the fight, the end of the fight, and the middle of the fight is Serrano. And I had it 5-5. I think to try and find, I thought the left hooks of Katie Taylor were so effective. The strikes down the middle looked really, really good. She was getting in, doing her work, getting her combos off, getting back out. And, that graphic came up after 4 or 5 rounds showing that Katie Taylor had landed more power shots than Amanda Serrano. And then just shots overall was with Serrano as we were getting towards the end of the fight. But I think by and large, it was really damn close. And I must admit, I'm surprised that 2 judges gave it to Taylor. I genuinely thought when we got to that scorecard, I thought it was going to be 1 judge with Serrano, 1 judge with Taylor, and the 3rd judge had it a draw. That's what I thought. I thought they'll do that. I thought that's how this is going to go. And when that final one was read out, and it was "and still," I must admit, I couldn't quite believe it. Eddie Hearn said, and of course he would, Katie Taylor just edged it. I mean, clearly the judges saw it that way as well. 2 out of the 3 gave it to Taylor. None of them were Irish judges or UK judges. There was a Canadian, an American, and a Italian, and 2 of the 3 gave it to Katie Taylor. I think that it was close. I think it was a draw. I'm over the moon that Taylor gets the nod. But yeah, I mean, look, if they run this back, who knows? Who knows? It was that, wasn't it? We said it's everything we said. It went everything we said. We said if Katie Taylor wins, she wins on decision. If Amanda Serrano wins, probably a stoppage. She almost got the stoppage in the 5th. She couldn't quite get her down. I mean, you've got to say, Katie Taylor, what a chin. Some of the shots, I mean, these are big power shots from Serrano as well. Just a reminder, I mean, look, Serrano, 44 fights, 30 stoppages. Her stoppage rate is incredible. So 44 fights, 30 stoppages. And, yeah, it was amazing by Katie Taylor. And also, her power of recovery was so good after getting rocked in the 5th. After getting rocked in the 5th, it took her a good few rounds to get back into the fight, but I genuinely gave Katie Taylor rounds 9 and 10. But I think it's close. I really think it's close. I think there's some rounds in there that you could go Serrano, you could go Taylor. I do think it's close. I really do not believe that Serrano ran away with this fight. I do not believe that. I think if Serrano did it, she edged it by a round. And I think if Taylor won it, she edged it by a round. I disagree with the 97-93 for Taylor. I disagree with that. No way do I give this 97-93. No way. No way. So, yeah, I disagree with a 97-93. I think there's just like the odd round in it there, here and there. That's it. So close. Madness. The look of the Irish, says Michael. 1 in billion says Taylor cemented her greatness tonight. It's brilliant, wasn't it? It was absolutely brilliant. Katie Taylor absolutely deserves maybe not so much for what she's doing like now. Maybe not so much for like this fight, if you will, because it's up in the air. Right? As I said, I can't sit here and say she deserves this win when I scored it a draw, right? But she deserves this moment for everything she's been through in her career and through her life. And it is just a shame that it's Serrano, who I think was a very deserving person to be in there as well. It's just a shame that there has to be a loser here, but I think do the rematch. You know, we did the first one in New York. Do the next one in Ireland. And honestly, I mean, look, it shows the level that Katie Taylor is going to have to operate at. She's going to have to operate at this level to, maintain, throughout 10 rounds. She's going to have to operate at that level to beat Serrano. Any dip, and she'll get caught. I mean, we saw it in round 5. She made a stupid mistake of getting caught in the corner, and it became a firefight. Do you know what it reminded me of at one point? It reminded me of Amanda Nunes against Juliana Pena. Nunes, who's like one of the most dominant women UFC fighters. She was in a fight with Juliana Pena. It got into a fist fight, and Nunes, for whatever reason, just kept standing and exchanging and getting caught. Kept getting caught. And like everyone was like, stop doing that. Stop standing and exchanging. You're losing the striking battle. But I don't know if it was pride or what it was. But she didn't get out of that problem. She didn't get out of that situation. And she ended up losing the fight. One of the biggest upsets in UFC history recently. Amanda Nunes losing. And there in round 5, we saw Katie Taylor in the corner. Amanda Serrano, teeing off. And Taylor, rather than blocking or clinching or trying to get out of there, was trying to fight fire with fire. And you are never going to win that fight. You are never going to win that fight. Amanda Serrano has got more power than Katie Taylor. And if she keeps getting through with shots, Katie Taylor's going to go down. Katie Taylor's going to get rocked. And that's exactly what we saw. It's because she got in the corner and she was like, it was a firefight. I got to tell you, I mean, like, honestly, you don't feel overly confident for Katie Taylor in a rematch. I think she's going to have to be perfect again. She was close to perfect tonight.
Maybe not quite perfect, but she did very, very well. Very, very well. No one can tell me that Serrano destroyed her and won this fight. No way. No way. I had Taylor winning the first rounds, winning the later rounds, Serrano taking the middle. I think, as I said, I had it 5-5. But, bigger than that, just what a fight. Genuinely what a fight. I really hope that the highlights of this go around the world. I really hope that people's eyes are opened to what they potentially missed out on. I really hope that rematch is, an even bigger deal. And people tune in for it. Everyone hears about how amazing this was. You know what it's like, the fear of missing out. People don't like to miss out on amazing things. If you didn't watch that, you just missed out on some damn amazing. That is one of the best, just straight out boxing fights I've ever seen. So, the word will get around. People will feel like they missed out on it. Hopefully they tune in next time. But yeah, it was crazy. It was crazy. MCC said there's no way Serrano won the fight. It was 6-4 Katie. I think Katie took 1, 2, 3, 8, 9, and 10. One round of Taylor almost getting dropped, but didn't mean that Serrano wins. It's just not how the scoring works. Ledge Killer said, what a fight for Katie Taylor. Katie Taylor is the GOAT. Serrano had power. Katie had accuracy and landed when it counted. Chris Barry says, what a fight. I will absolutely watch that fight 10 more times, says Corey Fornia. Greatness on both sides. Rematch will be a lot bigger, says Tennille. British Soundboard Prank said, I thought Taylor was cooked in round 5. She did well to get back. Amanda didn't bring back the fire that she displayed in that round for the rest of the fight. Jonah said it's a total robbery. Lane Justice said Amanda was robbed. TSAD says brilliant fight. Jay said Katie Taylor just won me 4K. I love her more now than I did. That's amazing, dude. You genuinely just won 4K. What did you go? Taylor decision? Maybe 4K. How much did you bet? That's amazing. That's amazing. Well done. Well done. Osvaldo said it's Serrano 6-4. She was robbed. That's one round in it, innit? Do you know what I mean? I had it 5-5. You had it 6-4. That's how close this thing is. Serrano was amazing. Katie Taylor was better. Defo won the fight. What if she beats Serrano in the rematch? What would be next, says Macaroy. I think Eddie Hearn was talking that there are some other fights out there. But thing is, Katie Taylor is 35. I think she's 36 this year. I mean, there's been a bit of a talk about the fact that in recent fights she's faded and her cardio hasn't been there. There was no sign of that. I mean, there was no sign of that because as we got towards the end of this fight, she didn't get worse. Do you know what I mean? It's she didn't lose. It's not like she won the first 5 rounds, then lost the last 5. For me, she took those rounds at the end of the fight. So, yeah, for me, there's no sign that her cardio is an issue here. But I think at the age of 35, I think realistically, you've got to say there's probably not loads of fights left for her. I think you could do a massive Serrano rematch. I think you could do that. I think you could also, I don't know, they're saying that there might be some potential big fights if she actually moves up in weight, but I think that's risky. I really think it's risky. I don't know. It depends how much more she wants to do. Serrano was robbed. Katie Taylor won 6-4. Edward said days and still. Maka said if she loses the rematch, I think then she would retire. I tell you, that would sting, wouldn't it? That would sting. I mean, of all the fights to have in Ireland, you're not going to want to lose in Ireland, are you? I don't know if she's ever fought in Ireland. So, well, she has, but I mean, in a pro career. I don't know that she's going to want to... Is this the right fight to take there? I think for the world it is. But if I'm Katie Taylor, I'm like, oh, goddamn, can't I have a journeywoman? Can't we do it in MSG again? And we'll just try to do what we just did again. And then maybe I'll just face a journeywoman and just at least get a nice, win at Ireland. I don't know. She's a better person than I am, though, so she probably will want probably will want it to be Serrano. How do you win a fight when you're in survival mode for half the fight? Seriously, I'm not a hater. I just didn't see nothing out of Taylor beside the last 2 rounds, said Jonah. Well, I mean, you say that she's in survival mode for half the fight, but that would mean that half the fight she's then winning. So she's surviving half the fight and winning half the fight, which is, as I keep coming back to, 5-5, which is what I had. I did have it a draw. But I think it's so close. The way I feel about it is that I think if Serrano had won this 6-4, if they'd have said and knew, I wouldn't have argued, because it's a split decision win. It's not a unanimous decision. It's a split decision. So 2 of the 3 judges, not all 3, 2 of the 3 judges saw it to 1 fighter. So I think if Serrano had been given the nods, I wouldn't have argued. I would have been like, yeah, you know, I've got it 5-5, but I thought it was really close. I think if it had been a draw, I wouldn't have argued because I had it a draw. Katie Taylor won. I'm not arguing. I do think, though, that if Taylor wins or if Serrano wins, there's a round in it. I think there's a round in it. I think there's nothing in it. I think there's a round in it. It's super, super close. And, you know, Jake Paul said, at best for Katie Taylor, this is a draw. Eddie Hearn said he thought he had Katie Taylor just ahead. Jake Paul probably was under the impression that Serrano was just ahead. But I think it's so close. I really, really do. I really think it's so close. I think for me, a robbery is going to be if someone's, you know, if we're all sat here going, yeah, that's Serrano. That's Serrano. That's going to be Serrano. And it's just no doubt whatsoever that, yeah, it's Serrano. Serrano's got that. And then it goes the other way. That, to me, would be a robbery. But I think where you've got a fight that's this close, if it goes to Serrano, fine. If it goes to Taylor, fine. If it's a draw, fine. I think it's just so, so close. The judges can see it, you know, a certain way. And there's, you know, I genuinely think there's people out there that have scored that Serrano that will be like, no, it was Serrano. It's absolutely Serrano. And then there's people out there that have scored it Taylor that are like, of course it was Taylor. And then there'll be people that scored it a draw that are like, oh, God, it was really close. I mean, it's one of those fights. It's one of the best fights I've ever seen. It's just absolutely brilliant. And Katie Taylor, man, you never beat the Irish. You never beat the Irish. I kind of feel like that round 5 where she's rocked is a little bit like, just a bit like Fury when he's put down by Wilder. You know, when Fury's down and he just gets up. I kind of feel like that ability to hold on and come back that he showed there. I feel like she was all over the place in that. I think it was round 5. She was all over the place. She was just like, she was absolutely at sea. And like, if that round had continued a little longer, she was going down. But she doesn't go down. You can't score it for a knockdown. She doesn't go down. It's a 10-9 round to Serrano. And I gave her the round. God, it was so good. It was so good. I think the only disappointing thing in my life now is I don't know when I'm going to see her fight that good again. Nova said Serrano won, draw at the least. That's what Jake Paul was saying. Are you Jake Paul? Is that Jake Paul's burner account? Nova X, are you Jake Paul? A lot of people had it that way, but you're not alone. You're not alone. I ain't going to... Listen, if you've got it as Serrano, I ain't going to argue with you. If you had it with Taylor, I ain't going to argue with you. If you had it as a draw, I ain't going to argue with you. The only way that I would, like, argue with anyone is if they were like, that was 7-3 Serrano, or it was, like, 8-2 Serrano, or it was 10-0 Serrano. Do you know what I mean? Like, anything that's, like, that wide, I'd be like, nah. Or, you know, 10-0 Taylor. Nah, come on, it wasn't. Or 8-2 Taylor. No, it wasn't. It was so close. Oh, God, it was so good. Right, we are done, my friends. We are done. A massive thank you to everyone that joined us tonight. I mean, that's a pretty long stream. That's nearly over 7.5 hour stream there. I didn't know quite how big tonight would be. It's great that so many people came out and joined us. As I said before, if this was going to do 5,000 views or whatever, so be it. But I really believed in this fight. I really thought it was the right thing to watch. And I'm I'm just so pleased it went that well. I mean, the world is going to buzz around it, and rightfully so. Rightfully so. And hopefully we get the rematch, and hopefully you join us for that rematch. Don't forget, we are back next week for UFC, the big show that's coming up. I can't remember the number. 274, is it? 274? We got Thug Rose in action. Looking forward to that. Gaethje and Oliveira. We're going to keep an eye on Canelo next weekend as well. So, and obviously Joshua coming up in, I think, like June or July. There's lots on the way. So, yeah, if you joined us for the UFC action, shout out to you. If you joined us for Katie Taylor, Amanda Serrano, shout out to you. I just hope you enjoyed the action, enjoyed the fight. Really appreciate the support. And I will see you again next time. Thanks lots for watching. Bye for now.